otherwise editing, abridging, or modernizing the prose in the interest of clarity. July 5th, 1826. The letters of a person, especially of one whose business has been chiefly transacted by letters, form the only full and genuine journal of his life. Thomas Jefferson to Robert Walsh, Monticello. Sons of a revolution fight for liberty. They give blood, flesh, limbs, their very lives. But daughters, we sacrifice our eternal souls. This I am sure of, as I stand in the quiet emptiness of my father's private chambers. I'm here now because my father is dead and buried, and I'm left to make sense of it all. My gaze drifts from the alcove bed where Papa drew his last breaths, to his private cabinet beyond, to the adjustable mahogany drawing desk he brought from Paris so many years before. Light filters down on me from the skylight, built into the soaring ceiling, and plays off the mirrors to make me feel as an actor upon a stage, playing a secret role. Even knowing that he'll never return, I hesitate to settle into the red leather swivel armchair upon which my father struggled to write his letters, fewer and fewer every year. His hands, his eyesight, and his endurance all failed him in the end, but never his intellect. That he had to the last. From between the pages of a leather-bound book on his revolving bookstand, I find a sketch, a drawing of an obelisk monument and tombstone, to be inscribed with what he wished to be remembered for, and not a word more. Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of American Independence, of the Statute of Virginia for Religious Freedom, and father of the University of Virginia. I brush my fingertips over the sketch and imagine the coarse granite that will bear these words and stand eternal guardian over Papa's final resting place. Alas, memories are made of more than inscriptions in stone. They're made, too, of the words we leave behind, and my father left so many. Most of his meticulously ordered, copied, and catalogued letters are stored in wooden cabinets here in his chambers. It will take time to go through them all, but time is all I have now. So I start with the earliest letters, warmed to hold the fading pages in my hands, overcome with pride at seeing his confident script soaring so eloquently across the yellowed paper. A glass-paned door opens behind me from the direction of the greenhouse where my father's mockingbirds sing, and I swivel in the chair, startled to come face to face with my father's lover. Sally Hemings doesn't knock, nor does she apologize for the intrusion. She strides into the space as if she belongs here. And she does. For as much as my father cherished the seclusion of this sanctum sanctorum, almost until his last breath, this was her domain. But now Thomas Jefferson is gone, and Sally and I have come, at last, to the final reckoning between us. We stand, two aging matriarchs amidst his books, scientific instruments, and a black marbled obelisk clock, the one over his bed that counted down the minutes of his glorious life, and now counts down the moments until we will follow him. Sally, who bears a tawny resemblance to my lovely petite mother, wears a crisp white apron over the gown she sewed from colorful calico, and she surveys the space much as I did moments ago. Silently I rise to my feet, towering over her in my dark and somber gown, with hair that has gone from red to reddish-brown, the image of my father. In the reflection of the gilt mirror, we are matched reflections of the ghosts in this room, But it's my father's presence that we both feel now. I suppose some might say she was his beautiful mulatto slave wife, and I the plain white wife of his parlor. We both birthed children for him, hers of his bed and his body, mine as a daughter of his bloodline, for his legacy. He loved us both. But only his love for me can be remembered. Standing self-possessed as an ancient priestess, holding a bundle of relics collected from her life with my father, Sally informs me, "I'm taking these." A jeweled shoe buckle Papa wore as the American minister in France. An inkwell that serves, perhaps, as a remembrance of the immortal words he wrote. An old discarded pair of spectacles. Holding them tight. She doesn't say why she wants them. Perhaps it's because it was through those spectacles that he looked at the world and saw her. I see her too. With black glossy hair shot through with only a little gray, the long length pulled back in a chignon at her neck, Sally possesses a beauty that hasn't faded. Is it sadness in her expression for the loss of a great man who left us both alone and in ruin? Or is it defiant triumph? I cannot know. So my gaze drops to the bundle in her hands, and I nod. She's entitled to the spectacles. She's entitled to more than he gave her, more than I can give her. She nods too, the culmination of a lifetime of conversation between us, sometimes spoken aloud, sometimes in passing glances and measured silences. But now we have nothing left to say. Sally looks one last time at the alcove, and my eyes follow the direction of hers, taking note of how his bed sits between his private dressing room and his study, caught between his private and public life, just as he was, just as Sally and I have been. Finally, she shakes her head, as if pulling herself from a memory, and steps toward me. With quick, deft fingers, she unlaces the ribbon at her hip where the key to this room has dangled for nearly 40 years. She surrenders it to me, just as my father surrendered to me the fate of everything and everyone that once belonged to him. Our hands meet in the exchange of the key, her bronzed fingers against my pale freckled ones, and it feels like a circle closing. We've made this whole journey together, from the time we were innocent children on my father's mountain, when this grand house was a mere shadow of itself. I meet her eyes, wondering if she knows the sin I'm about to commit, and if she would give her blessing, or if she dreads it like I do. But Sally's eyes are like hardened amber, in which secrets are preserved but trapped beyond reach. She doesn't grant permission, nor does she ask it any more. She merely walks away. And I let her go, because she's a part of the story that must remain untold. I'm then alone again in the quiet of this sacred place, where my father's belongings remain exactly as he left them, as if awaiting his return. The silence is suffocating in both its finality and protection, like a cloak that shelters me against a storm, that protects my very nation. Returning to his desk, I take my seat once more, and I set my mind to the task I and I alone must do. For my father was the author of our independence. His pen unleashed one revolution after another by declaring that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights Governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Deceptively simple words. The greatest words he ever wrote. Perhaps the greatest words anyone has ever written. Words that inspired men to pledge their lives and fortune to the cause, that inspired women to make countless sacrifices, and that inspired nations to embark upon an experiment of freedom. My father's words gave voice to a movement. His voice was the voice of a nation, a voice that changed the world. Who am I to censor that voice? I am a daughter who must see to it that he is remembered exactly the way he wanted to be. I recall the instructions he'd written for his tombstone, and not a word more. Which is why I light the wick of a candle in one of the holders, ingeniously and somewhat dangerously fastened to the arms of my father's chair, and with shaking hands I hold one of his sacred letters above the flame. In so doing, I feel the heat as if a prelude to hell's fires awaiting me. But I have defied God before. My heart is already heavy with sins and secrets and betrayals. I'm stained with the guilt of slavery. I have counted as a necessary sacrifice the blood of patriots. I have denied the truth written upon my own skin in the black and blue ink of bruises. I have vouched for the character of men without honor. I have stayed silent to avoid speaking the truth. What is one more silence when it preserves all we have sacrificed for? That will be my legacy, the service I render my country. For I am not only my father's daughter, but also a daughter of the nation he founded. And protecting both is what I've always done. Part 1. The Dutiful Daughter. Chapter 1. Charlottesville, 29 May, 1781. From Thomas Jefferson to Marquis de Lafayette. I sincerely and anxiously wish you may prevent General Cornwallis from engaging your army till you are sufficiently reinforced and able to engage him on your own terms. British! British! These words flew with blood and spittle from the gasping mouth of our late-night visitor, a rider who awakened our household with the clatter of horse hoofs and the pounding of his fist upon the door. Leave Monticello now, or find yourself in chains. Still shaking off the fog of sleep, my 8-year-old heart could have kept time with a hummingbird's wings as I stared down from the stairway to where my father greeted our late-night guest, wearing only a pair of hastily donned calfskin breeches and a quilted Indian gown of blue. "Are you certain the British are so near?" Papa asked. Standing in the open doorway, bathed in the light of a slave's lantern, the rider panted for breath. His blood-stained hunting shirt was slashed at the shoulder, leather leggings spattered with mud. And his face, oh, his face. It was a grotesque mask of burrs and blood, red and cut open in a dozen places, as if he'd been whipped by every branch in our forest during his frantic ride. "Tarleton and his dragoons are very close, Governor Jefferson," he said, still gasping and wild-eyed. "Neither the militia nor the Marquis de Lafayette and his army will arrive in time to defend us. You must go now or be captured." My scalp prickled with fear, and I clutched the railing tighter. The men of the household, many of them members of the Virginia legislature who recently sought refuge at Monticello, stumbled into the entryway in various states of undress, some shouting in panic. My little sister Polly whimpered, and I put my arm around her shaking shoulders, both of us still in our bedgowns. I softly shushed her so I could hear the conversation below, but I already understood more than the adults thought I did. How close are the British soldiers? How many? And what will they do if they find us? These questions raced through my mind as more of the plantation's servants spilled into the space, as anxious as we were, though perhaps in a different way. For I'd heard the men say the British promised the slaves freedom. Sally, my friend and playmate, and a slave girl just my age, tucked herself into the far corner. Her amber eyes were carefully shielded, hiding whether she felt fear or excitement. My mother, however, wore her alarm like a shroud. Though she'd taken the time to dress in frock and mop cap, her skin was pale, her hazel eyes wide with panic. "The British? How near?" Mama asked, the candlestick shaking in her hand. Only Papa was serene in the face of the coming danger. Looking from the man to Mama, he straightened to his full height, and he was the tallest man I knew, with ginger hair and piercing blue eyes that shone with fierce, quiet power. He held up his hand to silence the room. "Worry not, my friends. The mountains and darkness will delay the British," he said, the certainty of his words calming the panic. He turned to the servants and spoke with a reassuring authority that reminded us all he was master of the plantation. "Martin and Caesar, secure the valuables. Robert, ready a carriage to take my wife and children away after they've had some breakfast." "There's no time, sir," the rider dared to argue. "The British are already in Charlottesville. They're coming to burn Monticello." Burn Monticello? My gaze darted about the brick-walled rooms of our plantation house, cluttered even then, in its first Palladian incarnation, with Papa's cherished artifacts, marble busts and gilt-framed paintings, red silk draperies and a pianoforte, books and buffalo robes. Would all of it go up in a blaze of fire? My father and mother exchanged a tense glance. Turning to his visitors, Papa said, "Gentlemen, you must forgive my lack of hospitality and reconvene elsewhere. Make haste. My servants are at your disposal." The room erupted in a flurry of motion. The slaves hurried about hiding the valuables. Metal clanked from the direction of the dining room, the sound of the silver forks, spoons, cups, and candlesticks being stuffed into pillowcases. Mama called Polly and me down to her. We rushed to her side, and she swiftly bundled Polly into her arms, snatching me by the hand and rushing us out into the damp night. My heart galloped as my bare feet scrabbled on the cold ground, and I could feel my mother's answering pulse pounding as she tugged me with a cold, clammy hand. Mama had been in poor health since the recent loss of a baby, and she couldn't hide her trembling from Papa as he hurried us to our carriage. "Hush," he said, though she'd not spoken. Pressing his forehead against Mama's, he murmured softly to her, and I wished I could hear what he said. All the commotion, heavy feet trampling off flower beds, horses whinnying and jangling in their bridles, and men stuffing papers into saddlebags, obscured whatever words my parents shared. But anyone watching would know that their whispered words were laced with passionate devotion. Then Papa kissed Mama and released her into the carriage. "Papa," I cried, "aren't you coming with us?" "Don't fret, Patsy," he said, reaching into the carriage to stroke my cheek and brush away a tendril of ginger hair just like his. "I'll secure my papers, then follow on horseback." But the rider had warned us to go now. The British would capture Papa if he stayed. I wasn't supposed to know that the king had branded my father a traitor, nor that the British would hang him if they captured him. But more than once I'd overheard the legislators' fiery speeches ring through Monticello's halls, so fear crawled into my throat. "Come now, Papa, or they'll catch you! They'll catch you!" "Never," he replied with a soft, confident smile. If he was afraid, he didn't show it. My escape route is well planned. I'll take Caractacus. There's no faster horse in Virginia. The thought of him alone with enemies all around, the thought of us fleeing without him, the terror of never seeing him again, all of these horrid imaginings had my heart pounding so fast it was hard to breathe. I clutched at him. Surely you won't send us alone? Papa grasped a large satchel from the hands of a servant and passed it to my mother. Be my brave girl. You won't be alone, he said, then called over his shoulder to a figure in shadow, and a reedy young man appeared at his side. In the faint light of the rising dawn, William Short, my mother's kinsman and one of the many men who idolized my father, stepped forward. William. How strange it is to realize now that he was always with us. From the very start. From that first frantic moment when I learned what it truly meant to be the daughter of a revolutionary, William was there at my side. In his 22nd year, William Short boasted of being one of the youngest elected officials in Virginia, but he was no militiaman. He seemed a strange choice to guard us. Even so, Mama gave no protest when Mr. Short alighted our carriage with a sprightly hop, and without further ado commanded our driver to be off. "Ha!" the driver shouted at the horses, and our carriage lurched forward onto the road leading away from Monticello, leading away from Papa, who stood tall atop his mountain, unwilling to yet surrender. Our carriage jumped and bumped down the rough road, southward. Thrown together inside, we clasped one another tight, my right hand in Mama's, my left arm hugging Polly. A stunned, scared breathlessness rendered all of us quiet. With her knuckles wide around the handle of a satchel of our belongings, Mama lifted her wavering voice to finally ask Mr. Short, "Where will we go?" "John Coles's place on the Green Mountain," he replied, a wary eye on the road. The certainty in Mr. Short's voice calmed me a little. Mama released a shallow breath, as if the words provided her a bit of ease as well. We'd taken supper at Mr. Coles's Enniscorthy estate before. The memory of thick ham steaks and rye bread ought to have made my stomach rumble, for we'd not had breakfast. But the ache in my belly wasn't hunger. To my terrified eyes, the tree branches flying past the carriage window reached for us like the gnarled hands of death, and in the faintest glow of morning, unable to tear my gaze from the blurred view, I gasped at every red flower or rock in a ruddy hue. "Is that a redcoat?" I asked Mr. Short. "Are the dragoons ahead of us on the road?" Squinting to see, Mr. Short replied, "The dragoons wear green. Worry not, Patsy. We departed in time." He peered over his shoulder at me, the ghost of a smile on his lips, and winked. Ordinarily, that kind of reassurance would have lured a returning smile, but I saw the nod he gave to Mama, and feared he only told me what I wished to hear. Another hour passed before we heard the thunder of horse hooves behind us. When we did, Mama gasped and pushed me and Polly down to the carriage floor. While my sister cleaved tight to my chest, I saw the glint of a pistol in Mr. Short's hand. "Stay silent, whatever comes," he said, his voice thin and shaky. Still, Mr. Short's arm was steady as he pulled himself up to the window of the carriage, ready to fire upon our enemies. Blood rushing past my ears, I waited for the blast. Instead, the young man blew out a breath. "Mr. Jefferson!" Relief flooded through me so hard and fast that I bit back a sob. I popped my head up over Mama's shoulder, never happier to hear Caractacus's furious whinny. The stallion's brown coat was slick with sweat, and the froth on his lips told us how hard Papa must have ridden him to catch up with us. "Halt!" Papa cried. As the carriage slowed and Papa rode up to the window, my mother rose up, shaking with relief. "Pray tell me it's a false report." "I cannot." Papa sat tall in the saddle like the skilled horseman he was, the leather saddlebags beneath him bulging with papers and the violin he never journeyed without. My eyes scoured over him for any sign he'd come to some harm, but he appeared only a little winded. "British horses have come to Monticello. I rode up Montalto and saw them in my spyglass." I gasped. Why had he remained behind so long? When everyone else was fleeing in a mad dash, had my father gone up the adjoining mountain to look for the enemy by himself? Whatever he saw convinced him to run. More than that, to worry that we might still be in danger. "I'll ride ahead to scout for enemy soldiers," Papa said. Mama shook her head. "But—" "Don't stop for anything," Papa told us. "If you are stopped, say you don't know me. Say you're from another state. Say you're passing through to see a kinsman." Tears stung the backs of my eyes. He was asking us to lie, a thing forbidden by God's laws. To ask it? He must have believed Mama would be safer if she were another man's wife, that I'd be safer if I was someone else's daughter, perhaps anyone else's daughter. Mama looked away, as if in agony at the thought of denying him, and my mind rebelled at the very thought. "Patsy," my father said, reading my mind as he so often did, "you can pretend, can't you?" His question was more a command. I nodded even while my heart ached. But Papa was relying on us. Yes, I can pretend. Not only because he asked it of me, but because, for the first time in my life, I understood that a lie could protect those I loved. My father rode off, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. The carriage lurched forward a moment later. When would we reach safety? I didn't remember Enniscorthy being so far. Fear and anticipation made me wonder if we'd ever get there. But at long last, morning light filtered through the trees and made a welcoming picture of the big 2-story plantation house nestled amongst the mountains. Enniscorthy. Climbing from the carriage, my body felt battered and bruised. Mama fussed with my hair beneath my nightcap, but Mr. Coles and his family cared little about our disheveled appearance and quickly ushered us into their home. In the room provided to us, Mama instructed me to wash in a bucket of water while she sponged the dirt from the road off Polly. Then she found clothes for us from her satchel. By the time she had tugged a white frock dress over my head and tied it with a pretty blue sash, Papa had arrived. He gave us all cheerful kisses atop our heads, as if the British hadn't just chased us from our home. And then we sat down to a meal. Mama, voice still wavering, thanked the lady of the household again for our food and shelter. With a trembling hand, she fed Polly spoonfuls of porridge, but took for herself only the tiniest bites, washing it down with sips of tea that our host vowed had been honestly smuggled, without tax or duty paid upon it to the British. Mimicking my mother, I tried to be dainty and nibble at my food, but Papa and Mr. Short gulped down hearty portions of eggs and smoked sausages and bread. The last had been scarce since the start of the war, and the prices of food quite high, which made us even more grateful for the hospitality when we were invited to stay. But Papa said we weren't far enough away yet from the reach of the British dragoons. I dropped my spoon. Weren't we safe yet, having come all this way? Apparently, Papa believed the British were still chasing us through our own countryside like outlaws. And before I could make sense of what was happening, we were off again, with Papa scouting ahead for enemy soldiers and Mr. Short guarding our carriage with his pistol. I wished I'd eaten more porridge. Hunger squeezed my belly, thirst clawed at my throat, and sweat dampened my hair as our arduous journey continued under the hot summer sun. Dust kicked up under our carriage wheels, and I was grimy with it. But I dared not complain, not of grime, not of hunger, not of anything else. For Papa was unshakable despite the danger. When he circled back to mark our progress, he rode alongside our carriage, pointing out the beautiful natural settings. "We'll remember this as a grand adventure one day," he said. And though Mama's lips tightened at the assertion, I drew strength from Papa's bravery. But Mama grew paler each time he took us off the main roads, leading us into thick woods where we crossed streams and ramshackle bridges that didn't seem as if they could possibly bear our weight. If our wheels broke through the planks, we were in danger of going down into the water with our carriage, horses, and all. We were afraid to cross, but our terror of what lay behind us was even greater. Finally, when we reached the dark green rush of Rockfish River, Mama said she could go no farther. Since the death of her infant a few weeks before, she'd been sick in body and heart. Now she appeared ready to swoon. Worried for her, I dampened a kerchief using water from our carved wooden canteen, then gently dabbed at her cheeks and forehead. "All will be well, Mama, just like Papa said." With a weary smile, she tucked strands of ginger behind my ear. "I know, child." Finally, we came upon a small cabin in the woods. I peered out of the carriage window as Papa knocked at the door and explained our situation. The owner scowled. "No room for you here, Governor." The man said the last word contemptuously, spitting tobacco juice into the carpet of fallen leaves and pine needles surrounding his shack. "If the king wants you strung up, he'll have you strung up, and I won't risk harboring fugitives." I gasped. Certain Papa would dress down the crude frontiersman for speaking to him this way, but instead, Papa calmly said, "I beg of you, only take in my wife and daughters. I won't stay. It's near nightfall, and—" The man abruptly slammed the wooden door in my father's face. "Tories," Mr. Short muttered like a curse. Papa said nothing, though his jaw was clenched as he mounted Caractacus again. Where could we go now, trapped on this side of the river without shelter? With sunset nearing and a river too treacherous to cross, we'd be forced to sleep the night in these woods, where bears prowled and British soldiers might ambush us. Papa insisted we keep riding, and at length we came upon a tavern, Joplin's Ordinary. There Papa bought food and supplies and asked for help fording the river. Mr. Joplin himself offered to guide us to shelter beyond the river, but Papa hesitated, as if the words of the angry frontiersman were still ringing in his ears. "There's no need to risk yourself further, Mr. Joplin." But Mr. Joplin insisted. "You're of too much consequence to the country to risk your capture, Mr. Jefferson." As these words echoed in the forest, Papa might have lifted his head with pride. Instead, his eyes fell to the reins in his hands, as if burdened by them, and the words sank into me with an unaccountable weight. When I think back, perhaps I should remember with bitterness the man who turned us away and who didn't care if the king strung up my papa. But I prefer to remember the way our other neighbors helped us, the dangers they faced for our sake, because it fills me with pride in my countrymen, and because it reminds me that I'm justified in honoring them and their cause, even through deeds that might otherwise deserve censure. It was a Virginia militiaman who took us in that night after Mr. Joplin guided us across the river. Gravely, the militiaman told Papa that he worried important state papers and prisoners had fallen into the hands of the British. I tried to listen, but with my mother's warmth and softness beside me on the straw-stuffed mattress, the voices faded to a low hum, and with the faint scent of my mother's lavender water as I buried my nose against her shoulder, I lost the battle against sleep. The next morning, awakened by the crow of a rooster, I tried to remember where I was. The important thing, I supposed, was that there'd been another dawn, and Papa hadn't yet been caught by the British. We were on the road again before the glow of sunrise, making our way farther into the countryside. And good thing, too, because we would later learn that Tarleton's dragoons were pursuing us, knifing open feather beds, breaking mirrors, and setting fire to homes along the way, hoping to make someone give Papa up. When we stopped at Mr. Rose's house, slaves hurried out of their cabins to fetch water for our horses. Inside, the smell of warm bread nearly dizzied me and tempted me to forget the danger. We're safe. The thought brought more comfort than the food. For who would find us here, hidden in the mountains? Papa must have felt it was safe here, too, because as he cleared his plate, he asked if his wife and children might lodge with the Rose family until he returned. My stomach fell, and I lifted my gaze from the bread I'd been stuffing into my mouth. Mama froze beside me and gripped the edge of the table. Frowning, Mr. Rose said, "You can't be thinking of going back, Mr. Jefferson. Lafayette will come to drive the British from Virginia. Until then, we must know where the enemy is," Papa replied, calmly. But Mr. Rose wasn't reassured by my father's faith in the young French nobleman who was now commanding part of Washington's army. In fact, Mr. Rose pounded the table, making me jump. If the Virginia militia would only turn out. Papa never approved of loud shows of temper, and stared into his cider. But they haven't. Even the threat of court-martial hasn't worked. I have no military experience, but even I know this. The whole of the British Army may be descending upon us, and we cannot guess if we'll prevail, or if we must sue for peace, without knowing our enemy's strength or whereabouts. "To go back is folly, Thomas," my mother said. We all turned to her in surprise that she'd inserted herself into the men's conversation, contradicted my father, and called him by his given name in mixed company. But the color on her cheeks told me that she was in high temper. "They're hunting you, Thomas. They're hunting you." Papa rested his freckled hand atop hers. "My dearest, the British are rounding up every legislator and patriot in the state. I am but one more." "No, sir," Mr. Short broke in. "That's not true." It seemed to me at the time that if there were anyone less likely than my mother to challenge Papa, it would have been my mother's unassuming kinsman, Mr. Short. But the truth is, William has always argued for what he believed was right, even when it cost him, even when it frightened him. Maybe even especially then. And that day, when we were all fugitives together, Mr. Short insisted, "The British want you because you're the author of our independence." I knew this about my father, of course, about how soldiers were as we spoke, fighting and bleeding for the ideas my father so ably expressed in the Declaration of Independence. But the pursuit of the British, the willingness of our neighbors to risk themselves, and Mr. Short's vehemence gave me a new understanding of my father's importance. Short leaned forward intently. "Mr. Jefferson, if the British take you, they'll take Virginia. And if they take Virginia, it will be the end of our revolution." Hope that this argument would change Father's mind about going back made my heart thunder against my breast. Alas, Mr. Short's words seemed to have the opposite effect intended. Papa squared his shoulders, a determined glint in his eye. "I'm the governor. Or at least I was until a few days ago. There are others better suited to this emergency, but there can be no revolution without patriots willing to risk themselves." The bread dropped from my hand to my plate, the remains of it like sawdust in my mouth. Papa's mind was made up. He'd summoned his courage. He'd go back, no matter the risk. My father's enemies now claim that when his mettle was tested in wartime, he faltered. Their censure forced him to speak of it ever after as an unfortunate passage in his conduct. But I was there. I witnessed those days as some of his most courageous moments. And though it was plain to me that my mother wasn't moved by his high-minded sentiments, I was. I was as proud of him as I was terrified for him. And I knew I'd never want to be anyone else's daughter. While we awaited news that the British had been pushed back or that Papa had been captured, Mama was short-tempered with us and declared we must make ourselves useful at the Rose household. Polly and I were sent off to help the slaves fetch water, churn butter, and sweep the floors. Mama herself was always on her feet, helping to cook breakfast and ease the burden on our kindly hosts. But after a week of this, when she was tending to the laundering of our dirtied clothes, she swayed and fell. Mr. Short rushed to her side and gently lifted her. Together, we settled her into a rocking chair, where she struggled to recover herself. Given how recently Mama had lost her baby, she was apt to be sad and fragile. And the next day, she was still in that chair, needlework forgotten in her lap, when a rider approached the house. At the sound of the horse hoofs, Mr. Rose readied his musket and Mr. Short crouched by the window, pistol in hand. I froze, clutching a broom, wondering if I could wield it against a redcoat if one should come through the door. But then we heard Papa call to us. Dropping my broom, I ran out to meet him. Though he'd been gone only a week, he looked thin and mangy. His skin was sunburnt, and he'd traded his gentleman's clothing for the garb of a frontiersman. Clad in brown leather breeches, a hunting shirt open at the neck, and a black hat that shadowed his eyes, he dismounted Caractacus and grabbed me into his arms, carrying me all the way inside. I clung to him, burying my face in his neck as he entered the house. From the rocking chair, Mama attempted a smile, but her lower lip wobbled. "Have Lafayette's forces fought back the British? Have we lost Virginia?" And when Papa's mouth thinned into a grim line, she asked, "Is it burned? Is Monticello gone?" "Only some wine is missing," Papa told us, and relief had me heaving a long breath. But when Papa spoke next, there was ice in his words. "Would that I could say the same of Elk Hill." Elk Hill was one of Papa's other plantations where he grew corn and tobacco and raised livestock. Elk Hill is left in absolute waste. The British burned the barns and fences, slit the throats of the youngest horses, and took everything. They carried off our crops, our livestock, and our people. At least 30 slaves are gone. Mama gasped, and I knew she worried most for her Hemmings slaves. "What of those at Monticello?" Setting me back down, Papa crossed to the rocker and squeezed Mama's hand. "Some were carried off, but most remain." "Carried off?" Mr. Short asked with a strange intensity in his boyish gaze. Or did they flee at the promise of freedom? Papa's jaw clenched, as if Mr. Short's question carried with it some note of impertinence. If Cornwallis took them to give them their freedom, he'd have done right. But I fear he's only consigned them to death from smallpox in his camp. Mr. Short put his pistol away and bowed his head. Is the war lost, then? My gaze flashed to Papa, dread squeezing my stomach. Papa answered with scarcely disguised bitterness. The war, I don't know, but my honor is certainly lost. They'll remember me as the governor of Virginia who let plumes of smoke rise over the James River for nearly 30 miles. And there's a 9-year-old girl the British soldiers. Papa's eyes landed upon me, and because I was nearly 9 years old myself, I was desperately curious to know what he'd been about to say, but he didn't finish. I fear history will never relate the horrors committed by the British Army. What of the remaining legislators? Mr. Short asked after a moment. Surely I'm not the only one who escaped. A few were captured, most a gathering in the old Trinity Church in Staunton. All things considered, our cause fared well. Despite his words, the etched lines on Papa's face made it clear the losses pained him. Thanks to Captain Jewett's ride. Had he not warned us? Mr. Short nodded. I must join the legislature. I'll carry your messages to them, sir. I couldn't imagine Mr. Short riding through the woods by himself, even with a pistol in his belt. Papa was the son of a surveyor and knew the land, but Mr. Short was a bookish young man, so gentrified that even in exile he still wore a lace cravat tied against his throat, as if expecting to pose for a portrait. The same thought must have occurred to Papa. It's too dangerous, William. Not as dangerous for me as for you, Mr. Short insisted. Loan me a horse and I'll be out and back again within days. We won't be here, Papa replied, grim but resolved. I'm taking my family into hiding. And though Mama was still unwell and Polly kicked her little feet in a tantrum, we left that very day. We fled into the Blue Ridge Mountains, to Papa's wilderness property, the one in the shade of poplar trees. In those days, there wasn't a house there, only rude huts for the slaves and a 2-room cabin for the overseer. No one came to greet us, for they'd no cause to know we might arrive. Nothing was ready for our comfort, not even a fire. I thought of the sunny rooms at Monticello and our big, warm feather beds, and worried that we might now spend all our days here, in a soot-stained cabin made of rough-hewn logs and a roof that leaked. What's to become of us now? How long can we hide? My father was a scientist, a scholar, and a Virginia gentleman, but in the days that followed, he set about repairing fences, thatching roofs, and hunting small game for our supper like a frontiersman. He was wry when presenting my mother with a rabbit for the stew she was trying to boil in our only pot. Ah, Martha, the circumstances to which I've reduced you. Yet Mama was strangely content. On the eve of our wedding, I rode out with you in the worst winter storm to live in a small chamber of an unfinished house. We called it a honeymoon cottage. Don't you remember? You were no great man of Virginia then, my dearest, but we were happy. That's when I first knew my mother had heard enough of revolution and the sacrifice of patriots. Indeed, it seemed to be her singular mission to draw Papa into the delights of simple domestic life. Though the overseer's cabin was no proper home for a gentleman's family, Mama set up housekeeping. She had me down on my knees with her, scrubbing at the floorboards with a stiff brush. We hung quilts and beat dust out of them. And when Papa had to leave to make his forays into the woods, Mama and I saw to it that there was a candle burning in the one window of the cottage to guide him back to us. A few weeks later, harvest time for the wheat arrived, and Mama sent me with Papa to oversee the slaves toiling in our fields with sharp sickles. The women cut the stalks, beads of sweat running down their bare brown arms. Meanwhile, the shirtless, dark-skinned men gathered the cut wheat into bundles, hauling the golden sheaves into the sun to dry. I loved nothing more than riding atop majestic Caractacus with Papa, and though we were far away from our mountain-top home, it almost made me feel everything was just the way it should be. But I knew it wasn't. "Will the British find us, Papa?" I asked, peering up at him over my shoulder. His strong arms tightened around me. "This farmstead came to me through your grandfather Wales. The British won't think to look here," he said, trailing off when he heard Mama singing from across the field where she scrubbed linens in a bucket. Her voice carried sweetly unaccompanied, until Papa joined in her song. At hearing his tenor, she smiled, and I felt his breath catch, as if she'd never smiled at him before. He loved her, maybe more than ever, and with her eyes on us, Papa used his heels to command his stallion to a proud canter. "Let's show your mother what Caractacus can do." He urged the stallion into a gallop. The fence was no obstacle for the stallion, who flew up, and over with an ease that delighted me. I was still laughing with the thrill of it when we landed on the other side. Then we heard a rattle. A coiled snake near its hooves made the stallion snort in fear, rearing up wildly. I held fast to the horse's black mane, and my father used his body to keep me from falling, but in protecting me, Papa lost his balance, toppling from the horse. He threw his arm out to break his fall, but came down hard upon his hand and howled in pain. Caractacus trampled a circle, and I tried desperately to calm him by digging my knees into his sides. Meanwhile, the overseer of the farm came running to help, several slaves at his back. "Rattlesnake," Papa gritted out as the serpent slithered away. The overseer grabbed the horse's reins and called to the closest slave, "Kill it, boy." The sweat-soaked slave shook his head in fear and refusal as the serpent escaped into the woods. Outraged, the overseer lifted his lash. "Stay your whip," Papa barked, cradling his injured hand against his chest as he slowly rose. "Everyone back to work." As the slaves dispersed, I could scarcely feel my fingers, so tightly were they wound in the horse's mane. My heart still pounded with fear and thrill. The overseer, by contrast, was overcome with anger. Cheeks and jowls red, he said, "It does no good to be gentle with them, Mr. Jefferson. A firm hand is all the Negro understands." Papa's voice pulled tight with pain and something else. "What I understand is this. We're two white men, one gentle woman, and two little girls on a secluded farmstead, hiding from an army promising freedom to the Negro." My father's gaze darted to the men in our fields with sharp instruments in their hands, and a strange and sickly feeling stole over me. Is my papa afraid of them? Afraid of his own slaves? It was the first time I ever wondered such a thing. Papa's wrist was bent at an ungainly angle. The overseer rode out to fetch a trustworthy doctor, while Mama fretted that there might not be one so far from Charlottesville. It was nearly night when the doctor arrived to do his grisly business of resetting Papa's bones. After, Mama wrapped my father's wrist and gave him the last of our brandy for the pain. Upon orders from the physician, Papa was forbidden to ride or go out from our cabin for 2 weeks. Unless, of course, the British chased us from here. I remember that in those weeks, Mama and Papa were tender with one another every moment of every day. Our meals were simple, our days were long. I was forever keeping Polly from mischief. At night, in spite of his painful injury, Papa led us in cheerful song, while Polly and I bundled together atop a little nest of quilts. Kissing us good night, my father gave a sly smile. "Do you girls know how it was that I wooed and won your mother?" Mama looked up from tucking the blankets around us with a sly smile of her own. "Mr. Jefferson, you're not going to keep our daughters awake with an immodest boast, are you?" "Indeed I am. You see, girls, I wooed your mother by making music with her in the parlor, me with my violin and tenor, she with her harpsichord and soprano. And when 2 other waiting suitors heard the beauty of our song, they left vanquished without another word, knowing they had heard the sound of true love." With that, he kissed my mother's furiously blushing cheek, and cleaving to one another, our little family, we could almost believe the British would never find us here. Then one evening, we heard the dreaded clatter of a horse's hooves up the path. From the window, I peered out to see it was a horse-drawn wagon. To my relief, William Short rode in the buggy seat, still wearing his now much-dirtied cravat, bearing corn, brandy, and chickens. And that wasn't all. Mr. Short had breathless news. "Tarleton has turned back to join up with Cornwallis, who is being harried by Lafayette. They're retreating, Mr. Jefferson. Thanks to Lafayette, the British are retreating." I squinted into the firelight, trying to make sense of Mr. Short's exhilarated glee. Retreating? Then the British wouldn't capture and hang my papa, and whatever British soldiers had done to that 9-year-old girl, they wouldn't do to me. Tears of relief pricked at my eyes, while Papa breathed out a long exhale. "What of the legislature?" "We were able to convene a session." Mr. Short stared into his cup of brandy as if he were reluctant to tell the rest. "A motion passed accusing you of having failed to defend Virginia. I argued on your behalf, Mr. Jefferson, but I was no match for the machinations of Patrick Henry. There'll be an investigation into your conduct." My shoulders tensed in indignation. How could anyone question my father's defense of Virginia? No one had been braver. I remembered how he stood so tall, refusing to leave Monticello until everyone else had gone, how he went back to scout for soldiers. Father groaned, as if this news caused him more agony than his injured wrist. "So my honor is gone. Only imperiled," Mr. Short swiftly replied. "A thing that can be remedied if you accept an appointment to France. The Marquis de Lafayette sends word that your countrymen wish for you to represent us in Paris." Renewed hope danced in Papa's eyes. That would be a singular honor. Paris? I could scarcely conceive of such a place. Would he take us with him? But Mama's eyes went flat and hard, and when Mr. Short stepped out, tears slipped from beneath her long lashes. "No more, Thomas, I beg you." He reached for her. "My dearest." "Hear me," she pleaded. "For this cause I've endured long absences, followed you to cities far and wide, and sewn linen shirts for soldiers until my fingers bled. I've buried 3 children, and been dragged from my sick bed and sent fleeing in the dead of night. Decline this offer. Retire to the tranquility of private life. Retire, I beg of you." Papa put his hands in her hair, but shook his head. "I'm a gentleman of Virginia. To turn down this offer would give me more mortification than almost any other occurrence in my life. I've said that I'd serve my country even if it took me to hell." "Which it has," Mama replied tartly. And I dared not move or make a sound. "Martha," he said, a plea for understanding in his voice, "I must defend my honor. That anyone should think me a coward or traitor inflicts a wound on my spirit which will only be cured by the all-healing grave." The mention of the grave sent my mother's chin jerking up. She touched the locket at her throat, the one that held the hair of her dead babies. "At what cost, Your Honor?" Papa flinched, as if he'd taken a blow. Then the fight went out of him. Staring at her fingers on that locket, he seemed to shrink, his shoulders rounding in defeat, and he sucked in a deep breath that sounded like surrender. And I knew that my mother would have her way. Brushing her wet cheeks with his thumbs, he murmured, "Leave off your tears, Martha. You have my promise. We'll go home to Monticello. We'll add children to our hearth. I'll retire to my farm, my books, and my family, from which nothing will ever more separate me." It was a promise. And sometimes I wonder how differently everything might have been if he'd been able to keep it. What a different life we'd have lived. What a different woman I might have become. What a different nation might have been built. Chapter 2. Monticello, 20th May, 1782. From Thomas Jefferson to James Monroe. Mrs. Jefferson has added another daughter to our family. She has been, ever since, dangerously ill. I hold this letter in shaking hands, the candle casting a golden glow over a bland description of an event that changed us forever. And though I am tempted to burn it because of the sheer pain it gives rise to, I am instead pulled into the memory of the promises that started it all. Mama's auburn hair curled in fevered sweat against her pale cheek, her hazel eyes shadowed beneath a frilly mourning cap, and from the confines of her sick bed she whispered, "When I escape the unhappy pains of this world, Patsy, you must watch over your father." She had to whisper it, because Papa would hear no one speak of her dying. Every day he asked if she was recovered enough to walk with him in the gardens. When she couldn't, he sent slaves to fetch flowers for her bedside. In May it was yellow jonquil, purple hyacinth, orange lilies, and then red hollyhock. But by early autumn the perfume of crimson dwarf rose spoke with Dr. Gilmer, who treated Mama and asked no more than to borrow some salt and sugar for his pains. Through all the months of my mother's illness, Papa was never farther from her than this. The men's conversation was hushed and somber until some question forced my father to answer with bitter indignation, "No, I will not leave her. I've retired. My election to the Virginia legislature was without my consent, so let them arrest me and drag me to Richmond if they dare." Dr. Gilmer took a step back at Papa's quiet ferocity. "I pray it doesn't come to that, Mr. Jefferson." Still, my father seethed. Offices of every kind, and given by every power, have been daily and hourly declined from the Declaration of Independence to this moment. No state has the perpetual right to the services of its members. While my father lectured, my mother pulled me close, sighing, as if the scent of my hair were sweeter than her garden flowers. "Patsy, your father will need you all the days of his life. Promise you'll care for him." I shook my head, blinded by a sudden flood of tears. When one of Papa's musical little mockingbirds died, Polly thought he'd come back again some day. But now, at 10 years old, I knew that when my mother died, I wouldn't see her again until we met in heaven. "Promise me," Mama insisted, eyelids sagging. I swallowed painfully, once, twice, until finally a whisper ushered forth. "I promise, Mama. I'll care for him always." The words seemed impossible and carried the weight of the world. And of course, now I know just how essential this promise, this duty has been to my life. At the sight of tears spilling over my lashes, Mama's soft hazel eyes went softer. "Don't grieve, Patsy. Don't live with an open wound on your spirit as a motherless child, not as I did. Be happy. That's what I want for you. You're my strong, strapping girl, so like your father. You'll care for our little doll, Polly, and our baby Lucy, too, won't you?" I wondered how I could. Polly was a willful child who never listened, and Lucy was just a baby crying for milk. Still, I couldn't deny my mother. "I'll try, Mama. That's my strong girl." She sank deeper into the feather bed, alarming me with the labored rasp of her breath. "Help your father through his sorrow." I nodded because my throat hurt too much to speak. Mama motioned with a trembling finger toward a book on her night table. The volume was Tristram Shandy, one of my father's favorites. It was her habit to copy from the text, words that echoed the sentiments of her heart. With difficulty, she lifted herself against the pillows and insisted that I lay the tray with the book and the feathered quill over her knees. When I did, she took the pen and dipped it in the inkwell before copying words in a spidery hand. Time wastes too fast. Every letter I trace tells me with what rapidity life follows my pen. The days and hours of it are flying over our heads like clouds of windy day, never to return. More everything presses on. She stopped there, too weary to go on. I took the quill from her shaking hand just as my father came in. His blue eyes were red-rimmed with exhaustion, but he injected a false note of cheer into his voice. "What have we here, my dearest?" One glance at what she'd written and he blanched. "None of this, Martha. You only need rest, my love. You only need rest." But by the next morning, my mother was plainly fighting a rest of the everlasting kind. She gasped through lips tinged with blue, and our house servants drew near, as if straining to hear her last breath. These hemming slaves had been with Mama since she was a child, and some whispered they were kin. Though such things should never be spoken, much less repeated on a plantation, I'd heard that Nance, Critter, and Sally were all my mother's sisters, that my grandfather Wales got them upon their enslaved mother Betty, who now stroked Mama's face as if she were her own daughter. I didn't know if it was true, but I knew better than to ask. What I knew was that in her final hours, my mother wanted the Hemmingses near, and I was left to huddle by my Aunt Elizabeth's knees with the heat of the fireplace at my back. I didn't know what else I should do, but stayed silent for fear someone would usher me from the room if they remembered me there. Papa drew his leather chair close so that he could hold my mother's hand. In a faltering voice, Mama told him everything she wanted done. She gave instructions for matters weighty and mundane. She was letting go of life, giving everything away. Even the little bronze bell she used to ring for servants, she gave to Sally, who pressed a cheek against her mistress's hand. At last, my mother's gaze fell upon me. "Watch over your father when I am gone," her eyes said, but I still couldn't believe that she'd go. "The children," Mama wept. My throat went tight, and I desperately wanted my father to help her, to make matters right, as he always did. But Papa's expression crumbled, as if her sobs lashed against his spirit, and I knew with terrible certainty that not all things were in his power. Papa leaned to her, until their foreheads touched, their intimacy unbearably tender. We ought to have left them alone, but none of us could move. We were, all of us, riveted by my mother's every halting word. She drew back and lifted 3 shaking fingers, spreading them for my father to see. "3 children we still have together," she said with great difficulty. "I cannot die happy if I know my daughters must have a stepmother brought in over them." A sound of anguish escaped my father's throat, as if he couldn't bear the thought of any other woman. There was no hesitation in him when he took my mother's limp hand to make his solemn vow. "Only you, Martha. I swear I'll have no other wife. Only you, my love." My mother's chest hollowed in a long wheeze, and tears squeezed from the corners of her eyes. She was beyond speech, but motioned as if she wished to write. At my mother's gesture, Sally was quick to obey. The slave girl jumped to fetch the tray with the book and the inkwell. Then Sally pressed the quill pen into my mother's unsteady hand, but my mother couldn't hold it. In exacting promises from us, Mama had used all the strength left in her. Answering the silent plea in her eyes, my father wrapped his hand round her delicate fingers and finished writing the passage she began the day before. "And every time I kiss thy hand to bid adieu, every absence which follows it are preludes to that eternal separation which we are shortly to make." At the sight of his handwriting in bold dark ink, my mother smiled. These were the words she wanted to leave for him. So he folded it and tucked it inside his coat against his heart, where he carried it the rest of his life. Then my mother closed her eyes and did not open them again. I held my breath as her chest rose, then fell, until she was still, perfectly still, and the world went quiet. Her angelic beauty was bathed in the morning sunlight that filtered in from the tall window. Surely she had become an angel, I thought, as tears blurred my vision and tightened my throat. My mournful cry broke free. The sound was echoed by my father, his eyes wide in a state of insensibility, and his cry was like the hollow howl of the grave. Rushing to his side, my aunt hurried to lead my father from the room before grief unmanned him before his slaves. I was numb watching them go. Then I remembered my promise. I followed, calling, "Papa!" He didn't look back as my aunt rushed him to the little room where he did his writing. His long limbs became dead weight in my aunt's sturdy arms. She could barely manage him. It was with the greatest difficulty that she tried to heave him into a chair. I ran to him, but my aunt blocked my way, snapping, "Leave him be, Patsy." Though my mother lay dead behind me, I was beset with the most frantic need to go to my father, to watch over him, to obey my mother in the last thing she ever asked of me. "Papa!" In answer, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into the chair. Then Aunt Elizabeth closed the carved wooden door, and I was left completely, utterly alone. At the hearths of Monticello, tearful slaves despaired that my mother was gone and my father might never awaken. If asked, they'd have sworn they despaired because they loved my mother and my father, and I believe that even now. But they must have also worried what would become of them if they lost the mistress and master of the plantation in one day. Would they be sold, separated from one another, scattered amongst the farms of Virginia and beyond? Then I understood none of this. I was too afraid for myself and my sisters, wondering what would become of us if we were left orphaned. Long after my aunt ushered us into bed and snuffed out the lanterns, my delicate little Polly cleaved to me and sobbed herself to sleep. I couldn't sleep, however, until I heard my father rage. Mama always praised him for his reserved manner and thoughtful nature, but, like me, Papa hid a tempest inside. That's why the violent orchestra of his grief from below the stairs was more soothing to me than the bone-deep drumbeat of my sadness. Papa vented what I couldn't unleash without incurring the ire of my proper aunt, and so I fell asleep to the sound of shattering glass and splintering wood. It wasn't the noise in the night that eventually awakened me, but the silence. Silence that stole into my room and pressed down cold on my chest, filling me with dread. It was silent the way Monticello was never silent, as if the whole plantation was afraid to breathe. Dread skidded down my spine and brushed away the last tendrils of sleep. Pushing back the bed linens, I disentangled myself from Polly. Then I put my bare feet on the wooden floorboards and felt the early autumn chill on my legs. I glided soundlessly down the stairs, drawn inexorably to Papa's chamber, the only room where the candles still burned bright. I didn't see him at first. My eyes searched him out amongst the clutter of his spyglass and surveyor's theodolite and the other curiosities we children weren't allowed to touch. Eventually, I found him sitting on the floor, amidst the debris of his rage. He was as still as a marble bust. In profile, his strong, sharply curved jaw was clenched tight, and his eyes were fixed downward beneath a sweaty tangle of ginger hair. I watched him for several heartbeats, and he didn't move. He was a statue in the spell of that terrible silence, a spell I was determined to break. "Papa!" He didn't stir. He didn't look up. He didn't even twitch. I tried again, this time louder. "Papa!" He didn't blink. He didn't hear me. He didn't see me. It was as if I was a spirit, and the two of us stood on either side of an invisible divide. This wasn't like the times my mother would tease him for letting his books swallow his attention until he forgot that he was hungry or thirsty. He wasn't lost in a book, and the bleak look in his eyes was nothing I'd ever witnessed before or since. I crept closer, thinking to tug at his linen shirt sleeve. Then I saw the pistol on the table next to him and froze. It shouldn't have disturbed me. I'd seen the pistol there before. I'd watched him polish it many times. But that night, in the candlelight, the notches on the shiny barrel looked like the knuckles of an accusing skeletal finger pointing at my papa. And he stared back at that pistol. He stared and stared at it, as if the pistol had, in the terrible silence, become a wicked thing. A deadly, avenging thing. I wanted to shout a warning, but the silence had bewitched us both, and the cry died dry in my throat. I could say nothing. Yet some internal force sent me gliding toward him, my feet barely touching the floor, almost as if I floated to his side. My hand reached out and covered the pistol before he could take it. The smooth walnut grip felt cold and hard beneath my hand, almost as cold and hard as my father's bleak stare, suddenly fixed on me. I looked into Papa's eyes, and what I saw, I dare not trust myself to describe. All at once my father shuddered. He took a gulp of air as if he'd been drowning and pulled up suddenly from the water. "Is that my Martha?" he murmured, the spell broken. "My angel?" "Yes," I said, for Martha was my given name too. But I think it was my mother he saw in me. Perhaps that was only right, for I knew it was my mother who sent me to him, who made sure I kept my promise to watch over him. Still clutching the pistol, I knelt beside him. "Yes, Papa, I'm here." Those were the last words we spoke that night. But we sat together for many hours, the pistol like ice in my hands, until the deathly oblivion passed. And I learned that night that the silence was not terrible. The silence was my mother's gift to us. Ours to share. Ours alone. From that day forward, I stayed at my father's side, huddled beside the iron-fitted oak chest containing bottles of spirits. I watched Papa walk the rough-hewn wood floors, his buckled shoes clicking with each step. He was on his feet, night and day, pacing incessantly, as if some solution would present itself to undo the tragedy of my mother's death. He wouldn't touch the trays of food brought to his room, for he had no appetite. My aunts tried to put baby Lucy in his arms, but he wouldn't hold her, for she was the squalling infant that had hastened my mother's death. And when Polly came to the door, my father became unsteady on his feet, as if he might swoon away, for my little sister so closely resembled my mother. It was the same reason, I think, he could not even bear the sight of Sally Hemings. The set of her mouth and shape of her eyes appeared familiar even then, and greatly disturbed him. Papa would have only me at his side. Maybe it was because I was long and lanky like a boy, with ginger hair just like his, that he chose me to be his constant companion. Or maybe he sensed in me more than a daughter, a kindred spirit in the darkness. Whatever the reason, morning forged us together like hot metal under a smith's hammer. I was afraid to leave him for fear that if I did, I would be motherless and fatherless. I think he feared it too. Only I could coax him out of the house to bury my mother beneath the great oak tree in Monticello's graveyard, where my father blinked unseeingly into the afternoon sun, and Aunt Elizabeth tried to offer comfort. "Our Martha has found a happier station. She's in heaven now. Alas, until we join her, we all must attend ourselves to this life." My father's frown made it clear he didn't believe a word of it, but he avoided arguments, with silence whenever possible. Still, he knew he must say something, for my mother's kinsmen had gathered to pay their respects. His voice caught with emotion. "If there is, beyond the grave, any concern for this world, then there's one angel who must pity the misery to which life confines me. I'm in a stupor of mind that has rendered me as dead to the world as she whose loss occasioned it." These words hushed not only the small crowd of stooped slaves, but also the stern-faced men in powdered wigs and their weepy women in bonnets. The depths of my father's despair seemed to shame them. And him. Papa said nothing more during Mama's funeral, but together we read the words carved on her tombstone, not a quote from the Bible, but from Homer's Iliad. "Nay, if even in the house of Hades the dead forget their dead, yet will I even there be mindful of my dear comrade." Below that, a simple accounting of her. "To the memory of Martha Jefferson, daughter of John Wales, born October 19th, 1748, O.S. Intermarried with Thomas Jefferson, January 1st, 1772. Torn from him by death, September 6th, 1782. This monument of his love is inscribed." The slaves used ropes to lower my mother's coffin into the ground, and then shoveled earth over her, rivers of sweat running down their black faces. Then she was gone from us, truly gone. One of our neighbors murmured, "Poor Mrs. Jefferson, another victim of the British. Her death is the aftermath of fright." As if struck guilty by those words, my father stumbled toward her grave. Was it the fault of the British? Had our flight from Monticello and fearful hiding from enemy soldiers stolen my mother's life? And would we have been forced to hide if Papa had not been a revolutionary? Papa's stricken expression told me that he counted himself to blame. It was Mr. Short and I who steadied Papa, even when my father tried to push away from our assistance. When Papa found his footing again, he uttered the briefest niceties to my mother's kinsmen before retreating up the long path to the house, forcing me to chase after him. Straight away, he sat down at the table where the pistol still rested, but he didn't touch it. Instead, he took up his garden book. He hadn't made entries since summer, but in the moments after my mother's burial, I watched him write feverishly, scratching ink to paper with each hasty stroke. Curious, I peered over his shoulder, wondering what he was so keen to record, now of all times. I was shocked by what I saw. W. Hornsby's method of preserving birds. In painstaking detail, my father wrote a macabre description of how to preserve dead birds in salt and niter, mortar and pepper. I clasped a hand to my mouth. Is this what my aunts did to my mother before setting her to rest in her coffin? Mama was delicate. My father used to tease that she had the bones of a bird. I think he would have preserved her for all time if he could have. He would have used salt and niter, mortar and pepper, or any other means to keep some part of her with him. But he had only her belongings, her letters, the little scrap of paper still tucked against his heart, and her daughters. Could that ever be enough? Just then a knock came at the door. My father did not look up from his writing table. Papa continued to scratch notes about dead birds. and I was suddenly vexed that our servants let anyone into the house when Papa was in such a state. Aunt Elizabeth must have been similarly vexed, for I heard her address our visitor on the other side of the door. "Mr. Short, he cannot receive you. I fear he has lost his wits." Mortified, I pressed my hot cheek against the cool door and heard Mr. Short chastise my aunt in no uncertain terms. "Never say it, or you'll inspire every man of Tory sympathies left in the country to crow that the author of the Declaration of Independence has gone mad." Papa couldn't be mad. I wouldn't let him go mad. He was writing about birds, but at least he was writing again. Though the sight of my sisters still disturbed him, he was eating again, too. Little nibbles here and there. And that night, when he collapsed onto his pallet in exhaustion, I stroked Papa's red hair, singing softly a song my mother used to sing to soothe him. I made sure he was asleep before finding my way to my little sister in our bed. "Courage, Polly," I whispered to soothe her tears, bolstering myself as much as her. "We mustn't cry. We must be of good cheer. Our Papa is burdened with such sorrows that we must never burden him with our own." Chapter 3. We roamed aimlessly on horseback through the dense mountainous woods that themselves seemed to have taken on Papa's sorrow. A misting rain remained after a night's steady showers, and the branches hung heavy. Turning leaves sagged and droplets splashed to the ground, as if the forest grieved with my father. For him. I wiped moisture from my face with a gloved finger, but I was glad for the rain, because I resented the sun as a liar. No matter how much it shined, there was no light at Monticello. Since my mother's burial, my father and I had taken many long solitary rides like this, but he got no better. I'd promised myself that I wouldn't let him go mad, but I'd come to understand that my mother was gone forever, and my father was only one step out of the prison of madness her passing created. On that particular day, Papa's arms rested listlessly around my waist. I wished he'd held me tighter, not because I feared Caractacus, but because I craved proof that Papa actually saw me, actually knew I was there with him. I missed the warm strength and protection of his embraces. He was behind me on the broad back of the stallion, but I missed him as if he were the one in the grave. The thought made me bite down on the inside of my cheek until the tang of irons spilled onto my tongue. The curious taste, more than the pain, helped me resist the urgent pressure of my tears. My mother bade me not to grieve, and before my Aunt Elizabeth's recent departure, she had encouraged me to be strong. As for Papa, it had been hard enough to coax him out of his confinement. I knew that I mustn't cry. Caractacus's hooves thudded against the wet ground, and occasionally he gave a low nicker. The trees creaked under the weight of the recent deluge, and in the distance the hammering of a tenacious woodpecker echoed. And yet it was quiet. That special quiet, my father's quiet and mine. The memory of how we sang together at Poplar Forest, when we were hiding from the British, swamped me. The contrast was so sharp I shivered, the dampness of my hair, bodice, and skirts pressing a chill into my skin, as I came to understand that we'd never laugh or sing like that again. Papa tugged at the reins, directing Caractacus down a diagonal cut between the trees. The horse snorted and blew at the steep decline, but obeyed with a steady hoof. All at once, Papa let out a shuddering breath. the sound that was always the prelude to the wild grief to follow. Please no, not again, I thought, a knot in my belly. But this moment always came, every single ride. Nothing I ever did stopped it or made it end any faster. Papa's chest and arms trembled behind and around me, and his breathing hitched in starts and stops. Then the sob burst out of him, and his forehead fell heavily on my shoulder. Unending moans poured out of him. Their violence pounded against my heart, causing an ache there. He squeezed me until I struggled to breathe. He cried so hard and so much. The desolation of his grief made its way through my rain-soaked frocks to the chilled skin beneath. His words were a mournful jumble, but the hoarse pleading, interspersed with agonized wails, made his lamentation understandable to any living soul. Even Caractacus, whose ears rotated to the rear. That one small movement was my only proof that someone shared Papa's grief with me, carried the burden of it too. It made no matter that a horse couldn't speak words of comfort. His very presence, and that turn of his ears, made it possible for me to shoulder my father's outburst. Suddenly, Papa wrenched his head away and sat back in the saddle. I swayed from the unexpected movement and the sharing of his rage as it washed off of him and through me, hot and acidic. Papa snapped the reins and shouted, "Ha!" The stallion started, then obeyed. My stomach tossed as Papa pushed the horse into a gallop. A thin branch whipped against my ear. I cried out and pressed my hand against the wound, but Papa didn't slow as the branches lashed at us. My throat went tight with fear. I wanted to hide my face against the horse's neck, but my father's arms prevented that. So I twisted my fingers around thick chunks of mane and ducked down, eyes shut tight. I prayed a litany that no one heard. And just when I thought we'd ride straight into oblivion, Caractacus swerved with an alarmed whinny. A second horse answered. Papa pulled up on the reins, bringing us up hard. In fear and confusion, I raised my head too fast, then swooned. Before I knew what had happened, my body slammed to the ground, knocking awareness into me once again. I'd fallen, and there'd been no one to catch me. That was the source of my shock. Unlike the day the rattlesnake made Caractacus rear up, my father hadn't kept me from falling. He hadn't been able. A voice sounded from above, calling my name. I rolled onto my back. Gray light filtered down through gloomy trees towering high above. Then a warm hand smoothed my ear where I had been slashed by the branch. "Patsy, are you injured?" I blinked. It wasn't my father who had dismounted to attend to me. It was William Short. "Patsy, say something. Are you hurt?" "Yes," I whispered. "I think so." The young man's green eyes stared down at me. "You're bleeding." He took a kerchief from inside his coat and pressed it into my hand. I accepted the fine linen square and sat up as Mr. Short glanced over his shoulder. "Mr. Jefferson, have you come to harm?" Papa didn't answer. Mr. Short tried again. "Mr. Jefferson, I fear your daughter is concussed." Papa's blank stare betrayed that he couldn't hear, that he wasn't even with us. Papa was still in the jaws of his grief, caught in the madness I couldn't bear for anyone else to discover. I tried to rise, to go to him, but Mr. Short stopped me with a warm hand upon my arm. "Get your head about you, Patsy. I'll fetch some water." From the saddlebag of his own mount, Mr. Short withdrew a flask and brought it to me. I wiped my mud-smeared hands on one of the few clean spots on my skirt. What a sight I made, and in front of Mr. Short. Mama would have scolded me, but then she'd never scold me again for anything. I took the water. Cool and clean, it eased the constriction of my throat. With sagging shoulders, I held the flask out to him. "I'm sorry. I've muddied the pewter." Mr. Short smiled. "Pay it no mind. It's but a little dirt. Can you stand?" I nodded, and my gaze flicked to Papa, whose eyes were still blank and distant, his hands twitching on the reins like he was restless to move on. When Mr. Short helped me up from the ground, Papa seemed to remember himself at last. "Come, Patsy," he said, his voice hoarse and strained. It always sounded that way after one of his secret outbursts. But I think, too, he was ashamed anyone else had seen him this way. Perhaps Mr. Short was right to say that I was concussed, because when I stepped toward Caractacus, I stumbled. Mr. Short steadied me with his hand at my elbow, then bade me to lean on him. "Mr. Jefferson, if you'll allow me, I'll see your daughter to Monticello." Papa stared a long minute, his dulled blue eyes moving back and forth between us like we were a puzzle to decipher. Seeing the mud on my dress, as if he'd only just realized that I'd fallen, a flush crept up Papa's neck. "Yes," he finally murmured, his hands lifting the reins. "Yes, of course." "No," I cried. The thought of Papa wandering alone filled me with icy dread. In his madness, what would he do? Mr. Short squeezed my other hand. "Come along, Patsy." "But Papa—" "Go with William," Papa said, his voice cracking. "It's for the best. He can take care of you." "But you'll be home for supper." I searched my father's eyes for a promise. Papa pressed his lips into a thin line and looked away. "I'll be home." I reached for Caractacus and stroked the stallion, as much to reassure him as myself. "Take care of him," I whispered. The horse nickered and pressed his big, regal face against mine. It was all the reassurance I had that someone or something would look after Papa in my stead. Papa tugged the reins and turned about, forcing Mr. Short to huff out a breath. "Mr. Jefferson, your daughter—" My father had already wheeled his horse around, but Mr. Short shouted after him more fiercely, "Mr. Jefferson!" The young man's tone caught Papa's attention. My father brought the stallion around almost warily. I remember now that in that moment, William's hand trembled where it rested atop mine, a small show of nerves. "Mr. Jefferson, it didn't—" Short broke off, swallowing hard on a wavering voice. "The loss didn't happen only to you, sir." I couldn't appreciate the full measure of these words. Not then. That day, I gasped so forcefully at William's impertinence that I hurt my throat. "Mr. Short!" Papa blanched but gave a single tight nod that made my heart feel heavy within my chest. I felt as if that acknowledgment cost him something I couldn't name. Then he turned Caractacus and kicked him into a trot. "Papa, I didn't think he could hear me, so I shouted, "Papa!" But he was gone. Fear drove away concern for manners, and I worried not about offending William Short. I rounded upon him. "How could you?" At my censure, he merely bowed his head. "He lost a wife, but you lost a mother, Patsy. This cannot go on." So he knew. He knew that Papa had descended into madness. And if he knew, who else did? The heat of shame flooded my face, and tears pricked at my eyes at the thought of Papa's political enemies or even our neighbors gossiping. They wouldn't understand. Papa was still the bold hero of the Revolution, still the great man he'd always been. There was only that Mama's death had laid him low. Panicked and angered, I no longer felt the cold, the sting of my ear, or the ache in my back. Papa's outbursts were to have been a secret between Caractacus and me. I was horrified that William Short had witnessed it too. "You mustn't say a word, Mr. Short. On your honor, you mustn't say anything to anyone." Mr. Short stiffened as a Virginia gentleman must when honor is mentioned. "Patsy, I admire your father more than any other man. I'd do nothing to damage his reputation. But your aunt shouldn't have left you and your sisters in his care. At the very least, Mr. Jefferson should find it in himself to be firmer in your presence. You're only a child." "I'm not," I stated. "You are a child who has lost much." I looked away, sure that if I didn't, I'd find myself sharing things better left unsaid, sharing burdens that were mine alone. I couldn't tell him that I feared Papa was more than mad, that the violence of his emotions might drag him into my mother's grave with her. I bit back these words, for my mother had asked me to be my father's solace, no one else. At my silence, Mr. Short sighed. "Come, I'll take you home." The word home rang between my ears, taunting me with how comforting the very thought of home had been not so very long ago. Even when the British came and we knew not whether Monticello might be burned to the ground, Mama maintained that feeling of home that families provide, even in the worst of situations, especially in the worst of situations. But now that role and responsibility fell to me. I followed Mr. Short to his horse, an old brown gelding with a white star on his forehead. Mr. Short offered me a hand up onto his mount. I paused before accepting it. William Short had always been kind to us, and I hated the idea that I might do something to change that. But the way he spoke to Papa— "You mustn't take such a tone with my father, Mr. Short. You must never do something like that again. We must comfort Papa in his loss." I held his gaze so he would regard me seriously. Perhaps he did. "I didn't intend to be provoking, my dear, and I'll try to hold my tongue. But answer me this." His smile was small and sad. "Who comforts you in your loss?" "Done lost his mind," one of the servants said in a harsh whisper. The words froze me outside the cellar kitchen door. "Bringing pox into this house. He's gonna kill them babies. Maybe it's what he wants, so he can follow them to the grave," another said. A chorus of agreement from the others sounded out, making my heart fly. Papa had talked about the threat of the pox for days, and argued inoculation was the only way to guard against it. But could the slave's suspicion be based in truth? Could Papa really want to— "Hush right now," Mammy Ursula said, as if she knew I was listening. Forcing my feet to move, I entered the kitchen, finding the group of women gathered in front of the hearth. In many ways, the kitchen was the domain of the slaves, and even before my mother's death, It was the cook's habit to shoo me away when she was busy so that she could gossip with the others. Now, the cook froze by the fire at the sight of me, her wooden spoon clutched in her hand mid-air. The other slaves went silent, also stilled. All of them but Mammy Ursula, the sturdy black laundress and pastry chef, whose innate sense of authority was such that the other slaves obeyed her like a queen. With her hair tied tight and regal atop her head in a red checkered handkerchief, Mammy snapped, "Why are you sneaking about, Miss Patsy?" I hadn't been sneaking about at all, so despite the nervousness that the slave's words and Mammy's tone unleashed in my belly, I simply folded my hands over my apron as I remembered my mother doing and met her stern gaze. "Dr. Gilmer is here. Papa wants your help." Inoculating us was the first decision my father made about anything since the day my mother died over 2 months before, and it was a decision that came upon him suddenly and with the utmost urgency. Of the slaves carried off by the British, almost all had perished from smallpox and other fevers. Perhaps it was the stories of how our people had suffered that put my father into a singular fervor, that his daughters must be guarded against this illness, no matter how terrifying the treatment. Mammy Ursula had been my nursemaid when I was a babe, so I wanted her to tell me this treatment was a needful thing, and not part of my papa's madness. Instead, Mammy brushed flour from her apron, wiped her dark hands on a cloth, and silently followed me to fetch Polly and the baby. We found Papa in an agitated state, pacing in front of the clean linen-covered table where Dr. Gilmer's knives gleamed silver and sharp. In an echo of my wildly beating pulse, a November rainstorm pitter-pattered against the window pane, and I stole a glance at the menacing little glass vial of noxious pus from a victim of the pox. With steady hands, Papa tugged up the white linen sleeve of my shift to bare my arm for the physician, and I asked, "Will it hurt?" Papa stilled, his bleak gaze lifting to my eyes, his lips pursed. "I wish your mother—" He shook his head and sighed. "Your mother would know better how to— what to—" I hung on the edge of his words for a long moment, then finally looked to Dr. Gilmer. "It will be little more than a scratch, my dear," Dr. Gilmer said, as he removed his black frock coat and placed it over the back of a wooden chair. "When it pains you, you must bravely set the example for your sisters so they won't be frightened when their turn comes." I glanced at Papa for reassurance, but his expression had gone distant again, his fingers cold as he held fast to my wrist so Dr. Gilmer could bring his knife down on the tender underside of my arm. I hissed as the first slash drew blood, then yelped at the throbbing pain that followed. I clenched my teeth to hold back my cries lest they frighten my little sisters, waiting on the other side of the door, an effort that left me shaking. Dr. Gilmer buried a thread soaked in the infected fluid between the folds of my rent flesh, then bandaged over it with a linen strip, tying off the ends. "There, there, Patsy. You did very well." I wiped away a mist of tears and tried to give a brave smile when Ursula came in carrying the baby in one arm and leading Polly with the other. But neither my brave smile nor Ursula's presence did any good when it was Polly's turn. My willful little sister screamed and fought and even tried to bite Dr. Gilmer before Mammy wrestled her still. Papa drifted to the window, pinching the bridge of his nose. He still had his back to Dr. Gilmer when the physician took his leave. With a worried glance at my father, Ursula hurried to see the physician out. As if Papa had commanded it, She promised to compensate Dr. Gilmer with some of her special bottled cider. I realize now that I wasn't alone in trying to maintain the illusion that Papa was still master of his plantation and himself. Because Polly was still crying, I nuzzled her close. "Hush, it's all over. Now we can go out and play." "No," Papa said without turning. "You and your sisters must be confined for the next few weeks. Then we're leaving Monticello." My gaze jerked up. "Leaving?" "I've accepted an appointment to Paris to negotiate the end of the war." Scarcely anything he could have said would have surprised me more. I remembered his promise to my mother that he'd retire from public life, that he'd retire to his farm, his books, and his family, from which nothing would ever separate him again. Just 2 months before, hours before my mother's death, he'd angrily refused his election to the Virginia legislature. But now everything had changed, and I was left to wonder if his promises had died with her. I didn't want to leave. Neither did I want Papa to go without us. "Must you serve, Papa?" My father gave a curt nod, but said no more. In the days that followed, my sisters and I suffered from nothing more than boredom, cooped up when we would rather have been romping through piles of autumn leaves. Then the illness came upon us, fast and merciless, and all Papa's cool reserve melted away. He held the pail for our vomit, wiped the fevered sweats from our brows, and offered hushed, soothing words. Often, when I surfaced from delirious dreams, the sound of his violin or his soft, rasping tenor as he sang comforted me back to sleep. Having already taken the treatment, Papa would let no one else care for us, lest we spread the contagion. And he cloistered with us together in the small makeshift infirmary, our world narrowing again to only one another, our little surviving family of 4. As we shivered in our beds and groaned with aches, we couldn't have asked for a more attentive nurse than our Papa. When any bitterness steals into my heart for the choices I've made in devotion to my father, I remember that even in the depths of his stupor and despair, he found it within himself to protect us the best way he knew how. At some point in my delirium, I awoke to the soft, mournful strains of his violin. The notes ached with a sweet sadness. Forcing my eyes open, I lifted my head from a sweat-soaked pillow. "Didn't the treatment work, Papa?" He lowered his instrument. "The science is sound. It asks us to suffer a milder form of the illness to guard against the more virulent attack." He explained more, but the words were beyond my reach, and my head ached intolerably. I must have said as much because he glanced up at the ceiling, closing his eyes. "Patsy, suffering strengthens our constitutions and builds inner fortifications so that we never fall prey to the same agony twice. We must take upon ourselves a smaller evil to defend against the greater evil. We must take upon ourselves a smaller pain in order to survive." I was too young then, and too overcome with illness to realize that the agony he spoke of was not smallpox. But his words weren't madness, and they stayed with me long after the fever had passed. Even now they help me understand why my father felt the need to rip us from our home and hasten away with such urgency. It pained him to leave Monticello, but what would have survived of him if he'd stayed? Chapter 4. Amped Hill, 26 November, 1782. From Thomas Jefferson to Chateauleau. Before the catastrophe that closed this summer, my scheme of life had been determined. I'd folded myself in the arms of retirement and rested all prospects of future happiness on domestic objects. A single event wiped away my plans and left me a blank I had not the spirits to fill. In this state of mind, an appointment from Congress required me to cross the Atlantic. My only object now is to hasten over those obstacles which retard my departure. After 3 months of searching every brine-scented port in the colonies, Papa couldn't find a ship willing to undertake the perilous winter voyage through waters filled with enemy vessels. And more than a few ship captains muttered darkly at my father's persistence, wondering if he was a man chasing after an icy death. It shames me still that I cannot say they were wrong. Indeed, I feared they had exactly the right of it. We'd left Polly and Lucy with Aunt Elizabeth at Eppington, and though I missed my sisters, I was glad they didn't have to witness this latest manifestation of Papa's grief. While my father no longer stared down his pistols in the dead of night, he braved the brigand-infested roads with a recklessness that terrified me. I'd wondered if I'd been wrong to keep Papa's secrets. I wondered if I ought to have confessed the full breadth of my fears to Mr. Short the day he came upon us in the woods. But now there was no one to whom I could turn, for Papa kept us always moving from city to city. Everywhere we found brown and red brick buildings squeezed close together, jostling carriages on snow-covered cobblestone streets, docks burdened with goods waiting to traverse safe seas, and mobs of people. The cities of the new states blurred one into another until we returned again to Philadelphia, where bells rang and celebrants gathered around great bonfires blazing orange in the streets, in celebration of the news. Peace with Great Britain had been achieved. A provisional treaty had been signed, and when I heard, I tugged on Papa's sleeve from my place beside him in the carriage. "Then the war is over?" "Nearly," was his soft reply. After so great a struggle, so many harrowing hours and devastating losses, I thought Papa would be overjoyed at our victory. But he received the news with reserve, chagrined to learn that peace was made without need of his negotiations. I've come to believe that he hoped to regain his honor by ending the revolution he'd helped start. In his guilty grief, he counted my mother as a casualty of that war, and felt robbed of his chance to ensure her loss was not in vain. But at the time, I thought the cause of Papa's melancholy was because we wouldn't be going to Paris after all, and he didn't want to go home. Indeed, he seemed to think of every possible excuse to delay, even contriving a visit with our Randolph relations at Tuckahoe. I wondered if in this there was an opportunity. The Randolphs were Papa's people through his mother, and he'd spent his childhood on Tuckahoe Plantation. Some part of me hoped the Randolphs would be able to see behind the cool blue veneer of my father's gaze to the dark abyss I still saw. No one at Monticello had the authority or audacity to question Papa, but I knew Colonel Randolph would have no such qualms. "You'll be glad to see Colonel Randolph, won't you, Papa?" I asked as the carriage jostled along on the long, narrow drive to Tuckahoe under a foreboding canopy of trees. The drive was so narrow, in fact, that if we veered even a little, our wheels would get stuck in the mud. "He's a good man," Papa said, which is what he always said about Colonel Randolph, for the two men had been raised together as boys by my grandfather when he was custodian of Tuckahoe. Yet, even now, I cannot imagine a less likely candidate for my father's friendship than his childhood companion, Colonel Randolph. Where Papa projected a calm, composed demeanor, the Colonel was a militant man, marching impatiently along the white-painted fence in front of his riverside home, barking out his welcome to Tuckahoe Plantation. Where Papa wore a gray homespun frock coat with wooden buttons, we found Colonel Randolph clad in formal dress, colorful as a Tory in a crimson coat and matching embroidered waistcoat. And whereas Papa was the author of our independence, Colonel Randolph was decidedly conflicted about the Revolution. "This damned war," he spat, when my father shared the happy news of a treaty. "The inability to ship tobacco overseas has brought my finances into a very low state. Now I'll have to pay a fortune on it in customs duties." "The price of liberty," Papa replied with a tight smile. Colonel Randolph grunted, waving us into the dark-paneled entryway of his abode. "I fear liberty has impoverished us." It was a boast cloaked in modesty, much like his wooden plantation house itself. At first glance, Tuckahoe looked to be a modest white-painted house with 2 chimneys, but circling round the drive revealed it was really 2 houses connected by a central block, like the letter H. The rear of the mansion was dedicated to entertaining guests in high style, complete with salons and a great hall, which gave the lie to the idea that the Randolphs were in any way impoverished. A veritable army of well-dressed house servants carried our luggage up the ornately carved walnut staircase, while I drifted into the parlor, entranced by mirrors and polished rosewood and mahogany, every piece so splendid I was afraid to touch. The only thing to mar its beauty was the damaged paneling over the fireplace, and as I stared at it curiously, Tom Randolph, the eldest of the Randolph children, happened upon me. "The British came searching for your father during the war. When we wouldn't give him up, Tarleton ripped our coat of arms from the wall." "Your coat of arms?" I asked. "My ancestors were great lords in England and Scotland," Tom said, showing me a leather-bound book open to a page of what looked to be heraldry. "My people were amongst the first families of Virginia. Better than yours." Tom was just an over-eager puppy then. If I forget the wolf he became, I can still smile at the memory of the 14-year-old boy, tall and lanky, with brown hair and eyes so dark they appeared almost black. Given his imperious pronouncement about his lineage, I felt as if he expected me to curtsy. Instead, I said, "We're kin, Tom. Your people are my people, too." "But I'm also part Indian," he countered, making of his face an amusingly savage scowl. "That's why I'm an excellent horseman. I'm descended of Pocahontas. Are you?" "I don't think so," I replied, for I was certain Papa would have told me if we had any direct relation to the famous native princess. "But we display buffalo robes at Monticello." A hint of genuine curiosity shone in Tom's black eyes. "I'd like to see those. Those savage items are hardly fit to display in a home where girls and women are about." I bristled with indignation, but this was more attention than a boy of Tom's age had ever paid me, and though I had weightier worries, I didn't want it to go badly. "Papa doesn't agree." "I'm sure he doesn't. After all, your father thinks nothing of carrying you to Boston and back again, when you should be in the care of a woman to teach you domestic arts." Red-hot anger straightened my spine at these words he must have heard spoken by his parents. Though my journey with Papa had been a terrifying blur of grief and long carriage rides and cobblestone streets, I met his smug gaze and boasted, "Not only Boston. We went to Philadelphia and Baltimore, too. And now I've seen all the states. Have you?" This proved to be an embarrassing mistake, for Tom quizzed me on all 13 newly independent states until it became apparent that I was woefully short of the full set. Moreover, my ignorant boast caused Tom to puff up and announce, "Anyway, I've come to tell you that you'll take your supper with the children. I'll be dressing for dinner and sitting at the table with the other men, of course." He wanted me to feel young and foolish, and I did. But more than that, he made me anxious that Papa and I should be apart even for the length of a supper. Leaving Tom, I found my father dressing for dinner, his manservant adjusting his cravat. When I told Papa what Tom said, he stared into the mirror, muttering, "Patsy, try to get along with Tom. It isn't easy for him as the Colonel's heir apparent." He said the last words with a hint of contempt, then added, "The Randolphs like to make much of their pedigree, to which I suppose everyone else must ascribe whatever merit they choose." Thus, banished to the lower-level kitchen where the children ate, I intended to sulk. It didn't quite work out that way when I fell into the company of the Randolph sisters. Judith was my age, and Nancy only a little younger, and by the time we'd taken our fill of egg custards and apple tarts and candied cherries, we were fast friends. Their companionship both eased the ache I felt for missing my sisters, and worsened it. Before bed, Mrs. Randolph gathered us round her harpsichord in the richly appointed great hall, and the men drifted in with their brandy. Puffing on a pipe, Colonel Randolph said to Papa, "It's fortunate your appointment to France came to nothing. You're better off in retirement. No good comes of public service anymore." Ignoring the strained smile of his wife, whose expression seemed to warn him away from such talk, Colonel Randolph continued, "I practically funded Washington's army myself, but I've been criticized by so-called patriots for the liberality with which I treated British soldiers." Settling into one of the tasseled armchairs, Papa crossed one leg at the knee. "We must endure criticism if we're to honor the spirit of independence." Colonel Randolph's jowls reddened. "The spirit of independence. Every man who bore arms in this revolution now considers himself on the same footing as his neighbor. I tell you, Jefferson, the spirit of independence has been converted to the abominable idea of equality." Papa, who had declared to the world that all men are created equal, was long acquainted with Colonel Randolph's bluster, and merely drank in silence. And in irritation, Mrs. Randolph chirped, "Shall we have Judith play another song?" Alas, Colonel Randolph wouldn't be silenced. "I won't serve again in the legislature, and you should follow my example, Jefferson." Papa grimaced, contemplating the crystal goblet in his hand. "What else is left for me but public service when all my private happiness has been so utterly destroyed?" Colonel Randolph swallowed, and Mrs. Randolph fluttered her fan. In the astonished silence, Papa's cheeks reddened. He'd been goaded into expressing his darkest thoughts, and his embarrassment pained me like a hot stone in my belly. Some part of me had hoped the Randolphs would see my papa's devastation, that they'd realize he was a man on the edge of something terrible. But their silence was excruciating. Young Tom had been slumped in his chair, trying to effect an air of manly indifference, but now he perked up, sitting straighter. I'd like to serve in public office one day, Mr. Jefferson." I didn't know if Tom blundered forth in self-interest or to ease the tension, but his question gave my father a moment to recover. His mother flashed him an adoring smile of appreciation, and the gratitude I felt toward Tom made me forget I'd ever disliked him. "You'll need an education," Papa suggested. "You'll want to study law." "He'll study how to plant tobacco," Colonel Randolph barked. "There's good reason gentlemen are withdrawing from public life, my friend. Retire to Monticello, plant your crops, and enjoy the fruits of your labor. That's my advice to you." Despite the Colonel's provocation, it seemed good advice to me. Certainly it was what Mama had wanted, and in the days that followed, I hoped Papa would be persuaded by it. But on the day the Randolph sisters coaxed me to play with them and their dollies in the springtime sunshine, Papa saw me laughing, and his gaze filled with an even deeper melancholy. That night, he didn't sleep. He paced the floors of his room, then came into mine. I think he knew I'd be awake. Gently brushing my hair from my face beneath my sleeping cap, he asked, "Could you be happy here, Patsy, with the Randolphs?" The question was mildly spoken, but his eyes had a mad intensity to them. Both sent my heart into a breath-stealing sprint. Was it a rebuke? Did he think I'd forgotten my mother? Did he consider my laughter a dishonor to her memory? My stomach knotted in guilt, and I bunched the quilt in my fists. No. "The schoolhouse here," he said softly. "Your grandfather built it. Judith and Nancy are suitable playmates, and Tom might even make a good husband for you one day." "No, Papa," I insisted, my fears rising. "I couldn't be happy here, not without you." "You might be." "It's not true, Papa." Now anger swirled with fear inside me, forcing me to cry. "I can only be happy with you." "It's only that circumstances might take me elsewhere for a time." He sighed with a gravity that made me recognize it as a plea. Even if he could hide it from the rest of the world, he couldn't hide from me his longing for death. It was in the spaces and silences between his words that the truth could be found. I heard it in what he didn't say, and I determined never to give him an excuse to take his leave of this world. "I'd be miserable here, Papa. I find the Randolphs entirely disagreeable. Wherever your duty takes you, it must take me too." For the memory of my mother could not be honored, my promises could not be kept, and my own duty could not be met anywhere else. Only when his shoulders sagged in resignation and he pressed a tender kiss to my brow did my heart finally calm within my chest. The next morning, I shied away from Judith and Nancy, instead following Mrs. Randolph past the schoolhouse into her orderly herb garden. There, in the striped linen short gown and straw hat she wore for gardening, she let me help her tend the raspberry and sweet goldenrod she used to brew her Liberty tea. "I suppose now that the war is over, we'll drink the real stuff again, but my boy Tom has been kind enough to pretend he's fond of my concoction, and I dare say your father likes it too." The warm affection in her voice for her son and my father beckoned my trust. Should I tell her that Papa was unwell? Did I dare even hint at what he'd said the night before? Biting my lip, I debated what path was most right in a situation that was so very wrong. Finally, I stayed silent, knowing she wasn't the sort to involve herself in the business of men. Only someone like Colonel Randolph could make things right. and perhaps he tried in his own way. When the gentlemen took their ease under an awning on the back lawn overlooking the James River, Papa sketched the gardens into a little leather book, and I climbed into his lap, where he encouraged me to nibble at the untouched biscuits on his plate. That's when Colonel Randolph said, "Jefferson, if you stay longer, we'll organize a horse race to be followed by an evening of dancing. No doubt every pretty widow and unmarried girl in Virginia will want an invitation." Papa's pencil stopped mid-stroke. No doubt. Scowling after a gulp of his wife's Liberty tea, Colonel Randolph added, "Men like us weren't meant to live alone." My father stiffened against my back, his whole body rigid and brittle. With awful clarity, I understood that Colonel Randolph was encouraging Papa to take a new wife. That was how he thought to help matters. He thought a new wife would keep Papa away from his pistols in the night, which meant that he didn't understand my father's grief at all, nor the promise that Papa had made at my mother's deathbed. My father quietly closed his sketchbook and excused himself with a litany of bland niceties. The next day, Papa announced our departure. I believe he'd finally realized there was nowhere else for us to go but home. But I was wrong. Annapolis, 28 November, 1783. From Thomas Jefferson to his dearest Patsy. The conviction that you'd be improved in the situation I've placed you solaces me in parting with you, which my love for you has rendered a difficult thing. Consider the good lady who has taken you under her roof as your mother, as the only person to whom, since the loss with which heaven has been pleased to afflict you, you can now look up. The acquirements I hope you'll make under the tutors I've provided will render you more worthy of my love, and if they cannot increase it, they'll prevent its diminution. I've placed my happiness on seeing you good and accomplished, and no distress this world can now bring on me could equal that of your disappointing my hopes. On a cobblestone street of Philadelphia, sniffling into my sleeve like a little child, I pleaded, "But, Papa, why can't I stay with you?" I couldn't believe what was happening. We'd only been home long enough to pay a visit to my sisters at Eppington before Papa informed all of us that he'd been elected to Congress, and this time he meant to serve. Now he meant to leave me in Philadelphia with a Mrs. Hopkinson, a patriotic goodwife supposedly well known for her pious virtues. Had I convinced Papa not to leave me with family and friends, only to have him abandon me with strangers? I couldn't fathom why Papa would take me by horse and carriage, up bumpy roads and by ferry across treacherous rivers, only to part with me here. In truth, I cannot fathom his reasoning even now. A wind blew down the alley, howling between the narrow spaces that separated Mrs. Hopkinson's tall brick home from its neighbors, rattling the shutters. But my father didn't take it as a sign of foreboding. Instead, he explained, "Congress is sure to convene in Philadelphia or nearby, and we need to attend to your education. I won't be far from you day or night." In this, he turned out to be wrong. Congress wasn't called to Philadelphia, where, in the Independence Hall, Papa's declaration had been signed 8 Julys before. Instead, because of a mutiny of Pennsylvania soldiers who hadn't been paid their wages from the war, Philadelphia was deemed unsafe for the legislators. So Congress was called to Annapolis, and 3 days later, Papa left for Maryland without me. All I knew, all I could see, was that I'd been abandoned in a huge, bustling city amongst strangers. At first, panic left me inconsolable upon my borrowed bed. Despair rushed in close behind, making me listless and sullen. I was sure that I'd never see my beloved papa again. At least I'd said my goodbyes to Mama before she was taken from us. And she was taken. She hadn't left of her own accord. Not like Papa, who wanted to join her. My distress was such that I struggled to keep down the victuals Mrs. Hopkinson served at her table. She wasn't an unkind woman, but she urged me to pray for God's solace, and she prayed often, loudly. I had a bevy of exotic tutors. The French Mr. Senat, who taught dancing, the English Mr. Bentley, who taught music, the Swiss Mr. Cimetière, who taught art, and a special tutor for the French language, too. But I didn't wish to learn anything. Without my sisters or my papa, I didn't even wish to rise from bed. My stomach pains worsened, but I feared Mrs. Hopkinson didn't believe me, for the only tonic she offered was a morning prayer. Prayers were not, however, on the schedule Papa wrote out for me, so I tried to devote myself to my studies, save for drawing, for which I had no capacity. Even Mr. Cimetière said so, fervently and repeatedly. All my efforts ended in my nervous stomach emptying its contents into a bowl I held in filthy hands, smudges of graphite on my fingers and clothes. Someone must have reported this to Papa, for his next letter from Annapolis upbraided me for slovenliness. "Let your clothes be clean, whole, and properly put on," he wrote, "for nothing is so disgusting to our sex as the want of cleanliness and delicacy in yours." These were the harshest words Papa had ever put to me, and to see the reprimand written so starkly on paper, I gasped and clutched at my stomach, which again tossed with humiliation and upset. Mrs. Hopkinson pulled my trembling body against her sweaty bosom, trying to hush me. "Poor child, pray for an acquiescent spirit so that you obey your father's commands. Surely you know your papa does God's work, so we must relieve him of temporal worries." Her words echoed Mama's, and everyone in Philadelphia said that my papa was a great man, and that we must put before our own desires a worry for our new country. But wickedly, like Colonel Randolph, I no longer cared a fig for it. Instead, I burned with resentment, angrier with my father than I'd ever been. Papa wanted me to send him my drawings, but he didn't reply when I did. Indeed, it seemed there were a great many things that Papa wished from me, while none of my wishes mattered at all. So I wrote Papa only when he wrote to me, and when my drawing teacher couldn't recognize my sketch of Monticello as having any merit, I tore it to bits, prompting Mr. Cimetière to quit his post. 6 months passed in Philadelphia. Christmas, the New Year, winter, spring. It wasn't until May that Papa finally came to fetch me. I spied through the window the back of a tall man wearing an embroidered blue coat, and as he made his way to the door, I caught a glimpse of ginger hair beneath his black tricorn hat. I wanted to leap up from my chair and cry, "Papa!" But instead, I waited sullenly while the white-aproned matriarch of the household ushered my father inside. Though I was angry with him for having abandoned me, words could not express my relief at seeing my father again. While he thanked Mrs. Hopkinson for looking after me, my eyes hung on every detail of his features, looking for any evidence that time had wrought changes. The straight set of his spine and the animation of his blue eyes revealed that he was glad to see me, and it softened the hardest edges of my anger. "How is my girl?" Papa asked, opening his arms to me. I wanted to run to him. But it had been so long and I had been so scared that I held firm in my seat. When he saw that I would not be so easily wooed, he wryly took from his pocket 2 tickets to an exhibition of hot-air balloons. "I see an inducement is required. Come now, Patsy, let me show you a glorious thing." Try as I might, I couldn't resist my papa. In truth, when he put his mind to charm someone, no one could. I rose slowly, but then I flew into his arms and buried my face against his coat. And that very hour, he took me to see the marvelous contraptions that harnessed heat and rendered the balloon lighter than air. That was how I felt, holding my papa's hand again. Watching the colorful balloons rise up, I thought I might float into the heavens. "Tell me we're going home again, Papa. Tell me we won't be apart any more." His clear eyes followed the balloons into the sky. "I'm to be an envoy to Paris." I crashed back down to earth, afraid I'd cry, right there in front of the crowd, shaming myself and Papa besides. "No, Papa, please." He gave my hand a small squeeze. "I'm taking you with me. I've learned in these past months that I cannot do without your company. In truth, I am quite lost without it." Gulping in breaths of relief, I hugged his arm tight. I never wanted to set foot in Mrs. Hopkinson's brick house again. I didn't even want to say goodbye. Thankfully, Papa sent Jimmy Hemmings to fetch my things from the boarding house. My father explained that Jimmy was coming with us to Paris to be trained in the art of French cookery so that when we returned to Monticello, we might entertain with the same grace we'd found at Tuckahoe. Those words were a balm to my soul, for they meant that Papa was thinking of a time when we would all live together at Monticello again, some day, even if he couldn't bear it now. The thought made me so glad that not even the jostling 3-week trip to Boston, where we traveled to catch our ship, dampened my excitement for this new shared adventure. And in the dawning hours of our nation's 8th birthday, we boarded the Ceres and set sail. Chapter 5. Hartford, 11 October, 1784. To Thomas Jefferson from Lafayette. When I heard of your going to France, I lamented I couldn't have the honor to receive you there. My house, my family, and anything that is mine are entirely at your disposal, and I beg you will see Madame de Lafayette as you would your brother's wife. Indeed, I'd be very angry with you if you didn't consider my house as a second home, and Madame de Lafayette is very happy to wait upon Miss Jefferson. Has there ever been such a labyrinthine city as Paris? Upon our arrival, we found sooty walls within muddy walls around the city proper, and beggars round every corner. But all the soot and mud gave way to beauty when, borne in a fine coach by 7 horses, we passed under a bright blue sky onto the wide avenue of the Champs-Élysées. From there, the whole city fanned out before us in splendor. Stone archways, domes, and pillars all reached for the sun. In truth, the bustling seaports of Philadelphia, Boston, and Baltimore were mere infants in comparison to the ancient majesty of this grand city. I was giddy at the sight, and I wasn't the only one. Jimmy Hemmings removed his cap, thunderstruck, and Papa gasped when the proud Palais Royal came into view. The palace's expanse of creamy white bricks beyond ironwork gates was nearly too much to take in. I could never have imagined such a place. Overcome, I asked, "This palace belongs to the king." The word king elicited a frown from my father. But our coachman explained that the gardens were now open to the public, a thing we could plainly see as we turned a corner into the teeming crowds. Every man was ornamented in waistcoat and powdered wig, and the ladies wore their hair as tall as you pleased, strutting about like well-plumed songbirds. Every breeze carried 1,000 voices in the melody of the French language. The breeze also carried the disagreeable smell of so many people crowded close together, but the sweet perfume of the gardens and the ribbons of bright green shrubbery winding in every direction made me forget all else. "Oh, Papa, is this what heaven looks like?" "If there be such a place, perhaps it is just so." There was a new light in his eyes. As his gaze slipped over the carved marble facades of the palace and its surrounding structures, the hard lines of his expression melted away into fascination. I hadn't seen him this engaged with the world since my mother died. And Paris was very much alive. Taking it in, Papa sat with his mouth set in an odd half-smile. I realized with a jolt that the shadow of grief seemed to have lifted from him. Could I dare to hope this momentous change I sensed was real? Unable to resist, I threaded my fingers through his. His hand, so often stiff and cold since my mother's death, closed warmly over mine. We stayed that night at a cheerful little inn. The next morning, Papa was up early to shop for wine and a map of the city, and to look for servants. He hired 2 men straight away. That afternoon, we were paid a visit by one Mr. Adams, a member of our delegation in Paris, and his wife, Abigail. What a relief it was to be in the company of Americans after even a few days of being surrounded by people who spoke only French. The stout Mr. Adams greeted my father with the warmest friendship. It was Mrs. Adams, however, who commanded our attention. In a gray gown with few ruffles at the sleeves, she rolled into the room like a summer storm. "Oh, poor Mr. Jefferson! I've seen the new house you intend to lease, and it's even emptier of furnishings than ours. There is no table better than an oak board, nor even a carpet." "We'll have to shop for furnishings," Papa allowed. Mrs. Adams beat back the hotel draperies for dust. "You'll also need table linen, bed linen, china, glass, and plate. Our own house is much larger than we need. 40 beds may be made in it. It must be very cold in winter. With a smaller abode, you'll have the advantage." She wasn't an elegant woman, Mrs. Adams, nor was she deferential in the way Papa taught me good women must be. I looked to him for signs of disapproval, but when it came to Abigail Adams, he wasn't able to muster it. "I won't need many beds," he said. "There will only be me and my daughter and a few servants, and, of course, my secretary, Mr. Short, when he arrives." I hadn't heard Mr. Short's name in quite some time, not since my fall from the horse when he chastised Papa. The mention now was a pleasant surprise, almost as pleasant as learning that Mr. Short would be joining us here in Paris. As I absorbed the happy news, Mrs. Adams turned her gaze to me. "You must be your father's dear Patsy." Then her dark eyes narrowed over a beak of a nose when she saw the stain upon my calico dress. She looked me up and down, and when she reached my feet, I wiggled my toes nervously in worn shoes. Mrs. Adams spun to face my father. "Oh, dear. Oh, no. This will never do. Your daughter can't set foot in Paris looking like this." How provoking! She made me sound like an urchin. My father looked positively mortified, and Mr. Adams grumbled. Immune to our general discomfort, his wife continued. "For that matter, Mr. Jefferson, it might be well for you to have some new clothes made, too. We Americans must represent ourselves well, and you've no idea how these Parisians worship fashion. Why, to be out of fashion is more criminal than to be seen in a state of nature, to which the Parisians are not averse." I blushed, and so did my papa, but I didn't think it was the mention of Parisians in the state of nature that embarrassed him most. He looked down at his own waistcoat, self-consciously fingering one of the loose fastenings. "Is that no advantage to remaining uncorrupted by sophistication?" Mrs. Adams smirked, but insisted with an innate sense of authority. "You must send immediately for the stay-maker, the mantua-maker, the milliner, and even a shoemaker." In a few hours, merchants of every variety overran our quarters, and Mrs. Adams marshaled them this way and that, lecturing my father on the cost. I could have furnished myself in Boston 20 or 30% cheaper than I've been able to do here. I cannot get a dozen handsome wine glasses under 3 guineas, nor a pair of small decanters for less than 1.5 guineas. When the dressmaker arrived, Papa allowed the garrulous Mrs. Adams to herd me upstairs. "Poor motherless girl, we'll get you in proper order straight away." It was a comedy after that, for the dressmaker knew only a little English, and neither Mrs. Adams nor I spoke French very well. My apprehension grew when the dressmaker's assistant displayed bolts of cloth for our perusal. Mrs. Adams asked my favorite color, and looking at the samples before me, I hesitated, afraid to give the wrong answer. I'd never been good at keeping my clothes tidy, so I hoped to choose something that might hide the stains. "The blue silk would suit you," Mrs. Adams said, then seemed to reach into my thoughts and snatch them from the air. "Girls keep their clothes tidier if you let them choose the colors and fabrics they like." Under her expectant gaze, I tentatively asserted myself. "I am fond of the blue, but yellow, too." Mrs. Adams nodded. "A lovely combination, perhaps a pale yellow petticoat beneath the blue silk and some yellow bows on the sleeves." With hand motions, Mrs. Adams made the dressmaker understand. Assistants rushed in with a dizzying array of shiny ribbons and frothy lace. Meanwhile, Mrs. Adams looked through my trunks, quite uninvited. "You're nearly 12?" I nodded. "Then you'll need a new wardrobe entirely. We can't get it all done today, but I'll draw up a list." She said I was to have shoes with decorative buckles and bonnets with flowers. I was to have new undergarments and a side-hooped petticoat to give me the illusion of hips in the case of a very formal occasion. I was to have a cape and handkerchiefs, and maybe even a chemise gown of pure white muslin, like the kind made popular by the French Queen. I was to have at least one gown immediately, made of the scraps and bits that the dressmaker sent her assistant to fetch, so that I could go out into proper company while the other dresses were being made. Standing in the middle of the whirlwind as the seamstress took measurements, I was shy of the attention, but Mrs. Adams encouraged me to stand up straight. "You're going to be tall like your father, there's no help for it. Still, your red hair is lovely, and your soulful eyes are sure to be some man's undoing, so never shrink down into yourself." Her direct manner might have been off-putting, but I perceived a compliment. Maybe 2. "My thanks, Mrs. Adams, but you're sure Papa will consent to the expense for my clothes?" At this, Mrs. Adams softened. "What a sweet girl you are to worry. The truth is, you'll have to help your father make do. The policy of our country has been and still is to be penny-wise and pound-foolish. The nation which degrades their own foreign ministers by obliging them to live in narrow circumstances cannot expect to be held in high esteem. Here in Paris, my dear, appearances are indispensable." I liked that she didn't speak in the falsetto voice some adults do with children. She talked of grown-up concerns as if I was old enough to understand. She was too loquacious to remind me of my own mother, but I felt mothered as I hadn't been in years. Though Mrs. Adams offered very firm guidance, she didn't bully me. When the friseur came, and I declined to have my hair styled in the high plume of fashionable Parisian women, Mrs. Adams said that I should have my own way, and I left my copper ringlets down, tied in a simple ribbon. Eventually, the dressmaker's assistant returned with a gown of lilac satin that had been discarded by some other girl. I was virtually sewn into the dress on the spot. When the seamstress was finished, I stroked the fabric, which was soft as peach skin. I'd never owned anything so lovely. Excitement fluttered in my belly that the dresses made for me would be even prettier. In my new gown of draped sleeves, I scarcely recognized myself in the mirror. Indeed, I preened so long that I feared Mrs. Adams would think me vain. But I no longer appeared to be the rustic girl I knew. Abigail ushered me into the parlor, where we found Papa with a book in his hands, pointing something out to Mr. Adams. "May I present Miss Martha Jefferson?" Abigail said, clearly pleased. Papa glanced up, his eyes widening. "Why, Miss Jefferson, you have become a miniature lady." He looked to Abigail. "I thank and congratulate you, madam." He pressed his hand to his mouth and shook his head. Plainly, a woman's touch was just what was needed. Perhaps not sensing the sadness I heard in his voice, Mrs. Adams clasped her hands and gave a self-satisfied smile. "Indeed." Their praise made my cheeks heat. But I enjoyed Papa's astonishment so much that I didn't mind the attention, especially when, after Mrs. Adams left, Papa turned to me once more. "Let me see you," he said. "Spin round." Like a dancer, I held out my arms and twirled, the long skirts swishing around me, and Papa smiled. The first open smile I'd seen in so very long. I was afraid to pinch myself for fear that I'd wake up in Philadelphia alone and afraid. But no, I was awake, and I dared to hope that the charms of the old world had awakened us both from our nightmare of grief and madness at last. Papa's French friends who had helped us during the Revolution were also eager to get us settled. In fact, it was the Marquis de Chastellux who arranged for my enrollment at the Abbaye Royale de Pentémont, a convent school where 2 of the French princesses took their education. Fearful of being boarded with strangers yet again, I pleaded, "Can't I have tutors? I promise to attend my studies. I want to stay with you, Papa." I was grown now, old enough to help set up his household. If Papa believed, as he said he did, that young girls ought to primarily be trained for domestic tasks, to prepare for a life as wives and mothers, then why did he insist on my learning music, drawing, arithmetic, geography, and Latin? But Papa would not be dissuaded in his plans for my education. Even when my enrollment in the convent was universally criticized by our American friends, who feared royal and papist influences. The abbess swore, however, that though I would be cloistered behind convent walls during the week, I'd be exempt from catechism and the sacraments. As the day I was to attend the new school dawned, I could scarcely force myself from bed, despite the fact that I'd hardly slept all the night before. Papa had to call for me twice, and I was so distraught at our inevitable separation that I didn't even care that my delays earned his ire. When we finally passed through the gates of the Pentémont, underneath a magnificent clock that faced the street, I clung to my father's arm. In habits, the nuns all looked much the same, rushing about with their charges, girls wearing uniforms of crimson. We were led into a large room filled with beds and writing tables where I was to board with other girls. And though some of the girls were introduced to me as the daughters of English nobility, none would speak anything but French. I thought I was the only American, and when Papa left me for the night, I cried into my pillow, hoping no one could hear. Today, if someone were to ask where I have been happiest in my life, where I found the most companionship and joy and discovered the best in myself, I would name the convent without hesitation. But my first days at the Penthémon were a misery. I lived for the evenings when Papa came to share supper with me. Every night I thought he'd change his mind and take me home, but he didn't. I kept quietly to the corners, ignoring the taunts of the older girls. They pointed and laughed at my freckles and my big bony elbows. They mocked my faltering attempts to speak French. And I learned that I wasn't the only American girl after all. There was also Kitty Church, whose mother was from New York, but she seemed to despise me most of all. A kindly abbot encouraged me to play with the other girls in the courtyard during the afternoon, but when I cleaved to him, Kitty teased me that Catholic priests couldn't marry, which made me blush so hotly I could scarcely bear it. Learning embroidery one day, I was asked by one of the girls, "Is it true that your father owns African slaves?" The question was softly put, with no hint of malice. But before I could answer, Kitty Church laughed. "Yes, of course it's true. Don't you know that Mr. Jefferson is our slave-holding spokesman for freedom?" The way Kitty spoke of my father, with such mockery, stung my cheeks with shame. It was a shame deepened by the fact that Kitty's father, like mine, was an American envoy to France. Her family hailed from the North, where slaves were fewer and the abolitionists held much sway. I couldn't help but wonder if she'd learned this scorn for my father from hers, and if her father was a rival to mine. "Do you own a slave, Patsy?" Kitty sing-songed the question. "Do you whip her when she misbehaves?" This boldness encouraged our classmates, many of whom expressed dismay and made a point to tell me French law freed any slave who set foot in the country. I wondered if my father or Jimmy Hemmings knew this. And while I fumbled for a reply, mortified and defensive, one of the girls stabbed a needle into her embroidery before berating Kitty Church on my behalf, hurling curses in French. The savage-tempered girl was raven-haired and tiny, and I wondered why she took up for me. "It isn't how you say it is," I finally argued as the girls outdid one another in imagining horrid abuses. I remembered the day Papa commanded our overseer to stay his hand with the lash. I'd never witnessed slaves being whipped bloody or flayed open and left to wild animals if they disobeyed. Never had such a thing happened at Monticello. But the more I tried to defend our plantation, our home, our way of life, the more strident the criticisms became, and the nuns said nothing, for this was a house of pity, and they must have thought my papa a wretched sinner. I stared down at my crude embroidery, remembering my mother's sewing, her neat stitches to repair a dress in need of mending, a small embroidered flourish to ornament a bonnet or a tablecloth. In a dark mood, I was lost in that memory, until I looked down to see that I'd stabbed my finger with the needle, and my blood had seeped into the delicate cloth. "Come," said the raven-haired French girl. "We'll bandage that." Before I could protest, she shook her head and pressed her fingers to her lips to hush me. She was delicate and beautiful like my little sister Polly. That's what made me follow her back to the bedroom, where she sat beside me until I could face the world again. Her name was Marie de Beautideux, but she couldn't say my name. The closest she came was Jiffy. I liked the way it sounded on her tongue, and I was so desperate for a friend, I would have let her call me anything at all. The next afternoon, the nuns made me draw in the parlor, imagining it to be some comfort to me. But I struggled with drawing as I always had, my lines curving sadly down at each end, my strokes too bold on the paper, smudges on my fingers and clothes. It was in this state that my visitor found me. Deep in melancholy, I looked up slowly, believing that my eyes deceived me. Could it be William Short, clutching at his hat? I was so glad to see him that I rushed to embrace him with the exuberance of a Frenchwoman. "Mr. Short, have you seen my papa?" He gave a quick bow of his head. "The very reason for my visit, Patsy. Your father suffers of fever. He'll be confined to his house for some days. I know you are apt to worry, so I thought to convey his warmest regards myself." I was unbearably grateful. He had seen us the day I was thrown from Caractacus. He understood as no one else did. He knew why I worried for Papa. But these were things that couldn't be spoken aloud. My lower lip trembled, and he must have seen it, for his eyes softened and he reached for my hand. "Poor child. If it will comfort you, I'll report to you on your father's health every few days." The warmth and strength of his hand surprised me as much as steadied me. As his thumb slipped over my knuckle, I blinked up at him, reassured by the amiable smile on his well-bred, handsome face. For a moment, I couldn't help but study him, the only person who even knew a hint of my struggle with Papa. William Short's countenance appeared more angular, more masculine, less boyish than it had been years before. He carried himself with a new confidence, too, one that made me glad he'd be serving at Papa's side. "Thank you, of course, but can't I go to him, Mr. Short?" "Don't fret, Patsy. The thing that will best ensure his comfort and well-being is to know that you're well cared for and thriving at your studies. If I can reassure him of this, he'll rest easier." Alas, I'd presented myself in precisely the way that most vexed Papa. I'd received his new secretary in a slovenly state, smudging his hand with pencil dust. "I'm sorry, Mr. Short. I've dirtied your hand." He looked down and chuckled at the sight of my blackened fingers, the graphite smearing into the lines of his palm. "So you have." Then mischief lit in his eyes as he reached to playfully smudge my nose with his thumb. I giggled, which attracted the attention of sour-faced nuns. They scolded me, eyeing my green-eyed, sandy-haired visitor with a mixture of enchantment and disapproval. In French, I told them Mr. Short was a kinsman of my mother and as close to a son as my father had. One hand pressing to his chest, Mr. Short startled at my diction. "I envy you, Patsy, for your French is so improved. I've been struggling to learn it. But now I have the solution. I'll join the convent and live with you and all these pretty girls so that I may learn it quicker." His jest scandalized the nuns, who blushed and tittered and scowled at him in turn before showing him out. But then many women and girls blushed for the handsome Mr. Short, even Marie, who blushed at nothing. Indeed, I suspected his visit accounted for my sudden change in social fortune, for the girls made an effort to befriend me after that day, and each time one of them asked an innocent-sounding question about Mr. Short, it forced me to see him not as my family's protector during our flight from the British, and not as my confidant, and not as Papa's secretary, but as a bachelor in a city full of beautiful, forward women. The thought disconcerted me for reasons I didn't want to understand. At least Mr. Short remained true to his word, delivering regular updates about my father's welfare and providing reassurance that I could devote myself to my studies and my life at the convent. In that, Marie became my first true friend. We made an odd pair, Marie, who loved all the fine things a lady should love, and me, who longed to run outdoors. I'd been taught never to raise my voice in anger, but she was fierce-tempered. Other girls were afraid to provoke her because she repaid them with such abuse as to make their ears bleed. And they were afraid to taunt me, too, because the moment she caught someone mocking my French or the unsophisticated style of my hair, Marie would launch into a tirade so fast and biting I could scarcely follow it. When Elizabeth and Caroline Tufton, the daughters of an English earl, once dared suggest the American experiment would fail, the tongue-lashing Marie gave them for disrespecting me, my father, and the French assistants to the American cause was littered with forbidden insults. Curses like casse-toi and je te merde and meurs, pute, exploded from her lips like bullets from a musket until both girls cowered, pleading they'd meant nothing by it. I was so unused to someone rising to my defense that all I could do was gape. But Marie's actions warmed my heart, too, because her friendship was the first thing I'd ever had that was mine alone, untouched by the grief and travails of the past few years. A few days later, the older Tufton sister presented me with a pretty crimson ribbon. I viewed it as a peace offering, and my acceptance earned me 2 more steady friends. But that night, I had only Marie. She slid into bed beside me, her gaze daring anyone else to say a word. No one did. When everyone finally settled for sleep, Marie turned and stroked a curl from my cheek. "Cher Jeffy, you'll be happy in Paris, you'll see. And if not, I'll teach you to pretend." "I should stay with you and help Jimmy prepare our Christmas feast," I said to Papa, who'd finally recovered from his illness but was still regaining his strength. "After all, one day I'll have to play hostess for a husband." "Not for quite some time," Papa said from his armchair, a woolen blanket over his legs. Then he gave a rueful smile. "And let's hope when it comes to marriage, you don't draw a blockhead. In this, I put your odds at 14-1. Bad odds, I thought. Could it really be so hard to find a good husband, or was my father's long-absent sense of humor returning to him? Once he felt healthy again, Papa took me to see marionettes and gardens and Yuletide decorations. We visited cafes, billiard halls, shopping complexes, and bookstalls. Once, when we strolled the snowy streets, we were treated to a song by a defrocked abbé with a guitar. With each new outing, Paris enchanted us more and more. Papa declared himself violently smitten by the classical architecture of the Hôtel de Salm, and we spent many days watching its construction from a garden terrace across the river. Nearly every American in Paris gathered at our home for a holiday celebration. Another night, we went to visit the Addams family and shared a feast of roast goose, and afterward, Nabby Addams taught me to slide on the ice. Papa came out into the night air to watch us, and it was a merry Christmastide. If only the new year had been as kind. For at the end of January, the Marquis de Lafayette returned from his journey to America, came to call. Lafayette was the French general who had saved us from the British, and we hailed him as a military commander second only to General Washington. But on the evening the Marquis came to call upon us, he was a humble gentleman in our doorway, unattended by his aides. In truth, the nobleman cut an impressive figure in white breeches, calfskin gloves, and a martial coat of blue adorned with 2 rows of gilded buttons. But beneath his powdered wig, he wore the saddest expression I'd ever seen. What could this man say that occasioned such gravity? When Lafayette finally began to speak, emotion caught in his throat, and he nearly wept, begging my father's pardon. He carried a letter to us from the doctor at Eppington, a letter of the most dreadful tidings. My father went to stone as Lafayette babbled heartfelt condolences, half in French, half in English. The Marquis was shockingly sentimental even for a Frenchman, and it took me several moments to sift through his emotional speech. I heard the names of my sisters. An illness, born of teething, worms, and whooping cough, had swept through my aunt and uncle's household, striking all the children. "Your little Polly survived," said Lafayette, "but baby Lucy is gone." Gone? I pressed a hand to my shuddering chest and struggled to draw in a breath. The pain started as a sting in my heart and burned its way out until I had to choke back a sob. Never once had I imagined my separation from my sisters to be final. Never had I thought our hasty farewell to baby Lucy at Eppington would be the last. I'd written a letter to Aunt Elizabeth just weeks ago with wishes for Lucy she did not live long enough to hear. To learn the sweet girl had been gone for over 3 months, and I hadn't known it, I hadn't felt it, I hadn't sensed the loss. What a wretched sister I was. And poor Polly, just 6 years old, and she'd already lost her mother and sister to death's grip. And here we were, so far away. The sob finally broke free. My mother bade me to watch over my father, but what of my sisters? I was to watch after them, too, to protect the little family that Mama so loved, and I was stunned by my failure. Papa made a quick farewell to Lafayette, all but shutting the door in his face. Then he leaned against the wall, shuddering with grief. He thumped his fist on the wood to punctuate each moan and sob. I fell against him, hugging his waist, pressing my face against his rib cage where his heart thudded. His body muffled my wails, and his shirt absorbed my tears. He clutched at me, and I clutched at him as if we were wrestling. Perhaps we were. We were wrestling the pain, thrashing against it, drowning in it, until we were insensible to all else. And I knew that no one could ever see us like this. We must have Polly, I decided. We must have my remaining sister here in France, where we could care for her and hold her close. For months, Papa resisted the idea, worrying that the seas were too unsafe for one so young to travel alone. For pirates, privateers, and warships abounded across the Atlantic. But I couldn't be content without her. There was only one way to honor the losses of my mother and baby sister, and that was to bring our family together again. Our conversations on the matter were often frustratingly disagreeable, even when I pressed Papa calmly, if also frequently, to reunite our family once and for all. Meanwhile, I dared not trouble Papa in any other way for even the smallest thing. I even drew my allowance from the maître d'hôtel rather than go to my grieving father. Our house was in mourning, and our French friends were effusive with their sympathy. Lafayette seemed haunted by having delivered us the news and sent bouquets to brighten the house. The pretty young Duchesse de la Rochefoucauld brought sweets for our table and bade me call her Rosalie. In truth, the very Frenchwomen Mrs. Adams and my father sometimes spoke of so disparagingly for their bold manners were tender and kind to us. By contrast, some of our American friends and other guests seemed insensible to our loss. Charles Williamos, a Swiss-born adventurer who often dined with us, said my father should simply remarry and make another baby to heal his broken heart. At hearing this, Papa excused himself from the table, no doubt to wrestle with his grief in private. But I had not Papa's good manners. Williamos's heartless advice reminded me of Colonel Randolph's suggestion that Papa remarry. Were the affections of these men so shallow they believed a lost life, a lost love, could simply be replaced? From that moment, I despised Mr. Williamos, and it must have showed. Mr. Short looked up from the meal, caught a glimpse of the enmity on my face, and said, "Patsy, shouldn't you be abed? Better still, back at the convent?" He dabbed at the corners of his mouth with his napkin and stood up. "I'll carry you there myself." I shook my head. I couldn't leave Papa when he was so upset. In fact, I wanted to sneak up to my father's room and lie beside him as I did when my mother died. But Mr. Short prevented me. "You're forgotten here in the glumness, Patsy. You'll be better cared for at the convent, and your well-being will weigh less upon your father's mind." With that, Mr. Short reached for his coat with a stance that brooked no argument. For a young man of such good humor, there was a hard strength in William Short, and I remembered how, when we were hiding from the British, he went off into the wilderness by himself, against all advice. When he made up his mind, he was as firm in it as my father could be, maybe even firmer. And so I had no choice but to do as he said. But I glanced back over my shoulder at Charles Williamos, with a promise to myself that I would see the obnoxious man gone from my father's house, somehow. Chapter 6. Paris, 11 May, 1785. From Thomas Jefferson to Francis Epps. My appointment will keep me somewhat longer. I must have Polly. Due to the slowness of the post, we received a letter from Aunt Elizabeth telling us of Lucy's death, 7 months after it had been written. Reading the details cut us open all over again, and Papa finally wrote a letter to Uncle Frank, commanding him to send Polly to us as soon as he could. She couldn't arrive soon enough. Knowing that I'd never see baby Lucy again, I longed for Polly. I was fond of Marie and my friends at the convent, but I began to dream of Polly and her angelic blue eyes, which made me sad upon awakening to find myself still without her. Papa and I were dispirited the next week when the Adams family came for a farewell dinner. Mr. Adams had been assigned to London, so we'd soon lose them across the narrow channel, which saddened me too because they'd been good friends. And Papa confessed their departure would leave him in the dumps. "Oh, my poor dears," Mrs. Adams exclaimed, "how you must mourn your little Lucy." But it was hard to remember our sadness when Mrs. Adams swept into the house and expressed a lively opinion about every new thing she saw. She approved of Papa's window coverings, saying they must have set him back his whole salary. She also approved of the pie we served, which delighted me because I had helped Jimmy crimp the crust before it was put into the oven. The only thing to spoil the farewell dinner was Charles Williamos, who dined with us again. I watched his fork flick the crust, as if he found it not to his liking. I suppose that was fair because he was not to my liking either, and not merely because he suggested my father take a new wife and make a new baby to replace the dead one. He was the sort of man who never spoke to me directly, referring to me only when forced as the girl. Otherwise, he didn't seem to notice me at all. But I noticed him, and the shrewd way he directed the dinner conversation, pushing the man to speak of politics in front of the ladies with a relentlessness that bordered on the unmannerly. I'd have happily listened to Mrs. Adams decry the morals of French women, or whispered gossip with her daughter Nabby, but always Charles Williamos turned the topic to finance. How much could America borrow? How many loans had the envoys secured? And whenever a question was put to him about his own affairs, he answered it with a question of his own. Since my mother died, I'd come to understand silences better than most. Perhaps that's why I found something strangely suspect in the things Mr. Williamos chose not to say. Later, when I crossed paths with Mr. Short in the hall, I asked, "How did my father come to be in company with Charles Williamos?" Mr. Short rubbed his cheek in thought. "I can't say I'm entirely sure, Patsy. But why do you ask? He's always eager to fetch whatever your father needs. He's made himself a useful friend." The hollowness in my gut insisted Williamos was no friend at all. "I have no fondness for him." It was an unladylike thing to say, and I wished I could call it back when Mr. Short raised a brow. "Why ever not?" Mr. Short shot a ferocious look in the direction of the dining room, as if he intended to be my champion against some unseen foe. "Has Charles Williamos said something to you?" he asked sharply, eyes narrowed. Then, more darkly, "Has he done something untoward?" Mr. Short's fierceness unleashed a tingle in my hollow belly and helped me voice my suspicions. It is only that he listens differently than other men at the table. Have you not observed it? He always holds his tongue when he might offer an opinion, and is uninterested in the opinions of others unless they're made with great specificity. He's trying to learn something of us without allowing us to learn anything of him. Mr. Short appraised me, his gaze running over my face. "You noticed this just sitting at dinner, behaving yourself like a little lady?" My head bobbed with eager agreement, sensing that it pleased him. "Should I tell Papa?" He paused a long moment, studying me with an intensity that caused my heart to beat faster. "No? What is there to tell?" He gave a small smile. "You worry too much for your father? Now, go on to bed, Patsy. It's getting late." But in the morning, I knew that I'd have to return to the convent. I'd have no opportunity to protect Papa from those who didn't understand the depths of his sensitivity. To those who felt free to opine about Papa taking a new wife, not knowing, or perhaps not caring, that he had sworn never to do so. My father was too trusting. It was always the case. So I didn't go to bed. Instead, I slipped quietly into the empty room where Charles Williamos slept at night, not knowing what I was looking for. He had few belongings and even fewer that interested me. A scattering of papers on his writing table drew me closer. None of them useful, I thought. But then, a receipt. A tailoring bill charged to Papa. Surely the sort of thing my father's secretary ought to be aware of, if the expense was incurred on my father's behalf. It was nothing, I told myself, or at least not much. But maybe it was something. I snatched it up and carried it across the hall to where Mr. Short took dictation for my father, and I left Mr. Williams's paper there as if it had merely been mislaid by a servant. "Celebrations are in order, Jefferson," the Marquis de Lafayette exclaimed the next weekend, over a glass of wine by the fire. "I'm told it's now official that you're to replace Benjamin Franklin here as Minister to France." "No one can replace Dr. Franklin," Papa replied. "I am only his successor." It was a modest reply, and Papa was earnest in his admiration for Dr. Franklin, but he couldn't disguise his pride. He'd secured a position of great esteem and importance for our new nation. We were charged here with protecting American citizens, securing documents for travel and letters of introduction. We were to foster goodwill, educate Europeans about our new country, and make reports to America on the happenings overseas. It was, Papa assured me, great and necessary work. I was very proud, of course, and upon hearing the news, Kitty Church behaved much better toward me, for if her father had been a rival to mine, he was no more. In celebration, Papa took me to witness the grand procession to Notre Dame in honor of the new Prince of France, born to his mother, Queen Marie Antoinette. Papa and I bumped and jostled along with the rest of the crowds that lined the roads. Given the harsh words some of the Frenchmen had for their queen, I was surprised they came out in such force to see her. But the moment her carriage rolled into view, the crowd roared and surged with eagerness. Such are the contradictions of monarchy, I supposed. Even Papa was taken in by the spectacle. "Look, look," Papa cried, elbowing a space for me at the front of the crowd. I clapped my hands in excitement. How beautiful the Queen's garments, and how regal the King looked at her side. And yet, they were too far away to judge if they looked like their portraits in Philadelphia. "Why do some in the crowd boo the Queen, Papa?" "Because King Louis is too much governed by his Queen," Papa replied. That hardly seemed like a thing she ought to be faulted for, but I held my tongue, for we were having a grand time. When the entourage disappeared, Papa and I walked hand in hand to the convent. I was a giddy girl the whole way, and didn't want the feeling to end. "I should like to come out into society with you more often, Papa. Perhaps go with you to concerts and the theater." Papa smiled and pressed a quick kiss to my cheek. "You're turning into my little lady, aren't you?" The compliment lit me up inside, and I stroked my hands over the fine silk of my beautiful green skirt. In truth, I was 13, no longer a child nor even a girl, but, according to the nuns at the convent, a spring flower on the cusp of blooming. I'd just experienced my first woman's blood, and I felt all the more like a woman when, with great adult satisfaction, I learned on my next visit home that Mr. Williams had been sent packing. Papa would say nothing of why his boon companion had been so unceremoniously ejected from our embassy, so while he changed out of his formal waistcoat and powdered wig to take an evening brandy, I went to Mr. Short. I suspected he would tell me the truth about such matters, and I was right. closeted with an array of ink pots and quill pens scattered upon his desk, my father's secretary explained, "Mr. Williamos was sent packing because he had his tailoring billed to your father's account. What's more, he had the temerity to lay the bill of receipt on my desk." I dared a glance up at Mr. Short in the light of a flickering candle. Did he? An eyebrow lifted at my interest. "Indeed. Of course, he accused me of ransacking his belongings to find it. Can you imagine the nerve?" Mr. Short must have suspected that I was the one who ransacked Mr. Williamos's belongings, but he didn't scold me for my misadventure. Indeed, I saw a hint of admiration in his eyes. That emboldened me to venture, "Surely a tailoring expense isn't the whole reason Mr. Williamos was banished. Papa is very generous with his guests." Short nodded. "That's true. Your saintly father thinks too well of other men, whereas I'm a sinner with a rather peculiar talent for prying into facts." I tried valiantly not to imagine what sort of sins Mr. Short may have committed, but my efforts did not prevent a flutter in my belly. "Did you pry into the facts of this matter, Mr. Short?" His smile was thin and conspiratorial. "I made inquiries and got word from a certain French woman that Charles Williamos is a British spy." I gasped. A spy! Pleasure brimmed up inside me at the thought that I had some part in flushing out an enemy, and any guilt I still felt for my sneakiness disappeared on the spot. The rightness of my instincts justified my actions, and perhaps saved my father from embarrassment or harm. It was all very well for me to study music and Latin, but I was now decided that it would be much better for our fathers and husbands, for the country itself, if all American women learned to study the manners of people and warn against the bad ones. It is a belief in which I have never wavered ever since. By late summer, all anyone could talk about was Queen Marie Antoinette. The fascination owed mainly to the accusation that she'd somehow persuaded the Cardinal de Rohan to secretly purchase for her an exquisite diamond necklace. Kitty Church's bold and irreverent opinion was, the audacious woman wanted an expensive bauble, but didn't dare buy it openly while her subjects go hungry. Then, when the bill came due, she couldn't even pay. It was patently false, and the nuns ought to have been embarrassed by the cardinal's gullibility to be fooled by a woman impersonating the queen, but many of them seemed to blame the queen anyway. "How can the people believe her guilty?" I asked Papa. "The impostor signed her letter Marie Antoinette de France. Even I know that's not how sovereigns sign letters." Directing the servants as to where to place his favorite mirror in our new embassy, Papa replied, "The people believe it, because the Queen of France has a reputation for callous imprudence. It sounds in keeping with her character." He paused to give me his full attention. "You may take a lesson from this, Patsy. Reputation is everything. A soiled reputation in an ordinary person may reduce them to impoverishment, but a soiled reputation in someone like the Queen may take down a government." It was a shocking statement, one that revealed my father's lingering revolutionary sentiments. Does he think the French will rebel too? But he said no more about it. Because he was now a minister in the court of Versailles, we were obliged to live in a way the French believed equal to his station, lest he be thought ineffectual by the foolish standards of Paris. Foolish standards or no, we were both pleased with our new 2-story townhome on the Champs-Élysées. It had more rooms than I dared to count, and in shapes one wouldn't expect. There was a coach house and a stable for the horses, a greenhouse for the plants Papa loved to collect, even a water closet with a flush toilet. Of course, we'd need more servants. A coachman, a gardener, and a housekeeper, too. Jimmy Hemmings couldn't be expected to do it all. And, in truth, I'd begun to worry for our mulatto slave to be seen in the dining room, where he provided ammunition to those who mocked my father as our slave-holding spokesman for freedom. But after hearing Mr. Short worry aloud that he wasn't sure how Papa would manage all this on a salary of 500 guineas per annum, I fretted at the expense of my new gown, lavender silk with a ribbon of lace for my neck in the place of jewels. Nevertheless, we had a grand time together at a musicale, and afterward, at home, Papa sighed and said, "I miss it." "What do you miss?" Absently fingering the watch key in which he kept a braid of my mother's hair, he said, "Music." His reply ought to have puzzled me, for we had heard more music, and in more variety, since coming to Paris than any time past. But he used to make music with my mother, and he was merely a listener now. "I should very much like to hear you play your violin, Papa." He blinked down at me. "It's a lonely instrument without accompaniment." Till then, I had been a middling student of music, more enthusiastic than talented. But in that moment a desire bloomed inside my chest to sing and play as beautifully as my mother had, so that neither of us might ever be so lonely again. "Shall we choose a duet, Papa?" His lashes swept guardedly down over his blue eyes, as if he meant to refuse and retire early to bed. But then his lips quirked up at one corner and he called for his violin. We made music that night, and every night I was home from the convent. And I think Papa forgot his cares. I think he forgot that Lucy was dead and that Polly still hadn't made the crossing of the sea to be with us, despite Papa's repeated requests. I think he forgot all our unhappiness. And I think I forgot it too. At least until the carriage ride home, when he spoiled it all by telling me that he was going to England. "Only for a few weeks, Patsy. You needn't be afraid." But my memory resurrected our most harrowing days. I lived in dread of British soldiers since the night we had fled Monticello. It was an English king who declared my papa a traitor and tried to capture him. "It's England, Papa." "John Adams reports a civil reception in London," Papa said to allay my fears. "Besides, I've fought too long against tyrants to let the terrors of monarchy keep my girl awake at night." This left me with only one suggestion. "Then let me go with you. I'd very much like to see Nabby again." "You have your schooling," Papa said firmly. "The more you learn, the more I love you. Lose no moment in improving your head, nor any opportunity of exercising your heart in benevolence. Your duty is to attend your studies at the convent. My duty takes me to England." What of the duty Mama had bestowed upon me to watch over him? Nevertheless, Papa left me in the care of Mr. Short, who had command of the American embassy while my father was away. I believed it was the increased responsibility that was behind the infrequency of Mr. Short's visits to the convent, and not, as my friends whispered behind their hands, that he spent all his free time in the company of notorious women. But their rabid gossip gave me the strangest sinking feeling, so I refused to even acknowledge it. On the day he came to pay my tuition, Mr. Short reported, "Your father has arrived safely in England. He bids me to look after your happiness." Tautly, I replied, I'd be a good deal happier if he'd write me." Mr. Short straightened his cravat and gave a sympathetic smile as we walked together on the convent grounds. "Perhaps he'll return with a little gift. I have it on good authority that he's ordered a special harpsichord for you." I gasped, imagining the duets Papa and I would play together. My mother played the harpsichord, and I wanted to make beautiful music with one too. Is that really true? My spirits lightened as Mr. Short guided me to a bench, and we sat in the cool spring sun. "It is. And maybe he'll return with your sister Polly, too," Mr. Short suggested, perhaps encouraged by the light in my eyes. Hope flooded my heart. Seeing Polly would be even better than a harpsichord. It shocked me to realize that it had been nearly a year since we rode instructing Aunt Elizabeth to send Polly to us. Seldom was anything my father commanded left undone, and I began to worry that they were all very ill at Eppington, too ill to come to us here in France. And I said as much. "Patsy, if you keep fretting, you'll wither away before your 14th birthday, and I'd hate to see a fair bloom spoiled before it blossoms." A thrill rushed through me. Had Mr. Short called me a fair bloom? Did he mean anything by it? Certainly not. Still, an odd lightness of being filled my chest until I was nearly giddy. The heat of a blush flustered me. I remembered the gossip about Mr. Short and notorious women, and his words made me bold. Brushing away a tendril of my hair caught by the breeze, I forced my gaze to meet his, which was bright green in the light of the sun. "Mr. Short, what should a friend do if she knew your reputation was in danger?" He tilted his head. "If my friend was a daughter of the U.S. minister, she should tend to her father's reputation and not mine." I had tended to Papa's reputation, but Papa was better now, his reputation unblemished, his honor as a Virginia gentleman beyond reproach. "Doesn't my father call you his adoptive son? Therefore, by your reasoning, I should tend to your reputation because it reflects upon him." Mr. Short smirked at my boldness. "Why do you think my reputation is endangered?" "Rumors say you're over-familiar with women, especially with a girl in the village of Saint-Germain, where you first learned French." My brazenness set me to trembling. I clasped my hands to hide it. "Ah, the Belle of Saint-Germain." He laughed, proving he took no offense. But I hoped he'd deny it, and didn't know how to respond to laughter, nor to the odd disappointment welling in my chest. Finally, I said, "It's gossip. I know it's not true. You're a sprightly dancer. How can you be blamed if licentious French women flock to you?" This only made him laugh harder. "I've defended your honor," I added hastily, my temper rising with my discomfort. "I've vouched for your good character." He squinted his green eyes with mischief and mirth. "Oh, never do that. You can never know the heart of a diplomat. Perhaps the gossip about me is true." My spirit sank, but my spine straightened. "Mr. Short, do you not realize that I'd defend you against disparaging words even if they were true?" My earnestness pierced his bubble of merriment. He sat forward, his amusement dying away. "I'm sorry that such matters should ever concern you, Patsy. Truly. I endeavor to flaunt my affections with such openness that I cannot be suspected of secret lusts or hidden vices. My affections for the Belle of Saint-Germain and for the Duchesse de la Rochefoucauld and any number of French women who frequent the salons of Paris are genuine and transparent. I'll not claim my own actions are innocent, but theirs are blameless." His admission that he felt affection for these women made my throat go suddenly tight. "Well, I worry," I managed weakly. Mr. Short smiled. "Your care is ever a comfort. Just be sure you attend to your own happiness, too." I hoped Papa would return from England with my little sister, and failing that, my new harpsichord. Instead, he returned with a startling missive from Polly, who refused to join us in France, writing, "I want to see you and Sister Patsy, but you must come to Uncle Epps's house." Polly's willfulness pained me. Never would I have defied Papa's wishes in such a way, and since my sister's letter was written under Aunt Elizabeth's supervision, I couldn't help but think it had my aunt's approval, which left me quite sour toward her. Poor Papa had been snubbed. By Aunt Elizabeth, by Polly, and by King George, too, in London. But at least there was a little good news from Papa's trip. Nabby Adams was to marry her father's secretary. Upon hearing the news, an unaccountable blush discomfited me. Papa noticed. "Don't fall prey to jealousy, Patsy. There's time enough for you to be a wife." But time passed too slowly for my taste. I chafed at being treated like a little girl who understood nothing. I wanted to travel and attend lectures in the salons and go to balls. I wanted to be presented in French society like some of the other girls in the convent. Alas, it wasn't until I was nearly 14 that Papa announced he'd take me to the opera in September. "The opera!" I cried. "I'll need a new dress." "Yes, you're growing so fast that I cannot keep you in clothes, but this will be a special gown, one ornamented with bows and such fripperies as the most fashionable woman in France might desire. Would that meet with your liking?" I was so excited I nearly squeaked. The opera was no house party where I'd be swiftly sent to bed when the adult discussions began. This was the opera, where the cream of French society gathered to see and be seen. Papa would take me in my new dress, and I knew I must be well rested because the opera started late. I might not even be back to the convent by curfew. My friends suffered with envy. None of them had ever gone to the opera on the arm of a minister to the court of Versailles, and I gloried to know I'd have all Papa's attention for myself, and imagined how we would ride together in a glittering coach. The girls at the convent told me that I ought to be very careful alighting the carriage in my new gown, so I practiced holding my skirts in one hand and stepping down with the other. Then I counted the days until the leaves began to fall off the trees. On the night we were to attend, my friends tittered around me as I dressed. My stays dug into my sides and the shoes pinched my toes. But I looked womanly with my hair tied back and the faintest dusting of powder upon my nose. Marie slipped a little pot of rouge into my hand, but I dared not wear it where the nuns could see. When the coach arrived to fetch me, I was surprised to find it empty. I'd imagined Papa would hold his hand forth to help me up. No matter, I told myself. Papa would be waiting there for me at the opera, his blue eyes bright and intent upon my face. When the carriage stopped, I peeked out to see a beautiful building illuminated by lamps against the coming darkness of night. It was a magical sight, and so I stepped down just as I'd practiced, and the coachman escorted me into the carpeted reception hall. I thanked him very properly, and smiled at the young men who gazed curiously upon me. But my eyes were all for Papa. He was easy to find in a crowd because he was so tall, He wore his best blue coat, and his bright white wig was perfectly arranged. As I approached, he was smiling. He looked young and vibrant, his cheeks infused with a healthy pink, as if he'd just returned from riding. He turned, summoning me closer. Then I saw with sinking spirits that his smile wasn't for me. Standing with him was a little goldfinch of a woman, colorful and delicate, her tinkling laugh lighting up my father's expression. He'd never looked at me like that. I feared he'd never looked at anyone like that. "Allow me to make introductions. Maria Causeway, this is my daughter, Patsy." It was the first time I heard her name, but I heard it 100 more times by the end of the night. Maria, Maria, Maria. Papa seemed to like the sound of it on his lips. When and how did they meet? They didn't behave as old friends, yet they spoke affectionately of an outing to see the crown jewels. How could my father have made such a dear friend, dear enough that he felt free to use her given name in public, without my having known about it? And where was her husband? She was a married lady, the ring on her finger revealed as much, and not a widow, I was told when I asked. But she didn't behave as if there were any man in her world but my father. The three of us sat together in our box, but only I seemed to be paying any attention to the performance of Richard Coeur de Lion and the farcical comedy that followed. Maria laughed during serious moments, while Papa was serious when he ought to have laughed. And he couldn't take his eyes off her. Chapter 7. Paris, 12 October, 1786. From Thomas Jefferson to Maria Causeway. Having handed you into your carriage and seen the wheels in motion, I turned and walked more dead than alive, solitary and sad. A dialogue took place between my head and my heart. We have no rose without its thorn. It is the law of our existence. It is the condition annexed to all our pleasures. True, this condition is pressing cruelly on me at this moment. I feel more fit for death than life. But the pleasures were worth the price I'm paying. Hope is sweeter than despair. In the summer, said the gentleman, but in the spring, said the lady. And I should love her forever, were it only for that. I should burn my father's copy of this letter, a love letter to be certain, written in a fashion only a sensitive heart and brilliant mind like his could have imagined. It unfolds, page after page, in a lengthy debate over whether or not he ought to have loved her. This letter is a beautiful embarrassment that the world should never see, but I cannot bring myself to destroy it with all the other evidence of his folly. In the first place, I'm sure the wretched woman kept the original, and in the second place, I tried to burn it once before. That autumn in Paris, somehow the duet of my life with Papa had become a trio, but the music stopped altogether when, in a foolish attempt to impress Maria Causeway by jumping over a fence, Papa badly injured his wrist. The echo of how he'd hurt himself trying to impress my mother all those years ago made me furious. Mrs. Causeway was now leaving the city, and good riddance to her. Yet Papa was chancing making a greater fool of himself by insisting on offering a personal farewell. On the dreary October day I returned from the convent to find my father gone, I fretted to Mr. Short. But the doctor who set his bones said that he shouldn't go anywhere. Mr. Short rose from the desk chair where he'd been conducting his work. "Your father insisted, Patsy. I offered my opinion that it wasn't in his best interest to accompany Mrs. Causeway, but he's my employer. I'm not his. There was something strange in the way he phrased it, something that made me worry Mr. Short also suspected the entanglement between Papa and Mrs. Causeway was improper. So I tried to cast the shameful matter in terms of my father's health. He's barely sleeping for the pain. Saint-Denis is 2 hours by carriage each way. He's cancelled every other engagement these past weeks, yet for her... I shook my head angrily, recalling the migraine that had kept Papa from my birthday dinner and his presentation of the Marquis de Lafayette's bust to the citizens of Paris the next day. In both cases, Mr. Short had appeared in Papa's stead. I share your concern, Patsy, but Mr. Jefferson was intent on seeing Mrs. Causeway off on her departure to London. I wondered if Mr. Short not only suspected but knew the danger Maria Causeway presented to Papa's heart, mind, and reputation. If Mr. Short knew of my father's affair, ought I be glad or horrified? Horrified, I decided, and tried to deflect suspicion. I suppose Papa has such tender sentiments toward his friends that he must see them off personally. Mr. Short wasn't fooled by my efforts. You're a good daughter, Patsy, but you must try to remember, it's been nearly 4 years since he lost your mother. My cheeks warmed. I never forget it. For now, I'm all he has. A vigorous shake of his head released a lock of sandy hair to shadow his eyes. No, Patsy, that's not true. It is true. My chest rose and fell swiftly under the weight of my obligation. I couldn't bear for anything to tempt Papa's melancholy to return, and I was the only one who could protect him from it. Our kin are far across the sea. Even if they weren't, I'm the only one who understands. I trailed off, twice as convinced. I am all Papa has. Patsy, you're much mistaken, he said with insistence, standing so close that the weight of his presence steadied me. Mr. Jefferson has me, too. He's a father to me, and ours is a bond of affection that cannot be broken. I honor him. He's the beating pulse of every cause dear to me. He may always rely upon me, and so may you. The words were a balm to my heart. Mr. Short had repaid my father's patronage with a devotion as clear-eyed as it was ardent. He'd seen my father in strength and weakness, cleaving to his side no matter how his fortunes rose or fell. Dear Mr. Short. Knowing that there existed someone else who cared so much for Papa was the greatest relief. And for the first time, I felt understood. I believed Mr. Short understood me completely. It was such a revelation that it felt oddly intimate, forcing me to take a step back. Thank you. The jingle and clatter of a carriage sounded from the front of the house. I headed for the stairs, with Mr. Short following, knowing it must be Papa returned from his ill-advised adventure. My father's face was white as a bedsheet, each step costing him a great deal. Mr. Short poured a glass of amber liquor for Papa, who emptied it with a grimace. In a flat voice that invited no discussion, my father said, "Go to bed, Patsy." I was forever being sent to bed early, but what argument could I make to convince him that I should stay? When Papa was in such a dark mood, he wouldn't hear me. His wrist clearly pained him, but there was something else terribly wrong, and I knew that it must have something to do with Maria. Acid flooded into my stomach at the realization that Mrs. Causeway had said or done something. Maybe she had quarreled with Papa. I was desperate to know how she returned him to such melancholy, but I dared not ask because I was afraid he'd taken this woman to his heart, a heart he'd pledged forever to my mother on her deathbed. Having captured that heart, was it possible that Maria had shattered it? If so, perhaps it was no more than he deserved. Angry, I pushed up from my chair. "Good night, Papa." But it wasn't a good night, and my father's mood failed to improve. Indeed, much of the weekend, he closed himself in his chamber, struggling to write with his uninjured left hand, with which his penmanship was quite poor. And each time I entered to check on him, he scrambled to secure the pages. He didn't fool me, of course. I knew he was writing to her. He was writing a secret letter to a married woman, and I knew that it must be a shameful letter if he wouldn't even let Mr. Short write it for him. What new kind of madness was this? I feared he had written a love letter, which Maria Causeway might use to embarrass him. Worse, I feared he'd written a plea for her to leave her husband and take up notorious residence as my father's illicit lover. Such scandalous arrangements were not uncommon in France. Indeed, they were common enough for my classmates at the convent to discuss them in excited whispers. But they'd destroy Papa's reputation with our countrymen. And as Papa had said of the French Queen, reputation is everything. Of course, I'd also heard him say that a person ought to give up money, fame, and the earth itself, rather than do an immoral act. Ask yourself how you'd act if all the world was looking, and act accordingly. This was the advice Papa gave all the men who looked up to him. He said it to his nephews, to Mr. Madison, to Mr. Monroe, and to Mr. Short. He'd also given this advice to me. But in the matter of Mrs. Causeway, he seemed to have forgotten it. So it was that I found myself doing a dishonorable thing, telling myself that I was doing so in order to protect Papa from his own folly. Having heard my father give instructions that his secret letter should be posted to Maria Causeway, I decided that I must find the letter before Mr. Short had the chance to seal it. Reading Papa's private letters would be wrong, and I knew that, but I could think of no other way. I dared not sit upon the stiff-backed desk chair for fear it might make the floorboards creak beneath my feet, so I held my skirts tight in one hand while sifting through the stack of letters with the other. My fingers brushed an envelope so thick it formed a packet, and my heart dropped. I pulled it from the pile, knowing before I saw the address it was the one I sought. Dread washed over me as I unfolded the pages. My hand shaking, I read Papa's secret words. My heart suddenly beat in my throat. He characterized himself as more dead than alive. The words pulled me into the past, into the woods surrounding Monticello upon Caractacus's strong back, into our wandering journeys looking for a ship to set sail, into the time when Papa still yearned for the grave. I thought him quite beyond that, quite recovered, but he still claimed in this extraordinary letter to feel more fit for death than life. And oh, how furious it made me to read it. It was one thing for Papa to have longed to die of grief for my mother, but to feel that impulse over this foreign harlot. Anger and panic tingled up my spine, and my gaze flew over Papa's words, some of which leaped up from the parchment as he likened himself to a gloomy monk, sequestered from the world. Had the promise he made never to remarry left him to compare himself to a monk? My gaze rushed on. The human heart knows no joy which I have not lost, no sorrow of which I have not drank. The sentiment made my chest tighten, and then I gasped as Papa expressed his wish that Mrs. Causeway never suffer widowhood, but that he, above all men, could offer solace if she did. It wasn't difficult to see Papa's fantasy through the thin veil of his prose. He wished not only for Mrs. Causeway to be his mistress, but perhaps even for her husband to die so that she might come to live with us at Monticello. Despair rushed through me. This letter was such a betrayal of my mother's memory that I was eager to hurl it into the fire. Intending to destroy the letter, every scrap of it, I returned my attention to the pile of letters to make sure that I had all the pages. That's when my gaze landed upon my own name within the missive that sat atop the stack. Not in my father's handwriting, but in the hand of Mr. Short. It was a scribbled note to a painter of some renown, from whom my father had commissioned a miniature of himself to give as a gift to Maria Causeway. Mr. Short might have taken it upon himself to cancel such an unwise commission, but instead he requested the painter make another miniature for me. More astonishingly, Mr. Short asked the painter to pretend the request came from my father. This gesture, at once thoughtful, gallant, and modest, moved me deeply. It also shamed me, for there I was, snooping about in Mr. Short's desk. I began to wonder how many times Mr. Short had secretly interceded on my behalf. How many men with such responsibilities would take the time to worry after the feelings of a girl? How had I betrayed the trust of such a friend, even if my intentions were good? The full measure of my wickedness sank in like a stone dropping to the bottom of the sea when the door creaked open. Mr. Short caught me where I should not be, still clutching my father's love letter. Given the soft look of reproach in his eyes, he knew just what I'd come here for and why. He came toward me, reaching wordlessly for the letter. "Don't make me wrestle it away from you, Patsy." I couldn't excuse myself, nor could I lie. Red-faced and miserable in my guilt, I let him take it from me, but pleaded, "Pray throw that letter in the fire." He replied with an indulgent chuckle, "I'd never do such a thing. Every shining word that flows from your father's pen is a national treasure." He was jesting, but I couldn't smile. "You don't know what's in that letter, or how it might embarrass Papa, or sully his honor." I hated that I had to speak the words, but it was better than admitting that my father was slipping back into the state of mind that nearly ruined him. Mr. Short gave a rueful sigh. "I have a rather good idea of what's in this letter. Your father confided that it was a debate between the wishes of his heart and the restraint of his intellect." Stung that Papa had confided in Mr. Short what he wouldn't confide in me, I said, "Then you know it's better burned. He compared himself to a lonely monk. How can he still be so unhappy when he has your company and mine?" Mr. Short started to reply, then snapped his mouth shut again before giving a rueful little shake of his head. "Oh, Patsy." My nostrils flared at his condescension. "Didn't you tell me that my father may rely upon you? Isn't it your duty to keep him from making an error in judgment? Sending this letter would be a grave error." "Patsy, it's the very essence of liberty that a person be allowed to err." And we both knew how I had erred in being there like a thief in the night. Mr. Short met my eyes. "Besides, I'm the last man on earth who may judge another for unwise associations and attachments." The notorious women of whom he and I had once spoken, the Belle of Saint-Germain and the married Rosalie, the Duchesse de la Rochefoucauld. But something made me dare to hope that Mr. Short aimed this pointed remark at me. Was he forming an attachment to me, and did he think it unwise? And yet, his reference to those women made my face heat such that it took me a moment to find my voice. "It's for God to judge, but perhaps you can advise Papa against—" "I've advised your father to make a long trip to the south of France." So he'd counseled my papa to go somewhere he might forget Mrs. Causeway. Perhaps it was good counsel. I didn't wish to be left behind in Paris, but I wouldn't be lonely. I had friends at the convent, and no harm came to my father when he travelled to London, save for the snubbing at the hands of the English king. As if to forestall objection, Mr. Short added, "He can use the trip to investigate commercial opportunities that will enable our new nation to meet its financial obligations. It will keep him busy." Yes, perhaps distraction and duty were exactly what Papa needed right now. Mr. Short's words were both cloak and candor, and I realized that there was no one else in the world who spoke to me this way. The garrulous Mrs. Adams spoke to me as if I'd become a woman of good sense. Papa shared with me his enthusiasm for science and inventions and architecture and music, especially music. But only Mr. Short ever spoke to me of politics, spies, and finance. Only Mr. Short seemed to believe I had some right to know more about the revolution my family had brought about. He didn't treat me like a child anymore, and that was for the best, because I very much wanted William Short to know that I hadn't been a child for quite some time. Thankfully, when Papa's wrist had healed a bit, he embarked on the trip to the south of France. As we stood together on the street in front of our embassy waiting for the carriage, I wished I could tell my father to forget Maria Causeway. I wished I could tell him to find joy in discovering the countryside and observing the beauty of nature, instead of the beauty of a married woman. But I could say none of this without confessing that I'd read his letter. Instead, I let my breaths puff silently into the cold morning air, hoping he could divine my hopes in those little clouds of steam, hoping he'd sense my love, my longing for him to confide in me where he wished only to confide in others. Maybe he did. "Patsy, I have a farewell gift that I hope you'll hold close to your heart." He withdrew from the pocket of his embroidered coat a miniature portrait of himself. I pressed it against my chest. "Oh, it's lovely, Papa. I'll treasure it. Why, it must be one of a kind." In saying this, I hoped to give him an opening, a chance to confess that it was a duplicate of the one he'd commissioned for Mrs. Causeway, a chance to beg my pardon for remembering me only because of Mr. Short's kindness. I waited for Papa to say these things, ready to tearfully confess my own sins, eager for him to embrace me and reassure me that he hadn't forgotten Mama, and that he didn't intend to return to Virginia with Mrs. Causeway and make her the new mistress of Monticello. But Papa merely kissed my cheeks. "I'll write to you so often you won't even know I'm absent from Paris." Then he climbed into the carriage and was gone. Watching the wheels of Papa's carriage rumble down the street, I backed up the stairs to find Mr. Short waiting there. Still smarting with disappointment, I asked, "So, I suppose you're to be master of the embassy while Papa is away?" "Custodian, anyway." He clasped his hands behind his back, swaying with faux hauteur upon his buckled shoes. "But since you've also been entrusted to my care, I'm uncertain as to which duty will be more trying." He raised a brow, as if to remind me that he knew a part of my nature to which the rest of the world was blind. If you have any care for the prospects of my career, make certain I'm not forced to account to your father for bad behavior while in my charge." I did have a care for the prospects of Mr. Short's career. I had a very great care, and so, when he next came to the convent to pay my tuition, I quizzed him on France's financial troubles, which, to my ear, sounded like a very grown-up topic indeed. "The finance minister has called for tax reform," Mr. Short explained, as we strolled through the convent's inner courtyard past neatly trimmed shrubbery and an explosion of spring flowers in yellow, red, and pink. "And at least half the city stands insulted by the king's refusal to put the matter before Parlement." "I've heard the political quarrel has spilled out into the streets in scuffles," I said, a little ashamed of the thrill in my voice, especially since it wasn't the danger that excited me, but the nearness of Mr. Short. How had I never noticed before how noble a profile he had? And his green eyes? How could eyes be so strangely world-weary and enchanting at the same time? "Men will fight for liberty," Mr. Short was saying, sounding very much like Papa. "But there's always a risk that fighting will descend into lawlessness." "Then I'm glad our revolution is over in America." Mr. Short's lips twitched up. "You think our revolution is over and done, Patsy?" "Have we not wrested our liberty from the British?" "We've won, at force of arms, the right to draw up a constitution. Yet you need look no further than your father's own plantation in Virginia, or indeed our embassy kitchen, to see that liberty hasn't been secured for all men." My lips parted in astonishment. Mr. Short was unwilling to judge my father for his affair with Mrs. Causeway, but on the matter of slavery, I heard the very certain note of censure. Bristling, I said, "I suppose the Virginia gentlemen of Spring Garden, from whence you hail, don't keep slaves?" "Not this Virginia gentleman," he said, with a determined shake of his head. "I entered this world with a small patrimony. I hope to grow my investments such that my fortune may sustain me, but I will not water it with the infamous traffic in human flesh. The practice compromises our morals and teaches us a habit of despotism." His vehemence took me entirely unawares. I couldn't imagine this was a conversation of which my father would approve, but the lure of discussing anything with an impassioned Mr. Short proved too much to resist. "Then what? What is to be done about slavery?" Mr. Short turned us into the bright green hedge maze. "I haven't an answer yet, but I intend to join a society for effecting the abolition of the slave trade." As we walked, Mr. Short explained to me his vision for a world where slavery was no more and men lived in equality and deference to the law. And for once, I didn't curse my long legs, for I had no trouble matching his stride as our shoes fell into rhythm together. I'd always taken him for a pragmatist, a shrewd man, if not an entirely virtuous one, but that day I learned he was a man whose ideals were as lofty as my father's, perhaps loftier. When he left me, I raced up to the bedroom so that I could stand at the window overlooking the street to watch him go. Marie came upon me and flounced atop the embroidered coverlet of the bed, propping herself up on one elbow in bored repose. When she glanced out the window to see the retreating figure of Mr. Short, her mouth formed a little circle of surprise. "Mon Dieu, jeune fille, you are smitten." "Nonsense," I said, not risking a glance at her. "Mr. Short is merely a friend of long acquaintance." "Then why are you pink to the tips of your freckled ears?" At last, I decided it would do no good to hide it from her. I spun on my toes in an excited pirouette. "Do you think he fancies me? Whenever he visits, he stays longer than he is obligated to do. He had an artist paint a portrait for me." Marie's expression fell. "Oh, poor Jeffy. Has no one told you that your Mr. Short is infatuated with Rosalie, the Duchesse de la Rochefoucauld?" I pretended to dismiss it, waving a hand. "That's a malicious rumor." She hesitated at my staunch defense, then concluded, "I think it's true that he's infatuated with her, but let's hope it's only rumor that they've become lovers." Lovers? I was wholly unprepared for the flash of pain that burned just beneath my breastbone at the thought. Mr. Short was a man of 27 who spent his days with the cream of French society. Of course he took lovers. With sinking spirits, I decided that I'd been a fool. The reminder made me wonder how I'd ever so much as entertained the notion that he might take an interest in me. How ridiculous to dream for even a moment that a mere schoolgirl could compete for his affections with the likes of a duchess, no matter that she was another man's wife. Wounded, I kept to myself, finding comfort in the scriptures. I reported the political happenings in Paris to Papa by post, hoping to keep him apprised. But he didn't seem pleased by my interest in politics. My letters were all too often met with silence, and in one case, a veiled rebuke that I should attend ancient Latin texts and keep my mind always occupied to guard against the poison of ennui. How could I care about the translation of Livy with the world in such a state? Moreover, I wouldn't need to keep my father apprised of the goings-on in France if he hadn't been away, pining for the plumed and piffling woman who aroused his sinful impulses. "Only you, Martha." That's what he swore to my mother 4 years before as she gasped her last breaths. I believed him then, and so did she. But what I learned about men in Paris, even American men in Paris, opened my eyes and bruised my heart. And so I wrote to Papa bitterly of the latest news, almost hoping to wound him. "There was a gentleman a few days ago that killed himself because he thought that his wife did not love him. I believe that if every husband in Paris were to do as much, there would be nothing but widows left." To that letter, Papa did not reply. In the convent salon, clutching his smart tricorn hat and a nosegay of posies, Mr. Short said, "Patsy, I've had word that you were ill. I shouldn't have insisted the nuns rouse you from bed, but when you refused to see me, I feared—" "There was only a violent headache," I said, pulling my shawl round myself for warmth, though it was springtime. "The kind Papa suffers when he's upset." I didn't tell him of the mysterious pain in my side that had blistered up and caused me such suffering. No doubt elegant duchesses never fell prey to such unsightly maladies. If he was to find out about my blisters, he'd have to learn it from the bewildered physician, not from me, so I offered nothing else by way of explanation. Nor could I explain to him the wound on my spirit, one that had driven me, in prayer and contemplation, to a religious epiphany. What I couldn't tell him, for fear he might tell my papa, was that I had resolved to take my vows and join the convent. The idea had first come upon me in a sudden swirl of anger and resentment, and yet, during my illness, it had transformed itself into a genuine desire. Though I knew my father would despair to hear it, I was more contented at the Abbaye de Pentémont than at any other place I'd ever been. Immersed in its world of women devoted to each other and the betterment of mankind, I felt sheltered against the wickedness of Paris, What's more, my dearest friends were always near to me at the convent, and I felt more suited to a life of reflection and scholarship than to a marriage or to a plantation to which my father supposed I must one day return. None of this, of course, could I tell William Short. At my silence, Mr. Short exhaled a long breath, then drew one of the purgatorial wooden chairs closer. I sat, careful of the shifting of my gown against my side. When he sat, he didn't cross his legs like a man of leisure, but perched on the edge, as if waiting for a verdict at court. "Your father couldn't bear it if anything should happen to you, and under my watch—" "I'm quite recovered of my infirmity. You needn't worry for your career." Mr. Short scowled, extending the nosegay to me. "Enjoy these in good health, then." Taking the posies, a tenderness crept through me that I was forced to steel myself against. "Have you any word of my papa? Of my sister?" "Your father's return has been delayed, but your sister is en route. I cannot imagine how your Aunt Elizabeth got the girl onto the ship, considering Polly refused to come. Your father is quite bedeviled by the child. She defies him as if he were no more to her than a strange beggar on the streets." Polly had been scarcely 5 years old when we left her. Now she was nearly 9. She'd lived half her life with Aunt Elizabeth, and through our neglect, I worried that we had lost her as surely as we'd lost baby Lucy. It was a failure that gave me the greatest pain, and I was determined to live up to the promise I'd made my mother to watch over my little sister, which I could do right here in the convent. When Polly came to us in France, Papa said I must teach her to be good and to tell the truth, for no vice was so mean as the want of truth. But I'd teach her to be devoted, for that seemed to me a much more important virtue. Nuns were devoted, and if I was to be a devoted friend to Mr. Short, I knew that I must overlook the blots on his character, as he overlooked mine. So I determined to think no more about his pretty Duchess. Nuns wouldn't think about his Duchess. I took the posies and inhaled their sweet scent before drawing Mr. Short into conversation. He obliged me, explaining how anti-slavery sentiment grew hand in hand with constitutionalism in Paris. These talks, in which he showed respect for my opinions, made me think about new things and challenge what I'd been told. Challenge even my papa. And the next day I wrote to my father. "It grieves my heart when I think that our fellow creatures should be treated so terribly as they are by many of our countrymen. Good God, have we not enough slaves? I wish with all my soul that the poor Negroes were all freed." In answer to this sentiment, Papa was also entirely silent. Chapter 8. London, 26 June, 1787. To Thomas Jefferson, from Abigail Adams. I congratulate you upon the safe arrival of your little daughter. She's in fine health and a lovely little girl, but at present everything is strange to her. I told her that I didn't see her sister cry once when she came to Europe. Polly replied that her sister was older and ought to do better, and had her papa with her besides. I showed her your portrait, but she didn't know it. If you could bring Miss Jefferson with you, it would reconcile her little sister to the rest of the journey. The old nurse you expected to have attended her was sick and unable to come. Instead, she has a girl about 15 or 16 with her, one Sally Hemings. I was ready to fetch Polly at once, but my father bewildered me by sending a French servant to escort Polly from London instead, and I was outraged when Mr. Short let slip the reason why. Papa had urged Mrs. Causeway to return to Paris. The shameless woman had agreed, and because she was on her way, Papa didn't want to chance the trip to fetch Polly for fear he'd miss his paramour. Maria, Maria, Maria. That night, when Papa kissed me good night, I bit down on the impudence that tempted my tongue. But Mrs. Adams showed none of my reserve in her next letter, in which she tautly informed us, "Polly told me this morning that since she had left all her friends in Virginia to come over the ocean to see you, you might have taken the pains to come here for her yourself. I haven't the heart to force her into a carriage against her will and send her from me in a frenzy, as I know will be the case, unless I can reconcile her to going." I was glad Abigail Adams's letter shamed Papa. I took greater solace that Mrs. Adams would reconcile Polly to join us, and that I'd soon have my sister with me once more. After all, I knew from experience that people found it extraordinarily difficult to hold out against Mrs. Adams. Weeks passed before the welcome sound of the hired coach turned from the Rue de Berry and into the courtyard of the Hôtel de Langeac. Hearing it, I rushed from the salon out to the front steps. As I held my breath, two girls stepped down from the carriage, their eyes wide with wonder and uncertainty. Oh, dear Polly! How changed she was. Still petite, with the blue eyes I remembered so well, but now a grown girl that I might have passed on the street without knowing. And yet, when I tried, I could see my mother in miniature. "Dearest Polly, I am overjoyed to see you," I said, hurrying down the steps. My little sister turned shy at the sight of me, sucking her lips in as she examined my face. I smiled brightly, holding my arms out to her, but they drooped when I realized that, in fact, she had totally forgotten me. The pain was an arrow to the heart, as sharp as any wound I've suffered. Reluctantly, Polly accepted my embrace, but then squirmed away, her gaze swinging over the house's facade. "Everything here is so grand." I grasped her hand. "I know, Paris is a wonder. You'll love it here. Come, Papa's eager to see you." As I guided her to the steps, I glanced over my shoulder at the slave girl. I hadn't seen Sally in many years, and she'd changed too. If I'd ever doubted that Sally was my mother's half-sister, I was convinced the moment she said hello. She had my mother's voice. The soft lilt of her greeting was so familiar. And in truth, her appearance was strikingly similar to my sister's. Sally was a mulatto of fair complexion, but not so perfectly fair that the French wouldn't suspect she was a slave. And I worried what our French friends would think. I remember the words spoken against my father's reputation as our slave-holding spokesman for freedom. But perhaps Sally's resemblance to Polly would be to our advantage, for it was perfectly common here for lesser relations to take on positions as servants to their wealthier kin. Like all our Hemmings servants, Sally had been raised at the hearth of our family. She'd make a very fit companion in Paris, where she might learn a good trade, just as her brother had been doing with his cooking. When we entered the entrance hall, Jimmy Hemmings stood waiting, dressed in his chef's toque and work uniform. He bowed and offered a warm welcome to my sister, and his. While the Hemmings siblings celebrated their own reunion, I led Polly into my father's study, where he leaped to his feet at the sight of us. My little sister stumbled back, still clinging to my hand as my father went down on one knee. "Don't be frightened, child." And when she smiled a little, he asked, "You know me, Polly, don't you?" She shrugged apologetically. "I think, upon seeing you, I recollect something of you, sir." It was another barb that dug its way into me. I had dreamed of restoring the happy little family that had laughed and sung in a wilderness cabin while hiding from the British, yet my sister didn't even know us. By evening, Polly and I started to overcome the deep sense of separation, and I hoped she'd spend the night in my bed, but she wanted to sleep with Sally. "We had to trick Miss Polly onto the ship," the slave girl explained. "Mrs. Epps lured her onto the boat for an outing with all their children. Then we played with Miss Polly till she was so tuckered out she fell asleep in my arms. When she was asleep, the Epps family tiptoed off the ship and we set sail. Poor child woke up at sea with no way home but to swim." Poor Polly. The sudden surge of sympathy redoubled my determination to do my duty by her, and I instructed myself to take no offense at the closeness she seemed to share with Sally. By week's end, we enrolled Polly in school with me, where we finally bonded over our studies. I tutored her in French, not wanting her to experience the teasing I had. I enjoyed teaching her, and basked when she complimented me as being a patient and encouraging instructor. Polly was intelligent, if occasionally too strong-willed, and quick to make friends. She adjusted far more easily than I ever did. She had an independence I admired, even if it caused Papa to fret. Indeed, she took him to task, boldly professing her resentment that he did not go to England to fetch her. She couldn't know it was because of Mrs. Causeway. I never told Polly how that woman clouded his judgment. No, I held that secret for him with all the others. She didn't love him. By God, nor ought she to have loved him. Why couldn't he see it? Mrs. Causeway returned to Paris at the end of summer without her husband, and I was no longer too naive to understand her liaison with my father was of a passionately carnal nature. Papa rented an apartment in the hermitage of Mont Calvaire on the pretext that he needed privacy from the bustle of our embassy, and it served to excuse his absences when he indulged in clandestine meetings with his mistress. But Mrs. Causeway was even less faithful to my father than she was to her husband. When unrest fomented in the city, with the king closing all political clubs and dismissing the Parlement, Papa was forced to attend American interests in the midst of the growing crisis, and Mrs. Causeway pouted and complained of it over dinner one night. I had to keep my gaze trained on my cutlet of chicken, for fear of her seeing the exasperation and disapproval on my face. One day, when Papa was away debating the merits of the newly proposed Constitution for the United States, I told her she might take comfort in his absence with the miniatures he'd given us, but she brooded that he hadn't commissioned them from her. She apparently had a very high opinion of her own artistic talent. If Mrs. Causeway loved my father, she'd have been his helpmate in this difficult time. If she'd loved him, she'd have been a balm to soothe his agitation. Instead, after only a few weeks, whenever Papa called upon her, she managed not to be at home. Then she called upon Papa at our embassy only when she was sure he'd be out. Because of his bad wrist, he couldn't play the violin for her anymore, and they stopped going to the Follies or to the Royal Gardens or to the opera. She preferred to hold court at the reputedly beautiful Polish princess's salon, while Papa was swamped by a storm of political chaos. I shielded my little sister from all of it, and the convent was our refuge. And I was comforted by the routine of the place, secretly slipping in to attend Mass, for I felt the want of God. Alas, on Sundays we were often at the Hôtel de Langeac, where I worried for the lack of moral examples for Polly, especially when Mrs. Causeway was our guest. One quiet afternoon, I asked my sister, "Would you like to learn from Jimmy how to make a pudding?" Cheekily, Polly replied, "Isn't Jimmy our chef? If he knows, why should we learn it?" "Because Mrs. Adams once told me that every woman ought to know how to make a pudding." The mention of Abigail Adams was the surest way of convincing my little sister, and so Polly trailed behind me into the kitchen, where we found Sally near tears because Jimmy would only speak to her in French. Pleading amber eyes turned toward me. "Miss Patsy, I'm supposed to take a tray up to your father's chambers, but Jimmy won't tell me in a language I know what's to be on the tray." "Jimmy, don't be churlish," I said, feeling sympathy for Sally. But Jimmy insisted. "Sally must learn to speak the language if she's to live in Paris. Perhaps she'll learn it when she's sent away." This forced Sally all the way to tears. "Hush, don't cry," I said, a hand on her shoulder, shooting a sharp look of rebuke at Jimmy. "Your brother has gotten very much above his station since coming to France. Why, he's become so sullen and secretive, Papa jests that he's forgotten how to speak English, but doesn't know how to speak French either. You aren't being sent away, Sally." Sally stifled her sob in a napkin. "I am. I'm being sent to take the pox." This was a surprise to me, though it shouldn't have been. It made sense. My father believed cities like Paris engendered disease. I only wished he'd informed me of his intentions, because it sent Sally into a rare panic. Glaring at her brother, she said, "And I might die of it, so you might never see me again. Then you'll be sorry." She meant this to induce Jimmy's guilt for teasing her, but Polly's beautiful blue eyes filled with terrified tears. "Do you mean you're going to die? Like my baby sister Lucy?" "Of course not," I said, trying to comfort both Polly and the servant girl who shared my little sister's bed at night. "Polly, we took the treatment years ago, so did Jimmy. What's more, it didn't hurt very much." That was at least mostly true. "Why, Polly, you can scarcely remember it, can you?" Polly shook her head, clinging to Sally's skirts. "There," I announced. "Do you see? If it was so dreadful, don't you think you'd remember it?" Polly agreed, comforted. Sally seemed to be too, and Jimmy hugged her before sending her up to my father's rooms with coffee and a pastry. But that night, Sally crept from my sister's bed to perch at the end of mine. "Miss Patsy," she whispered, "your father told me I'm likely to get very sick." Yes. I remembered what my father said when I took the treatment. "We must take upon ourselves a smaller evil to defend against the greater evil. We must take upon ourselves a smaller pain in order to survive." Sally nodded gravely. "But if I pass, I want Polly to have the little bell your mama left me." I remembered it well. "You still have it?" "In my bundle," she said of her small satchel of belongings. Moved, I stroked her back between her trembling shoulder blades. "You're not going to die, Sally, and I'll care for you. I've already had the pox, so I can stay with you until you're better." I imagined myself wiping sweat from her brow, brushing her long black hair, and tending to her as gently as Papa once had tended to me. Alas, that was never a possibility. It wasn't legal to give the treatment within the city limits. So Sally was sent away to a physician's care, where she remained quarantined for the next 40 days. Which meant two things. First, that we spent 40 days in fright for Sally, not knowing if we'd see her alive again. And second, that Polly finally cleaved to me. Without Sally between us, Polly climbed into my bed. She let me take her shopping for clothes. She let me style her hair. Together, we played a hiding-and-seeking game in Papa's greenhouse and plucked dried and over-ripened Indian corn from Papa's garden to make a display for the table. In short, now that I was 15, I took upon myself Polly's mothering and cared for her as I promised my own mother I would. Unfortunately, this only seemed to free Papa to pursue his most dangerous impulses. In spite, or perhaps because of the way Mrs. Causeway made herself unavailable, Papa couldn't seem to shake her enchantment. When the weather turned cold during Advent, he planned a dinner in Mrs. Causeway's honor. Though he usually preferred small gatherings of friends, for her he invited a large crowd of strangers, including exiled Polish and Italian royalty. I hoped at least the crowd would avoid the intimacy of a less grand affair. Jimmy prepared the feast. He was swiftly becoming an accomplished chef in the French style, whereas I still hadn't mastered pudding. But because I imagined myself to be the hostess of this dinner, he permitted me to chop carrots and onions while he braised beef in a soup of bacon, wine, and brandy. I tried to take note of the amounts of nutmeg and allspice he sprinkled in, but Jimmy worked fast, with a pinch here and there, as if he'd committed it to memory. I was obliged to watch a clock for 3 hours while the concoction boiled away, and while I should have been contemplating a way to ask my father's permission to become a nun. I imagined I was the wife of my father's handsome secretary, and that we had a house together just outside of Paris. It was only a fantasy, for Mr. Short had never expressed interest in taking a bride, and rumors hadn't ceased about his love for a married duchess. But I contented myself with harmless fantasies of domestic bliss, whereas the men in my life were apparently content with nothing but real congress with sinful women. As I dressed that night, I worried for the scandal Mrs. Causeway might cause, fluttering about my Papa like a wounded bird. But when she arrived, Papa bounded toward her to kiss her cheek, whereas she turned her head so the kiss landed upon her ear. At dinner, she took the seat beside him as proffered, but slid it closer to a count of some renown, with whom she flirted shamelessly. Though I desperately hoped Papa would give up this affair, it was painful to watch it unravel before my eyes. Worse, I witnessed the exact moment my father reached to pat her arm, and she recoiled from the sight of the curled fingers of his injured hand, as if she'd only just realized he was twice her age. Papa looked away, his lips pressing into a tight line. She'd hurt him, and I felt furiously angry at her for doing so. If a woman was to surrender her virtue and risk eternal damnation, she ought to at least do it for good reason. I might have forgiven her if she'd sinned in the cause of love, but the way she recoiled from my father made me certain it was not her heart that led her to sin, it was her vanity, and I've never forgiven her for that. Not for her dalliance with Papa, nor for the way she treated him. God may forgive her, but I never shall. The only good to come of her rejection that night was the way it forced Papa to stiffen, as if awakening from a long, fevered dream. Perhaps my father had to suffer this humiliation in order to recover from the fever of Mrs. Causeway. Alas, it seemed that I had to be equally prepared to suffer humiliation when the dinner conversation turned to the Duchesse de la Rochefoucauld. Mr. Short's association with the woman was the cause of several veiled but ribald jests. I pretended at supreme indifference, while I surreptitiously fisted my hands into my skirts, agonized by my awareness of the man so close. I stared at the lace that peeked out from under Mr. Short's neatly tailored sleeve, wondering how far apart our knees were spaced beneath the table. wondering, too, when I'd be humiliated enough by my own infatuation to stop wondering such things. The subject of mockery, Mr. Short only sipped at his wine with an enigmatic smile. There was no blush on his cheeks, only mine. After a bout of raucous laughter, the Polish princess pointed at Mr. Short and accused, "You're overly fond of French girls." He replied with a sly glance my way, "Oh, I like Virginia girls just as much." All at once, my burning embarrassment became a different kind of fire, and I died 1,000 burning deaths of pleasure. Mr. Short's amusing retort meant nothing to these people, who laughed at his defiant wit, but his eyes fastened on mine flirtatiously, and I finally knew with certainty that I hadn't imagined his affection for me after all. It was real. The dashing Mr. Short could have had any Frenchwoman in Paris, but he was looking at me in my blue gown with the golden sash. He was looking at me, and I felt suddenly as light and warm as the wisps of smoke that floated up from the silver candelabra on the table. That night, long after the guests took their leave, I couldn't stop spinning on my toes. Round and round I went into the bedroom like a whirlwind. Polly peeked up from her goose-down pillow in vague alarm. "What's wrong?" "Nothing at all," I said, falling into bed on a laugh. I was no longer certain I wished to join the convent, because I might soon have, in Mr. Short, a suitor of my very own. What's more, for the first time I could remember, things were just as they ought to be. My family was together under one roof, domestic tranquility the aim of our existence, exactly what my mother had always wanted, what I'd always wanted too. And a few days later, something even more wonderful happened. Mrs. Causeway left Paris. I learned this from Papa, who came in from the wintry cold with frost upon his wig and a crumpled piece of paper in his hand. "I was to have breakfast with her this morning," he bit out, "but I found only a note of farewell." Papa marched up to his chambers and stayed there. And though my father was always writing, that whole next week he sent not a single letter. Seeing me fret over this, Mr. Short asked, "Will you never stop wrinkling your forehead with worry for your father, Patsy? He's merely lanced a boil." Had Mr. Short also believed that Maria Causeway was a plague on our house? If so, why had he stood by and let her happen? She might return to Paris. He wouldn't see her again if she did. If nothing else, Mrs. Causeway deprived your father of his goodbye, of a closing scene, of a way to make sense of it, categorize it, and put it in final order. He despises nothing so much as that. He had the right of it, for he knew my father well. Papa might be miserable, but would soon be purged of it. What he needed was someone to tend to him so that he could distract himself with work, as he'd always done. Sally had returned from her ordeal in the countryside hale and hearty, not a pock-mark on her beauty, so I tasked her with being Papa's chambermaid. It was a cold winter, colder than anyone in Paris could remember, and I instructed Sally to keep the fires blazing at his hearth until Polly and I returned from the convent for Christmastide. In the meantime, at Jimmy's insistence, Papa hired a special tutor to teach the Hemmingses French. I provided Sally with a new wardrobe from my cast-off clothing, so she'd look like a suitable maid to accompany us on social visits. Together, my sister and I took to the city, bedecked in new elaborate dresses of our own, and Mr. Short sometimes accompanied us, playing the part of gentleman chaperone, while stealing little smiles at me whenever I glanced his way. Between this the gaiety of the holiday, and the passionate political debates on every street corner. It was all a delight. When Polly and I returned home the Sunday before Christmas, the embassy was alive with the smell of bread. Low candles and crackling fires warmed every room, and I was filled with an undeniable happiness. Polly and I shared tea and buttered rolls, and I showed her the Cabinet des Modes, a popular fashion leaflet in Paris. "Would you like a gown like this?" I was eager to dress her just as Mrs. Adams had dressed me upon my own arrival in France, and Polly was so much prettier, just like a little doll. What fun it would be for us, two sisters, to choose fabrics and ribbons and shoes together. But Polly just shrugged. She was less interested in clothes than in playing outside, so I tossed the leaflet aside. "Shall we go out and see the snow?" Polly's face immediately brightened. "Oh, let's!" We bundled up and went into the courtyard, where we made a game of throwing little balls of snow. To my surprise, Mr. Short joined us in the merriment. Under the threat of slushy snow packed in his gloves, I cried, "You wouldn't dare!" Mr. Short, cheeks pink from the cold, grinned at me. "Mademoiselle, I'm a daring man. The question is whether or not you'll duck away." Light-headed at his flirtation, I fluttered my eyelashes like a coquette. I could run. Packing the snow tighter in his palms, he narrowed his eyes. "If you run from me, Patsy Jefferson, I vow to give chase." I didn't think we were speaking of the snow game any longer. Nevertheless, I wanted him to prove it. Giddy, I grabbed my skirts and fled down the pathway. Our garden was nothing next to the snow-covered green majesty of the palace grounds, but that day ours seemed more beautiful. The cold made my lungs tighten as I ran, laughing, but when Mr. Short chased, I began to feel as if it was each thud of my pounding heart that forced the breath out of me. In moments, Mr. Short caught me by the coat, spinning me to him. Alas, my heel caught a patch of ice, and my foot went out from under me. But I didn't fall, at least not right away. Mr. Short's arms came around my waist, and I crashed against his chest. Then we both lost our footing, and still laughing, fell together into a drift of snow. With my head cradled upon his shoulder where he lay sprawled, his hat blown away by a gust of snowy wind, I didn't feel the cold. Though the frigid melting water seeped into my woolen dress, I felt only the warmth of Mr. Short's breath on my face, only the heat banked in his eyes, only the strange desire that burned in me to take off my glove and trace his cheek with my bare fingers. Instead, I let my hand drift near to his, and nearly swooned when he hooked my little finger with his own. We hadn't touched skin to skin, but there was an unmistakable intimacy as his gloved finger linked, tightly but tenderly, with my own. We breathed in perfect harmony, bound so innocently, finger to finger, even as we ached for more. It was a still and perfect moment. And then Polly ruined it all by pelting us with snow. Declaring herself the victor, she danced over us. Still breathless and exhilarated, we went inside to change into dry clothes. When we came down, Jimmy set out spiced cider, and Mr. Short suggested that we summon Papa to join us. I wondered, perhaps vainly, if Mr. Short meant to speak to my father about a courtship between us. It was with this question in my mind, veritably floating on air, that I went in search of my father. His sitting-room door stood open, and I stepped into the room. "Papa!" Despite the warm glow from the fireplace, the room was empty. A noise sounded from Papa's chamber, the door to which was ajar. Crossing to it, I inhaled to call his name again, but what I saw made the words die in my throat. Sally stood in the center of the room, her back to me, Papa's coat gripped in her hands. He was smiling softly at her, with an intimacy that stole the breath from me. After a moment, Papa grasped the jacket from Sally, but no, he didn't grasp the material. He held her hands where they curled around the stiff collar. He studied her, as if he couldn't quite comprehend the contours of her face. And my heart thundered against my breastbone. I was frozen there on the threshold of the room, not quite in, not quite out. I didn't know what was happening, or why every fiber of my body screamed at me to look away. I should have, or maybe I should have called out to make my presence known. But I could do neither. Papa was a tall man, and Sally was small. The way he stared down at her, the girl who looked so much like my mother. It wasn't the stare of an old man, a humiliated lover, or a widower resigned to bachelorhood. It was the stare of a man who contemplates damnation and salvation. Slowly, as if even he wasn't conscious of his movement, Papa leaned his face down to Sally's. As his eyes fell closed, her head tilted back, and he kissed her. I could make no sense of the scene unfolding before me. She was a girl my own age. She was my mother's sister, my own aunt. She was his slave. And though I knew, of course I knew, that Virginia plantation owners took slaves for mistresses, we'd been so long away from home, I couldn't believe my own eyes. He couldn't be doing this. My mind rejected what I saw clearly until he pursued her lips with more ardor and drew Sally close against his chest. At that embrace, I choked back the cry that worked its way up from my breast, where my heart raced so hard I saw spots. If Papa saw me, he mustn't see me. Fingers pressed over my lips, I turned away from the private, heartbreaking moment and flew from the room. Chapter 9. It was my haste that made me stumble halfway down the stairs. Only a wild, wrenching grasp at the carved wooden rail saved me from a broken neck. Alas, the heavy fall of my feet echoed up the staircase and drew my father from his rooms. "Patsy," he called, peering over the banister. I froze, breathless, my belly roiling with shock and anger and revulsion. I ought to have pretended that I didn't hear him say my name. I ought to have hurried on, leaving him with only the sight of my back. I ought never to have looked up at him over my shoulder. But I did look up. There on the landing my father loomed tall, a tendril of his ginger hair having come loose from its ribbon, his shirt worn without its neckcloth, the stark white linen setting off more vividly the red flush that crept up his throat. Was it shame for his behavior with Sally, or ardor? On the heels of giving witness to his behavior, the thought was so excruciatingly horrifying that heat swept over me, leaving me to wish I'd burn away to dust. "Are you hurt?" Papa asked hoarsely. I couldn't reply, my mouth too filled with the bitter taste of bile. Finally, I forced a shake of my head. He glanced back to the door, then back at me, his hand half covering his mouth. Were you at my door just now?" "No," I whispered, as much as I could manage under my suffocating breathlessness. And how dare he ask if I'd been at his door when neither of us could bear the honest answer? Even if Papa didn't know what I'd seen, he knew what he'd done. He ought to have been downstairs with us, reacquainting himself with the little daughter who still didn't remember him. He ought to have been sipping cider with the young man who fancied me, giving his permission to court. He ought to have been doing 100 other things. Instead, he was preying upon my dead mother's enslaved half-sister, and the wrongness of it filled my voice with a defiant rage. "No, I wasn't at your door." I held his gaze, letting him see what he would. My father paused on the precipice, clearing his throat, absently smearing the corner of his lips with one thumb. Well, did you need something?" As if my needs were at the forefront of his thoughts. My fingers curled into fists as a lie came to me suddenly and sullenly. "I was coming up to fetch my prayer book." Surely he knew it was a lie, but I didn't care. If he challenged me, I'd lie again, without even the decency of dropping my eyes. I'd lie because between a father and a daughter, what I'd witnessed was unspeakable, and I'd learned from the man who responded with silence to my letters about politics or adultery or the liberation of slaves. Papa never spoke on any subject he didn't want to. Neither would I. "Are you certain you weren't hurt?" Papa finally murmured. "On the stairs?" Rage burned inside me so hotly, I thought it possible that my handprint might be seared upon the railing. I bobbed my head, grasped my skirt, and took 2 steps down before my father called to me again. "Patsy." I couldn't face him, so I merely stopped, my chest heaving with the effort to restrain myself from taking flight. "What?" A heavy silence descended, one filled with pregnant emotion. I feared he might be so unwise as to attempt to explain himself, to justify or confess his villainous lapse in judgment. But when he finally spoke, it was only to ask, "What of your prayer book?" Swallowing hard, I forced words out despite the pain. "I've reconsidered my need of it. I'm not as apt as some people to forget what it says." My heart still in turmoil, I drifted mindlessly back to the parlor, where Polly sipped at her cider, dollies by her feet on the floor. I wanted nothing so much in that moment as to escape my father and his house, to spirit away to the convent and take my little sister with me. But how would I explain myself to Mr. Short? "Is your father of a mind to join us?" he asked, rising from his chair expectantly, his eyes still dancing with merriment from our games in the snow. For me, those games now seemed a lifetime ago, a perfect moment sullied. "Papa won't be joining us." "More cider for us, I suppose," Mr. Short mused, tilting his cup to hide his disappointment. "Didn't you get Sally?" Polly asked, abandoning her dollies. "I'll fetch her." "No," I said harshly, grabbing her arm to stop her. I'd never spoken a harsh word to Polly, much less grabbed her with force. She blinked at me with surprise. "Why not?" "Papa has need of her." How I nearly choked on those words. Perhaps Mr. Short heard the catch in my throat, or saw inside me to where a noxious stew of dark and unworthy emotions still boiled, for the merriment in his eyes melted away to concern. "Polly, do you know that Jimmy is working on a wondrous new confection made of egg whites and custard and wine? They're called snow eggs. Why don't you help him whip them up?" Polly's eyes widened with delight, so I let her skip away to the kitchen before I thought better of it. And the moment she was gone, Mr. Short latched on to me with his singular characteristic of prying into facts. "Whatever is the matter?" "Nothing. I've grown tired and wish to return to the convent." His brows shot up. "Before the end of Christmas-tide? Your father hadn't planned for you to return until after the religious observances were at a close." It was his way of reminding me of Papa's antipathy for Catholicism and contempt for Catholic Mass and saints' days, though it was still many years before my father would use a razor to construct his own Bible, cutting out all mentions of miracles and divinity. I already suspected my father observed the holy days only as a matter of form, and the reminder fueled my outrage, making me all the more determined to defy him. "Papa's well contented with his servants. He doesn't need me here. And in matters of faith, mustn't we all follow our own conscience?" The word conscience echoed between us. Mr. Short glanced to the door and the stairway beyond, in the direction of my father's bedchambers, before rounding his shoulders beneath his dark coat. "Certainly, Mademoiselle Sally can see to your father's comfort, but you're the center of his world, Patsy. Moreover, how would your conscience allow you to leave me utterly bereft of your company?" In spite of his exquisite charm, I winced at his mention of Sally, dying a little at his unwilling implication of how she might see to Papa's comfort, by the way he called her Mademoiselle, as if she were a free Frenchwoman. It was only a wince. It shouldn't have betrayed me. But to William Short, I was capable of betraying myself without a word. "Patsy, sit down before your knees give way." Then, more quietly, without a note of censure, he added, "You're old enough now to know the natural way of it between men and women." There I suffered my second shock of the evening. The realization that Mr. Short was somehow aware of my father's liaison with his slave girl. Did that mean I'd not witnessed its first incarnation? Could there have been other encounters, other kisses, other... Sitting down hard upon the chair by the fire, I shook away the knowing of any of it. None of this was anything a lady of character ought allow herself to be aware, nor something a Virginia gentleman like William Short ought to acknowledge. So I exclaimed, "Pray do not speak another word." But Mr. Short was already more of a Frenchman than a Virginian, and instead of honoring my request, he took the chair beside me and spoke my name very softly. "Patsy, why not tell me what troubled thoughts are racing under that lace-trimmed cap?" How soothing he made himself sound, as if he wasn't the same man who had just characterized my father's desire for Sally as the natural way of it between men and women. So soothing that the savage whisper of my answer took us both by surprise, "Because you, sir, for whom I've unwisely contrived no small admiration, never find fault in my father's conduct." Mr. Short gripped the armrest of his chair. "How unjust. I've spoken to your father many times about the evils of slavery and shall continue to do so." "I'm not speaking about the evils of slavery." "But you are, Patsy," he insisted. "Should we object to a man's affection for his slave more than we object to the fact that he holds her in bondage? I've told you before that slavery is a practice that compromises our morals, perhaps beyond redemption. Whether we claim a slave's labor in the tobacco field or the smoky kitchen or in the pleasures of a candle-lit bedchamber, slavery makes it all the same." "It's not the same," I argued, though, unlike Mr. Short, I had no experience in the pleasures of a candle-lit bedchamber to guide my convictions. I had only my conscience, and my conscience cried out that this was wrong. I knew it was. So did William Short, yet apparently he'd do nothing to stop it, even if it meant putting souls, as he said, beyond redemption. Was it because Mr. Short had seduced and corrupted the Belle of Saint-Germain and his married Duchess, too? Did he feel as if he had no standing to judge my father's illicit conduct when he himself stood guilty of indiscretions? Mr. Short reached for my hand. His eyes filled with desire, the same desire I'd seen only moments ago on my father's face. "Patsy, it's no sin to—" "It is," I said, pulling away. Not everything I've felt for Sally Hemings over the years has been noble or unselfish, but that night I perceived a difference between her and the preening, pampered Maria Causeway. With the memory of Sally's tarnished little bell, the one my mother bequeathed her, I felt somehow compelled to defend her. But because I could conceive of no way to influence her circumstance or my own, I was filled with rage not only at my father, but also at William Short, the man who made our helplessness plain. I wrenched away before he could reach for me again, thinking myself miserably foolish to have ever presumed his flirtation carried with it an honorable intent. Foolish to have ever thought Mr. Short wished to court me or marry ever. "It is a sin, Mr. Short," I said, remembering all the teachings my father supposed I didn't hear at the convent. I knew God gave us commandments, the sixth of which forbade adulteries and fornications, even those lusts committed only in the heart. Yet the men of Paris seemed to believe the Lord could not see past the glittering brilliance of Versailles into the darker deeds done in its shadow. Deeds done under the same roof where my innocent little sister played with her dolls. So it was that with all the righteous indignation that can be mustered by a confused and heartbroken girl of 15, I brushed past Mr. Short without a backward glance. Sally Hemings was as opaque to me as I tried to make myself to the rest of the world. We had that in common. So when she came to brush out Polly's hair that night, she let slip not the slightest hint of anything amiss. In the days that followed at the Hôtel de Langeac, my father's behavior was in every respect correct, benevolent, and genteel. Papa was gallant with Polly, spoiling her with gifts on Christmas Day. He contrived to play music with me, ignoring the pain in his wrist, lavishing me with praise and warmly asserting after a particularly well-performed duet that he loved me infinitely. He also announced on the coming of the new year that he'd begin paying wages to Jimmy, who now insisted upon being called James, both generous and appropriate to his new official station as a chef de cuisine, in full command of our kitchen. Furthermore, Papa bestowed upon Sally a wage of 24 livres, plus another 12 as a gift, a sum so wildly excessive for a chambermaid that I could only understand it as a gesture of apology and regret. In truth, this largesse to Sally was all that convinced me I had not imagined the encounter between them. I thought the extravagance must be a farewell to their intimacies. The thought comforted me, and I convinced myself quite easily that it would never happen again. Ever amiable, Sally's only concern that winter seemed to be a desire to be included in Polly's and my doings, and to see the sights of Paris. Meanwhile, Papa lost himself in assuring the credit of our new nation, and shipping wine, rice, silk, and china to friends who requested it. Even the intrepid Mr. Short didn't again mention Papa's encounter with Sally, nor ours in the snow. And I was glad of it, because our friendship had cooled considerably since the night he defended my father's indefensible conduct with Sally, and my suspicions of Mr. Short's moral character only increased when, upon having left Sally to sweep up my dressing room after cutting my hair, I returned to ask her some trifle and caught a glimpse of William Short in the doorway, there where he ought not to have been. His presence there caught me so off guard that I dashed into an empty room so as not to be seen. A moment later, Mr. Short hurried past. As his footsteps retreated down the stairs, I pressed my hand to my heart. What had he been doing in my chamber? My pulse beating in my ears, the question I'd intended to ask Sally was long forgotten, which was for the best. I didn't want to chance seeing her and witness in her eyes or on her face anything that might confirm my aching suspicions about Mr. Short's actions. Up until that point, I'd fervently prayed that I'd misjudged Mr. Short, that in my shock and dismay over my father's conduct, I'd unfairly counted him amongst those men who are unworthy of the kind of affection I bore him. But now I feared that Mr. Short, too, had noticed pretty Sally Hemings. I won't spare myself by pretending this fear arose only for her sake. Her liaison with my father, however brief, taught me an unfortunate habit of jealousy. I'd already compared my unruly red curls to Sally's long, flowing dark mane, already despaired of my tall stature against her petite frame, already judged with impatience the plainness of my face where hers was so beautiful. But I was, at that time, still a good-hearted girl with a mind toward decency, and in spite of all else, I harbored great affection for Sally. So it wasn't with all self-serving motive that I treated Mr. Short with contempt, turning from him to my new Catholic faith for comfort. My father didn't know of the rosary that I kept beneath my pillow, but blamed my moodiness on my friends at the convent. One night before bed, he gave me a kiss on the forehead and the following advice: "Seek out the company of your countrywomen, who are too wise to wrinkle their foreheads with politics and religious superstition like these French women do. It is a comparison of Amazons and angels." I frowned at him, remembering that he was the one who sent me to the school with all these French women, when I hadn't wanted to go, and that the conduct of women seemed to me, in every respect, less objectionable than his. So while Mr. Short set to work taking dictation as Papa outlined the merits of the Bill of Rights, to be proposed upon adoption of the new Constitution in America, it fell to me to occupy myself with the tender and tranquil amusements of domestic life. While I mothered Polly, the two men worked tirelessly, so much so that their enterprise spilled out of the study into the parlor, where my sister and I read our books. That is how I know that Papa worried about the perpetual eligibility of the president for re-election, a thing he feared would make a mockery of liberty. I was there when, in a tirade, Papa condemned the degeneracy of the principles of liberty taking root in America, and Mr. Short slyly chose his moment to convey an invitation for Papa to join the Society of the Friends of the Blacks, of which he, Lafayette, and the Duc de la Rochefoucauld were all members. My father did pause to consider, but in the end he said, "Nobody wishes more ardently to see an abolition not only of the trade, but of the condition of slavery. But I'm here as a public servant to those who haven't seen fit to give voice against it." Mr. Short nodded, as if the matter was settled, but I could see plainly in his expression that it was not. There was a dogged stubbornness about William Short, one that would lead him to hold out hope for a cause long after everyone else knew it to be lost. He was as persistent in matters of the heart as he was in matters of moral principle, though I didn't know it yet. I only knew that I'd judged him to be dishonorable, and yet he stood against slavery, showed loyalty to my father, and had only ever shown me kindness, even when he spoke words that broke my heart. And so, in the helpless way of a girl who has never learned to guard that heart, I'd fallen most desperately in love with him. It didn't matter that I was angry. It didn't matter that I believed him a knave. It didn't matter that I'd decided to take my vows. Try as I might to deny it, my chest felt empty and hollow on the days when we were parted, and that exquisite suffering was replaced with a swelling ache when I came again into his company. Yes, I was a young girl with a secret love, and this tortured predicament was made only more agonizing by my father's decision to tour Europe in March of that year, leaving instructions that Mr. Short was to watch over me and Polly while he was away. In Papa's absence, Mr. Short's attention turned to me. He came to the convent within days of my father's departure, ostensibly to ask after Polly's health. Strolling through the courtyard, he said, "I want to be able to assure your father that she's recovered of her illness." "She was recovered of it before Papa left," I replied coldly. "But I'll write a letter if he's worried." "I'll wait, should it please you to have my company while you compose." There was a thread of hope in his voice, but I knew that my friends at the convent were watching us from the windows above, so I only shook my head. "I would rather send my letter tonight for you to enclose with your own." The disappointment that flashed through his eyes pleased me, and he was back again 3 days later, then 6 days after that. Each time I remained perfectly placid, according him civility, but not more than that, until at last he visited on the pretext of delivering me an allowance. "Your father sent this payment, some for you, some for your tuition, and some to the servants." It was the mention of the servants that made me say, "I'd like Sally to stay at the convent with us. We'll be glad to have our lady's maid close at hand." Settling beside me on a bench, and casually crossing his leg at the knee in a way that drew my eyes to the strong and lean muscle of his calf beneath its white silk stocking, Mr. Short replied mildly, "Your father considered sending Sally to stay with you, but didn't approve the cost of boarding her at the convent." "How much can it cost? Perhaps with my allowance and Sally's savings—" "No, your father doesn't wish to invite inquiries as to the special status of his servants. Such inquiries might not only prove embarrassing to him, but also result in a substantial fine for his failure to register his black servants as per French law." It surprised me that my father, a great believer in laws, was breaking one. "How large a fine?" Mr. Short's voice did not waver. 3,000 livres for Sally and James each, 6,000 in all. Should their slave status be brought to the attention of the authorities, both of them might be arrested and expelled from the country, or, conversely, they might both file a petition for emancipation in the Admiralty Court, which is certain to be granted, by the way. There are no slaves in France. That was the official policy. But the specificity with which Mr. Short imparted the legal procedure was not only a revelation, but also a weapon. He must have struggled over whether or not to make the Hemmingses aware of their path to freedom. And now I'd have to struggle with it too. I remember thinking that if he were any kind of a gentleman, he wouldn't have burdened me with it. Then again, no other man would have guessed it would burden me. "How fares your conscience, Miss Patsy?" The question drew me back to the night of my discovery, back into my confusion and outrage. "I cannot imagine what you mean." His gaze darkened. "In addition to your other cruelties toward me, are we to now add dishonesty to the mix?" I gasped. My cruelties? What injury do you imagine I've done you? The squeezing pang of my heart belied my need to ask. I'd seen the shielded flashes of hurt and disappointment in his eyes, the crestfallen expressions, the false cheerfulness at my coldness. I'd never known before it was possible to enjoy being cruel to a man, and I'd reveled in it. His eyes didn't shield the hurt this time, but allowed it there plainly for me to see. You've held yourself so distant from me that the only logical conclusion I can draw is that you intend to cause me distress. I lifted my chin, though my chest throbbed with guilt. Why, I didn't suspect you'd even notice being held at a distance, Mr. Short. You're known to immerse yourself in your own amusements. Why, not long ago, I saw you pay visit to my dressing chamber at the Hôtel de Langeac. He paled, as he ought to have. But when he recovered from his shock, he said, "Please believe I meant no disrespect or impropriety, as I'm sure Sally can attest." This bitter rejoinder escaped my lips before I could stop it, and I regretted it at once, especially when Mr. Short only tilted his head in apparent bewilderment. "Sally?" he asked, as if he'd never heard her name. "I waited until she went down for a broom so I wouldn't be seen." I was now equally bewildered and scandalized. "You don't mean to imply that you came to see me in my private chambers, do you?" Where he'd been pale, color suddenly flooded his cheeks. "Do you take me for a scoundrel?" And when he saw I might answer that question, he hurried forth to say, "I suppose you must. I'm a bit of a one, but not in this. At least, it was in no way my intent for you to ever discover—" He shook his head. I hadn't the faintest idea how to react. "Mr. Short, if you weren't visiting my dressing room to see Sally nor to see me, then why were you there?" He glanced away. "Ask me again when your father returns." He meant for that to be the end of the discussion, but because my heart was pounding against my ribs beneath my stays, I feared my unfulfilled curiosity would kill me. "You speak of my cruelty, Mr. Short, yet you refuse to answer the simplest question."
"Patsy, leave it be."
Until that moment, I didn't know I had the capacity for coercion. But Mr. Short brought out a great many things in me I didn't know were there. "Since you're so concerned that the matter must wait until my father's return, I'll simply write him about it." Mr. Short turned to me with an expression of astonishment at my threat.
"And to think everyone who meets you praises you as such a good-natured, happy girl with the charm of a perfect temper. Everyone from Abigail Adams to the nuns at your convent assure your father that you're a girl with the utmost simplicity of character."
He gave a rueful laugh.
"None of them knows you in the slightest."
I took instant offense. I behave as Papa wishes me to behave.
"And he knows you least of all. You're his Amazon disguised as an angel."
This was another insult, or at least it should have been. And yet, I sensed in Mr. Short's tone the hint of approval. Nevertheless, I became painfully aware that we were quarreling in an abbey under the eyes of gossipy girls. "Thank you for your visit, Mr. Short. You may assure my father that I won't spend my allowance on fripperies." It was a dismissal, so he rose stiffly, tipped his hat curtly, but he didn't take his leave.
"What a mess of this I've made,"
he murmured. Then, with one gloved hand, he reached into his coat and pulled from some inner pocket a folded note of linen paper. He placed it gently on the seat beside me and added, almost timidly,
"Mercy, mademoiselle, I beg of you."
My mind raced with all manner of villainy that might have been written upon that paper. But when I opened it, I found no ink at all, just a blank page, between the folds of which was pressed a glossy curl of ginger. Is this a clipping of my hair? Mr. Short cringed, as if in the greatest mortification, as if he might like to jump the gates and hop out of the convent, escaping into the streets on foot. "You're most unkind to ask. An angel would have spared me the humiliation." Of a sudden, my heart pounded even harder, and a flush heated my skin. Then I vowed to pretend I know nothing about it. He sighed with resignation. "On the day Sally cut your hair, I took this clipping before she could sweep it up. I hope you can forgive my act of petty larceny." The implications of this confession broke a fissure in my resentment like the sun cracking open a frozen river. Mr. Short hadn't sought out a private moment with Sally. He'd stolen a token of mine. Overcome with a rush of emotion, I pressed a hand to my chest, crushing the front of my crimson frock, and breathed in as if for the very first time. "Why would you do such a thing?" He removed his hat and stared at his feet with chagrin. "With our friendship imperiled, I felt the want of a keepsake to remind me of happier times." My heart insisted it was more than that. I recalled the gold watch key containing a braided lock of my mother's hair that Papa had commissioned, so that he'd never forget her, so that he'd carry her with him always. Mr. Short wanted that kind of connection with me. "Why didn't you simply ask me for such a token?" "I thought you'd be ill-disposed to such a request. Moreover, I'd never presume without your father's permission, and given that Mr. Jefferson had just confided his intention to leave you and your sister under my protection, any discussion of my feelings for you would have sounded suspect, if not depraved." Mon Dieu! I thought I might fall into a breathless swoon before I got the words out. "What are your feelings for me?" "Ask me again," Mr. Short said, snatching back the token of hair from my grasp. "When your father returns." Chapter 10. Was there ever a time or place for love better than spring in Paris? With my father away, William Short and I exchanged witty little notes, discussed books, and railed at the injustice of French commoners paying taxes while nobles and clergy were exempt. We marveled together at the revolutionary spirit in Paris. Indeed, we knew ourselves to be caught up in a singular moment in history, and hoped the whole world, inspired by my father's ideals, was poised to make itself over anew. All the while, I kept my vow. I pretended not to know about the lock of hair. At least, I never again made mention of it during Mr. Short's dangerously frequent visits to the convent. Nor did he openly declare his feelings for me. Indeed, during our long walks, we thought ourselves models of restraint, our behavior above the suspicion of even the most censorious nun. Though we were far too clever together to let restraint or propriety, or even our confinement, get in the way of affection's bloom. When it rained and we were forced to shelter under the cold grey arches of the Pantémont, we shared a little bag of chocolate drops. Mr. Short said, "Let's warm ourselves by painting a mental picture of a sun-drenched field." I laughed, delighted. Given my lack of talent for drawing, I fear to take up the imaginary brush. What else do we see but a field? "Some trees," he grinned. "Perhaps a church tower in the distance." His grin widened.
a pair of sweethearts picnicking together.
Smiling too, I closed my eyes to the pitter-patter of rain, allowing myself to imagine sprawling upon a blanket with him in the sun. Are these sweethearts well suited?
Too soon to tell. But they're both enormously fond of chocolate drops, so I have high hopes for them.
That made me laugh. Dear Mr. Short. Is a mutual fondness for chocolate drops a strong basis for affections?
It is, if you understand how seriously this fellow regards his confections.
Blinking with guile, I asked, "Oh, is he a chocolatier?" Mr. Short chuckled, his green eyes dancing with mirth.
A country lawyer by training, but he was induced to serve a diplomat in a foreign land. He's very dashing and a sprightly dancer, too.
The desire to twit him was irresistible. Aha! I've guessed who our sweethearts are. Nabby Adams and her father's secretary, the dashing Colonel Smith.
Mr. Short smirked. No, but our sweethearts are similarly situated. Then, more peevishly, you really think Colonel Smith is dashing? He's a dreadfully stiff dancer, and whenever the man sings, he's off-key.
I thought he was your friend, I exclaimed, warming inside at his displeasure in my complimenting Colonel Smith.
He is my friend. That's why I'm so well acquainted with his faults. I taunt him for his lack of musicality, and he taunts me about the elderly French women who are taken by my charms.
It wasn't only elderly French women who were taken by his charms, but I refused to let the thought dim my enjoyment of our game. Let's return to the sweethearts in our imaginary painting. Does the fellow enjoy his work?
He does, though he's worked for years now without respite. He arrived desperately eager to see the continent, but his employer hasn't been able to do without him.
It was a mild implied complaint that made me laugh, for I believed my papa's resistance had more to do with his fears about young American men being at great risk of corruption in Europe. To work so hard without respite, this fellow must be either industrious or ambitious.
Very ambitious, was Mr. Short's answer. He'd like to be of both service and consequence to his country.
My heart fluttered anew. How could I not admire such a man? How brave to make his career so far from home.
Oh, I wouldn't make too much of his courage. He was so seasick on the way to his post that he now contemplates staying abroad forever rather than face the crossing again.
I smiled at the admission of the shortcoming. But wouldn't he miss his country? Mr. Short contemplated, one finger tapping his lips in a way that drew my gaze there.
He already does, but he's not homesick for some of its peculiar customs. He'd like to return to his native land, secure a comfortable fortune as a planter, and make a home for a suitable wife, but he worries it cannot be done except at the cost of his sacred honor. Do you think that's something his sweetheart could understand?
I swallowed, trying to make sense of his question. That depends. Is his sweetheart a French girl?
Virginian.
In spite of my intention to remain coolly, flirtatiously aloof, my breath caught, and my lips parted as I met his pointed gaze. Then she understands. How ignorant I was. I'd never before given any thought to how difficult it was to prosper in Virginia without slaves. Never contemplated the obstacles of leasing lands to free sharecroppers. Never racked my brain to choose crops requiring only the labor that might keep both the plantation and conscience in good order. The only thing I understood was that Mr. Short was fearful of returning to a way of life in Virginia that he despised.
"And the girl in this picture?" he asked. "What does she dream for her future?"
As tangled as my thoughts had become, the question took me utterly unawares. I had, from the youngest age, been given directives: how to comport myself in a way that honored my father, what to learn to make myself a more pleasing companion. I still heard my mother's reedy voice bidding me to take care of my father all of the days of his life. No one had ever asked me what I wanted. What can you mean? He mischievously stole the last chocolate drop and held it just out of my reach. What sort of life do you think she'd like to lead? Does she wish to marry or give herself to spinsterhood? Does she see herself the lady of a house in town, visiting with her friends and debating in salons? Does she see herself the mistress of a vast country plantation, brewing beer, slaughtering pigs, haying in its season? My father always spoke as if I would, inevitably, return to take up life on a plantation. Except for my now mostly forgotten desire to join the convent, other choices had never before been presented to me, and when faced with this dizzying array, the words that bubbled up from within me were born of raw instinct. She dreams of a future in which she, too, might be of both service and consequence to her country. It was an absurd answer. Mr. Short might have laughed in mockery, or he might have presumed it was a docile, non-committal reply, rather than the ambitious and prideful one it really was. But knowing I was my father's daughter in this and everything, he stared with wonder, surrendering to me the last chocolate drop. Well, then, Miss Jefferson, the sweethearts in this idyllic painting are very well suited indeed. The only thing that clouded our sunny romance was the seemingly endless wait for my father's return. It came in April, when Papa rolled up to the convent with a carriage full of gifts for me and Polly. He was eager to talk about the food, art, and ideas the soils of Germany had given him about the best design for a plough, and though he could no longer play the violin with any real skill, due to his injury, I made enough music for the both of us with my new harpsichord, a thing we both treasured. Papa's buoyant spirits delighted Polly and reassured me that he'd be receptive to Mr. Short, should he choose to declare himself for me. Waiting for that fateful moment at the convent school, I huddled together with Marie, my only confidant in such matters, and anxiously counted the days before we'd dine together at the Hôtel de Langeac. Polly, Papa, me, and Mr. Short. What a pleasant little family of four we'd make. I was puzzled then, upon our end-of-week visit, to find Mr. Short not there. My father pulled me into a hug, chiding me gently that I'd not seen fit to pen him but a few lines while he was away. I was ashamed of my neglect, for it was born of my infatuation, and I almost told him as much when asking after Mr. Short. Papa smiled distractedly over a game board upon which he was playing against himself. He's quite occupied arranging for his travels. Travels? In his role as my father's secretary, Mr. Short was part courier, part negotiator, part translator, and representative. He was Papa's voice wherever Papa couldn't be. He traveled frequently throughout France and sometimes beyond, and yet I'd have thought I'd first hear of a new mission from Mr. Short himself. More than that, I feared I couldn't bear the waiting if he should decide to postpone his talk with my father until after such a sojourn. With my heart filled with love that I couldn't express, I was afflicted with the greatest impatience of my life, so much so that I waited up late, going down the stairs on some pretext of needing chamomile tea for an unsettled stomach, when I heard Mr. Short come in. Mr. Short's first instinctive reaction to the sight of me that night was a smile. but then that smile gave way to sadness.
"Whatever are you doing awake at this hour, Patsy?"
My position on the staircase caused me to look down upon him. "I'm told you're to leave Paris."
Setting his hat upon an entryway table, he nodded, gravely. "Yes."
"When?"
I forced myself to move down one more step, then another. "Soon, if all goes as to plan."
"Where will you go?"
"To Rome and other places."
I was unused to his cryptic answers and cringed at the way they turned me into an interrogator. Trying to regain my dignity, I descended the remaining step until only an arm's length separated us. "How wonderful. I know you've wanted to see Rome for yourself. You must be very eager to go. But are you in such a rush that you must leave matters behind you unsettled?" At that, his shoulders sagged. It was only with real effort that he seemed to square them again and face me directly.
"I'm afraid I must."
The acute pain of it was like an arrow. I sucked in air, determined to disguise my anguish. "Do you mean you won't? You haven't?"
"Miss Jefferson," he began stiffly, "I've had an illuminating conversation with your father. It began with the topic of domestic contentment and ended on the subject of youth, inexperience, and the need for matured judgment."
Puzzling through his remarks, I wondered if my father had opined on my youth and inexperience or Mr. Short's. Before I could ask, he added,
"In light of this conversation, your father has seen fit to release me from my duties. In fact, he's encouraged my oft-wished-for tour of Europe."
His words sounded like the closing of a leather-bound book, and resounded with a hollow thud. There was no question that whatever had passed between my father and Mr. Short would delay our courtship indefinitely, if not make it impossible. And 1,000 emotions passed through me at once. Anger and upset, sadness and fear, panic and a frantic desire to think how I might change these circumstances. Devastation, too, at Mr. Short's apparent resignation. He'd said in the snow that he was a daring man, that he wouldn't stop chasing me. But now he wouldn't risk my father's esteem. Not for me. And despite our imagined painting and Mr. Short asking what I wanted, I had no say in the matter at all. Still, I could make no sense of this. Hadn't Papa said he viewed Mr. Short as his adoptive son? I'd heard him entreat his secretary on numerous occasions to buy parcels of land near Monticello, near us. Mr. Short shared my father's views, was a fellow Virginian, was familiar and cherished with great affection. Wouldn't it be natural for Papa to welcome Mr. Short as a suitor for his daughter? I was young, it was true, but friends my age were already starting to court and marry. Did my father think I was less accomplished, less sensible, less womanly than those French girls? Distress gripped me, making it hard to swallow. These were all questions I couldn't ask. Mr. Short hadn't declared his feelings for me, and now, if I tried to speak of my own feelings, I might drive a wedge between the men I loved best in the world. Mr. Short must have sensed this, because he nodded and softly excused himself to conduct his business. And for a while, I confided my despair in no one but Marie. "Poor Jeffy," she said, as we whispered in the darkness of our dormitory. "It is only a trip. If Mr. Short feels love for you now, he'll still feel it when he returns." Yet I worried that whatever he felt for me was already gone. While preparing for his grand tour, Mr. Short held himself as distant from me as I once held myself from him, avoiding me at every turn. Long before he left Paris, I felt Mr. Short's absence as a wound to my very core. Worse, I didn't know who to blame. Had Papa discouraged Mr. Short as a potential suitor? Or had Mr. Short toyed with me and given me false hope? I didn't know, and not knowing was a torment. One visit home, while I sat staring unseeingly at my prayer book, Papa took the seat beside me and handed me a small sack. I blinked up at him. "What is this?" I asked, taking it in hand and working at the little string.
"Something to cheer you," he said, a small smile on his face.
He'd meant it as a kindness. Of course he did. For he had no way of knowing that the chocolate drops that filled the bag would remind me of that day Mr. Short and I had imagined our futures. But remind me they did, until I could no longer hold in the torment or the questions. "Why did you release Mr. Short from his duties, Papa?" For a long moment, my father didn't answer.
"As his mentor," he finally said, "it is my duty to shepherd his career. William wishes to be a diplomat, and that requires that he be well-traveled and conversant with places and customs beyond that with which he now has experience."
He said this quietly, seriously, as if this was more than a casual answer to a casual question, as if he didn't fully approve, as if he knew why I asked and thought me quite improper for doing so. "Will he return to your service when he's completed his travels?" I forced myself to ask around the knot in my throat.
"I hope so. We've talked about his returning to Virginia with me, but each man must make his own destiny. At present, William's is unclear to me."
I didn't think I imagined that Papa chose his words very carefully, which confirmed what I already suspected. They'd discussed me, or at least intimated that I might be a part of William's future, a part of his destiny, and the result of that discussion had been for Papa to send him away, and for William to decide to go. I asked nothing more of my father that night, because I was shaking with upset, and I feared I would not be able to speak without my voice quavering. Instead, abandoning the chocolate drops on the side table, I simply walked from the room without another word and sharply closed the door behind me, letting my silence say to my father all that I could not. But I should have gathered more courage that night. I should have pressed and asked him the more direct questions whirling through my mind, because Papa never gave me another opening to do so. My father was always an artful politician, too clever to be drawn into discussions of matters of the heart when his was so guilty, too crafty to be cornered into a confrontation with his daughter that he wasn't ready to have, especially after I'd asked him about William and about William's future. So I was forced to try to win Papa over to reopening the subject. I forced myself to be genial and even-tempered to prove that I was a grown woman with good sense enough to be wooed. Failing that, I hoped my comportment would encourage my father to confide in me any reservations he had about Mr. Short, so that I might put his mind at ease. But at the time, my father's praise of Mr. Short was so lavish and his affection so sincere that it left me entirely bewildered. It wasn't until that summer, when Papa took me to see an opera, that I had my first inkling of the heart of the matter. Squiring me to my seat in gentlemanly fashion, my father asked almost absently, "Have you had any word from Tom Randolph, Patsy?" "Cousin Tom? No. Should I have?"
"He'd planned to visit us here in Paris this summer, but I haven't heard from him since his last letter. I worry he's been waylaid by brigands."
This was the first I learned of Tom's intention to visit. "I hope no harm has come to him."
"I'd grieve of it," Papa said. "I've set a plan for Tom's education. I want him to study law in France for 2 years, then embark on a political career. He could be a great man of Virginia. He has an aptitude for it and the Randolph name, not to mention lands and fortune."
That was my clue. So nakedly obvious I nearly dropped my opera glasses. Mr. Short was a Virginia gentleman with ability and ambition, but he'd divested himself of almost all his land holdings to follow us to Paris. Mr. Short said he had entered the world with a small patrimony, and now, as far as I knew, he relied entirely upon his modest salary, a salary my father perhaps thought too modest to provide for a wife. I understood the importance of financial security, but many of Mr. Short's other attributes recommended him. Confusion and sorrow left me unable to reply. Only one thing seemed clear. Papa disapproved of the man who had claimed my heart, and so he was sending him away. Some part of me didn't believe Mr. Short would really leave Paris, certainly not without a note to explain himself, and some part of me refused to believe it right up until the afternoon when, with guarded eyes, he kissed my gloved hand in farewell, climbed into a carriage, and rolled away. I stood on the cobblestones, staring after that carriage, half expecting it to stop or even turn back. Only when it was long out of sight and I was shivering against a cool autumn breeze did I finally surrender to reality. Miserable with longing, I went inside and eased into the chair behind the desk where Mr. Short did his work, reaching for some essence of him in the things he'd left behind: a quill pen, an inkwell, a page of paper. Nothing more. Not even a note for me to tear to pieces and throw into the fire. That night, I sat near a different fire, wondering why it would not warm me, and whether or not I was so heartbroken that I would never feel warm again. Seemingly oblivious to my distress, Papa bade us to see how neatly Sally mended a silk stocking. At her master's praise, she bent to show us her work, and I caught a glimpse of a locket round her neck. A silver opal stamped with flowers and tiny hearts hung on a crimson ribbon, delicate and lovely as the girl it adorned. "It's so pretty, Sally," Polly said, reaching to trace the filigreed locket. "Where did you get it?" "C'est un cadeau de mon patron," Sally said, revealing her near fluency in French. "A gift." Her glance flicked to my father, where he sat reading a book in his stuffed armchair, and though Papa never met her gaze, he smiled. For a moment, I wondered if there was something in his smile beyond kindness. Sally spent her days lighting fires, dusting books, mending stockings, sewing on buttons, and helping James in the kitchen. But how did she spend her nights? She had a cot in the servants' quarters under her older brother's watchful eye, but no one would question if Papa should call for her at bedtime. And how could she refuse? What if the locket wasn't just a gift, but... No. As resentful as I was at my papa, he'd been nothing but gentlemanly with Sally since the night I saw him kiss her. Besides, how could I trust myself to see attraction or affection between a man and a woman when I hadn't even properly understood Mr. Short's feelings for me? I put it out of my head and dismissed it entirely. I was too miserable with my own troubles to care about the dresses and baubles my father bestowed upon his servants. And to add to my misery, in November we learned Papa had requested a congé, a leave of absence that would enable us to return to Virginia. When I gently questioned the decision, he only said,
"When we came to France, I supposed an appointment of 5 months. We've been here 5 years. Affairs at home can no longer wait, and political passions here are poised to erupt. I must see you and your sister settled in a more appropriate place."
"You intend to leave us in Virginia?" I asked, horrified. Was it to rid himself of the temptation Sally presented, or to keep me away from Mr. Short? I couldn't ask. I didn't dare ask. And what answer could he have given that would have been a balm to my savaged heart?
"It's for the best," was all he said.
And I sat there, staring up at the painted domed ceiling to keep hot tears of helpless anger from escaping the corners of my eyes, because what I thought best didn't matter. It wasn't even deemed proper for me to acknowledge my feelings for William, not to him nor to my father, who had not felt the need to consult me. I'd had no say, no sway even in his decision to release William, nor in William's decision to go, or even whether or not I wanted to return to Virginia. And I never would have a say, because in the world outside the convent, men did as they pleased, and women were left to simply accept the consequences. But it seemed to me as if the world outside of the convent was both wicked and unjust, and the only place I could be happy was at the Panthemont, where I thrived in the company of friends and God. As autumn faded to darkest winter, and not a single letter arrived for me from William Short, the desire to remain at the Panthemont and take my vows grew more and more within me. And once I'd decided upon this course, the only question that remained was how to tell my father. Papa had discounted the faith to which I'd been called as superstitious and hostile, in every country and every age, to liberty. But I told myself that I didn't care if my spiritual calling made him angry. Perhaps I even hoped that it would. Still, my desires weren't born of mere petty rebellion. I'd have opportunities to teach in the convent. I could think on great matters and help shape the minds of young girls. It was a vocation, a calling, both earthly and spiritual, to be of consequence. And because the desire rose up in me so strongly, I resolved to tell Papa at Christmas. Why, then, having found comfort in God, did I feel consumed by hellfires? The very night I resolved to tell my father, shivering sent my teeth chattering, and yet I burned. Outside, the canals were impassable with ice, the Seine River frozen solid, preventing shipments of grain from reaching the city. The other girls huddled together in the convent to keep warm, but a fire consumed me from the inside, and a rash had broken out on my skin. Marie sent for an abbess. "Chère Jeffy has the typhus." By morning, Polly was sick too. We were both sent from the convent to my father's home, with fear that we wouldn't recover. My recollection is hazy, for I suffered from bouts of delirium. I scarcely knew day from night. I have slight memories of white snow frosting the windows and howling draughts stealing through the blankets under which I tossed and turned. One thing, however, I remember with perfect clarity. It was my father himself who tended us, and no one else. He lodged my sister and me in his own quarters, holding spoonfuls of gruel to our lips, urging us to take sips of wine, wiping our brows, cleaning our messes, and singing us little songs. The illness didn't swiftly pass over us, and while my father's constant attentions helped ease my pain, Polly couldn't be comforted. She suffered that bitter winter, through what Papa said was a Siberian degree of cold. And all the time, he was never far from us.
He never uttered a harsh word, no matter how often we called to him for water or cool, damp cloths. He was so tender and motherly in a time I was desperate for both, that I forgot my resentments, forgot everything but my love for him, as we were drawn together again in the fear of losing Polly. One afternoon, I called to her from my bed and she didn't answer. In terror, I screamed, "Papa, make her answer! Make her answer me!" In sweat-stained white shirt sleeves that matched his exhausted pallor, my father kissed the damp curls on my sister's brow. "She can't hear you," he whispered, rocking Polly. "The fever has robbed her of hearing." My little sister wasn't dead, but in a stupor, deaf and insensible. At Christmas, Polly could no longer open her eyes. We had no hope she'd live to see the new year. I half dreamed I saw my mother in our room with angel's wings. But when I woke, I wondered if it was only the white lace curtain at the drafty window. When I asked my father if Mama was watching over us, he lowered his head to his hands and was quiet a long time. "I'd like it to be true. You'll never know how I long for her even still." The memory of my mother's face had faded for me. Her voice I couldn't remember at all. There had been in me over the years a slow and gentle farewell. But he'd written on her gravestone that she'd been torn from him in death. He may have given up chasing her into the grave, but he was, even all these years later, still bleeding from what he considered a violent parting. I think it was that desperation that drove him to work harder than any man I ever knew in a cause he deemed greater than himself. And in the midst of my fevered illness, when I had energy only for thoughts and little else, my heart ached in sympathy and sadness. For I was nearly certain that Polly was to be torn from us too. That night, I knelt over Polly's bedside and steepled my hands in urgent prayer. "Please save Polly. Save my sister's life, and I'll give myself over to you. I'll find the courage to tell my father. Take me as your bride and let her go. Take me and let her live." The next morning, Polly opened her eyes. In the days that followed, her rash disappeared, her fever abated, and she answered when we called, her deafness cured. But Polly's mind never entirely recovered. In the months that followed, she suffered from a torpor of intellect. When we returned to the convent school, Polly struggled with her studies, and by springtime, it was manifestly evident that the bright little girl who had charmed Abigail Adams with her cheek and sassed me into exasperation was no more. Nevertheless, God had answered my prayer. The bargain had been struck. I was bound by my promise to take my vows and didn't despair of it. It had been almost 7 months since Mr. Short left on his tour of the continent, never writing a line to me in all that time. This painful silence ensured that I didn't see for myself a future as any man's wife, so why shouldn't I welcome the convent as my sanctuary and salvation? My friends at the Pentémont helped me to practice the words to tell Papa, but no combination of utterances ever seemed to capture everything I felt, and not even putting it to paper made it come out right. Still, I knew I must find a way before my father took us back to Virginia. The matter was decided for me one Sunday in mid-April, when Polly and I returned to the Hôtel de Langeac to find Sally wearing a fashionable new dress in crimson damask that matched the ribbon for her locket. Sally had a trunk full of new clothes, too. Papa had bought her expensive silks and satins, petticoats and stockings, ribbons and heeled shoes, things she'd never have need of were she to return to our plantation in Virginia.
I doubted Sally had asked for any of this largesse. My father had spoiled her, either because he felt responsible or infatuated with her. Or perhaps he spoiled her because it eased his conscience for the way he'd once used her. Was it possible that he meant to free her and leave her here in France when we returned home? Or did he intend to keep Sally Hemings with him, even as he made plans to send me and my sister back to Virginia? The suspicion made me as sad as it made me angry, and because I was 16 years old, it finally felt right to tell him my adult inclinations. Chapter 11. Paris, 18 April, 1789. To Thomas Jefferson, from Patsy. I ask your blessing to take my vows and join the holy order of the convent, where I intend to live out my days with my new sisters. This letter and all the others I ever sent my father are carefully preserved within these wooden filing presses. My father always said my letters were precious to him. I believe it now as never before. And as I hold this letter above the candle flame, for I cannot let it survive, I remember how my hands shook to write it in the first place, all those years ago. I'd never feared my father before. I'd feared for him, but never before had I dreaded seeing him as I did the day I sent this letter. At the convent, awaiting his reply, time passed so slowly I found myself checking and rechecking the tall case clock that stood sentinel over the library as it counted out the minutes and chimed at the quarter hours. But Papa didn't send a reply that night. Part of me knew he wouldn't. When he rode up in the carriage the next day for our weekly visit, I was afraid to meet his eyes. Thankfully, he gave no evidence that anything was amiss. Instead, he took us to the Palais Royal, a center of gardens, theaters, shops, and cafes, with gentlemen's clubs open from noon to midnight. I never tired of shopping amongst ladies with frilly parasols and gentlemen being carried in sedan chairs under the colonnade. But on that day, I could barely stand the unspoken tension, waiting for my father to acknowledge the note that I'd sent him. It wasn't until evening that Papa called me to sit with him, alone, where he sipped at wine by the fire. "Has someone at the convent proselytized to you on the subject of religion?" "Never," I replied, knowing how much it'd displease him if the answer were otherwise. He stared down into his wine, which glowed like a garnet in the firelight. "In my role as ambassador, I've been made aware of the plight of an American girl schooled in a convent just like you. She's somehow been seduced into remaining there as a nun, thereby abandoning her country, her relations, and her religion. And yet, even learning this, never did I think my own daughter was just as vulnerable." Papa's characterization of a religious epiphany as seduction made my belly knot. Worse was his assertion that taking my vows would amount to abandoning my family and country. How could I argue for my convictions when the man who opposed me was both beloved and formidable? I tucked my hands between my knees so he wouldn't see them shake. "Would you forbid me to follow the dictates of my conscience?" He pinched the bridge of his nose, as if the question gave him great pain. "Patsy, you're young and inexperienced. This decision needs more time and consideration, mature reflection." His words were unbearably familiar. They sounded like Mr. Short's description of his own conversation with Papa, which also turned on the subject of youth and inexperience. And heat crawled up my neck. My father and I seldom spoke in open disagreement, only circling about subjects of contention without touching them directly. Yet this time, I felt as if he allowed me no avenue of retreat, and for once, I said just what I believed. I'm old enough now to judge my own happiness. My father took a long drink before returning his glass to the table beside his stuffed chair. He squinted, lines of hurt etching his face. How can you think to be happy separated by an ocean from your sister and me? I'd expected him to be angry. Instead, he was wounded. Yet I bristled defensively. I could ask the same of you. Don't you intend to leave us in Virginia and return to France? His brows knitted together, as if he'd never considered I might object. My commission won't keep me in Paris forever. 5 years I've served in France, while my own country formed a new government in my absence. I'll stay only as long as duty requires. Very soon I'll retire from public life to Monticello. I've always looked to you to render the evening of my life serene and contented, never realizing you loved me so little. Guilt formed a lump in my throat that nearly prevented me from speech. Then my words tumbled out all at once. That isn't true, Papa. Of course I love you, and it isn't that I want to be without you. Then why would you wish to take the veil? Papa liked to have an iron discipline over himself. He never raised his voice, seldom let emotions rule. But now, to my horror, that self-control cracked, and all traces of the seasoned diplomat, the dispassionate philosopher, the objective scientist fell away. Tears sprang to his eyes as he beseeched me. Have I failed you so utterly as a father? My heart beat a fast and painful cadence. He had failed me. But that wasn't the whole of the story, or even the largest part of it. And at the sight of his anguish, tears welled in my eyes, too. My dearest Papa, please believe that I'd never leave you or my country except for God. But I did not tell him of my faith. Instead, breathlessly, I told him of my bargain. When I finished, he said, Oh, Patsy, it'd be more pardonable to believe in no God at all than in one who bargains like a pirate for the life of a little girl. That God would be a demon. You mustn't feel bound by such a promise. Not when it would make me so unbearably unhappy. Leaning forward, he grasped my fingers, and it was his gnarled and injured hand that trembled, not mine. Patsy, I rely on you for the evening of my life, because you know, as no one knows, that the morning of my life was clouded by loss after loss. I have nothing left but you. The beseeching tone of his words stole my response, but my thoughts raced. What of Polly? The question swam silently on the tip of my tongue as he sank to his knees before me, like a penitent, holding my face in his hands, overwhelming me with his emotion. My dear girl, nobody in this world can make me happy or miserable as you. You've been my constant companion in my darkest hours. I'd be lost without you. Lost. His supplication at my feet melted the edges of my anger and left only a desperate need to mend what I'd broken. I'd never wished to grieve you so, Papa. I only wished to serve God's demand. Then we were both sobbing, my father's forehead pressed to mine, our tears mingling. Patsy, a just God would never demand this of you. I know what it is to be truly bound by a vow, for I made one to your mother. He stopped to pull from his coat pocket the engraved gold watch key in which he'd preserved my mother's hair beneath clear glass.
I swear again, here and now, that I'll never take another wife. I'll always be alone. So if I'm obliged to leave you here, shut up in a convent, it would be as much a grief to me as shoveling dirt over your grave, and I'd pray for someone to soon shovel dirt over mine." I was truly shaken. I'd not seen my father in such a state since the night he stared down his pistols. I remembered our solitary rides. Those days he lay prostrate after my mother's death. Here in Paris, he stood so much taller, a giant amongst men. I hadn't realized, or perhaps I had forgotten, that he needed me, just as my mother said he would. And hadn't I made a vow to her before I made one to God? For a time, I'd forgotten my vow, but Papa's misery put me in doubt of my decision. Had I been seduced? Seduced by my own sadness and heartbreak? Perhaps I did need more time to think, more time to decide. My father had been for so long everything to me. My sun, my moon, my stars. No other being, not even William Short, had ever exerted such force in my universe as my father. So it's true that Papa never forbade me from my vocation as a nun, but it is equally true that he didn't think he needed to. Though I remained unsure, Papa clearly considered the matter decided, and the very next day he rode up to the convent gates in a carriage and told Polly and me to gather all our belongings. Then my father paid our tuition in full, closing our account, and we rode away from the Penthémon in silence. "Mademoiselle Jefferson, would you do me the honor of a dance?" The question was put to me in the opulent gilded ballroom, following a regal bow by the Marquis de Lafayette. He was, at that time, an elegant man of 31, at the height of his power and his beauty, the heroic soldier who was no less handsome for the long slope of his forehead beneath his powdered wig, had rescued us from the British when I was but a child. Now he rescued me again, by singling me out for attention at my debut, and I couldn't help but wonder if Papa had put him up to it. In the days after my withdrawal from the convent, Papa undertook what I believed to be a campaign to distract me from my desire to take my vows. He gifted me with a gold watch on a chain. He arranged for riding lessons so that we could ride together as we used to, just the two of us. And he spent 300 francs on new ball gowns for my coming out during the social season, jesting that I would be limited to only 3 balls a week. Already bewitched by the glow of the many candles burning in glittering crystal chandeliers overhead, my friends giggled and exclaimed in wonder behind their fans. All evening we'd been gathered against a wall of gilded paintings, watching ladies and lords pass us by in powdered wigs and swishing petticoats. The Tufton sisters wore matching pink brocade, and Marie a patterned dark blue silk with lace frothing at her elbows. I towered above my friends in shimmering bronze, my hair styled in a wild halo of red curls, a braid looped behind, all ornamented with ribbons and peacock feathers. To Lafayette, I curtsied my gratitude and acceptance. Merci. On the dance floor, we circled one another with intricate footwork, touching hands, then retreating. When we came together with the music, the aristocrat said, "I should envy you for your graceful dancing, mademoiselle. Yet because I'm dancing with you, I am the envy of every man on the floor." I didn't know how to reply to such courtly flattery, except by blushing furiously. When the music next brought us close,
Lafayette insisted, "Send my regards to your father. I see too little of him of late, and I hear disturbing rumors that he intends to return to Virginia." I didn't want to confirm it, in part because I didn't want it to be so myself. Instead, I smiled as if I hadn't heard over the music. When the dance was done, Lafayette led me back to my friends, saying, "Tell your papa I'll call upon him soon. Mr. Jefferson is still very much needed here in Paris, where his revolution remains undone. In my study, I have a copy of his Declaration of Independence in half a frame. The other half of the frame is empty. One day, with his help, it will house a Declaration of French rights, and they'll stand side by side like proud brothers, like France and America, like your father and me." Ordinarily, a man's importance can be judged only by the passage of time. But in those years of convulsive political change, we knew we walked amongst living legends, and my father was one of them. That's why Lafayette's worshipful words echoed long after our dance, a lingering reminder that my father had never belonged only to me, or to me and my sisters, or even to my mother. His true mistress had always been the Revolution, the Republic, the Enlightenment. Given that profound calling and all the people who looked to my father for inspiration, was it really so silly or selfish that I desired a calling of my own? I couldn't help but wonder. And yet, as much as I still thought about my desire to take my vows, I very much enjoyed French society. As the daughter of a foreign minister, I was welcomed into the highest circles. As an American, I was a curiosity, which garnered me invitations to many balls. I accepted them all, and not only because I loved to dance. I also went because the ballroom reunited me with my bosom friends from the convent. We filled our cards, danced late into the night, and dined past midnight, returning home at unorthodox hours. Marie flirted with gentlemen by dangling her white gloves and taught me to fend them off with a slow wave of my fan. Together, we mastered the subtle language of the ballroom, in which entire conversations took place in gestures. "Fille de pute!" Marie cursed the night she wasn't asked to dance. "The men all stare at you for your height and that red hair. If I did not love you so much, Jeffy, I would rip it from your head." I'm merely a freckled American curiosity. It was true that in a ballroom I attracted the notice of young men who might have overlooked me on the street. But I don't think it was my height or red hair, or even my dancing skills that drew them to me. I think it was because I held myself unattainable. I'd already foolishly given my heart to a man who abandoned me. I wouldn't make that mistake again. So I remained cordial but cool to the men who asked me to dance, and found myself flattered by admirers and overwhelmed by male attention, bewildered and intrigued. My most ardent suitor by far was the young and energetic Armand Jules-Marie Héracle, son of the Duke of Polignac, who, upon making my acquaintance, drew my hand up to kiss as if I were of rank to offer, and said, "Enchanté." The Polignacs were amongst the most powerful families at the court, and my suitor's mother a great favorite of Queen Marie Antoinette. The Chevalier, who some afforded the courtesy title of Prince, challenged me with an aristocratic bearing. "Do you care to test your American pionnière fortitude against my stamina?" I accepted, and we danced a lively cotillion that had me sweating at the back of the neck. When the dance master called the next dance, Polignac said simply, "Again?" "But that's not permitted," I replied, fanning my flaming cheeks. for we could not dance twice in succession without inviting scandal. "Then the dance after that?" he said, with a rakish smile. "Give me the honor of every other dance, mademoiselle." Polignac was brash and pleasant to look at in his sea-green coat with its embroidered gold lapels. Papa would have been appalled by my deference to titled nobility, but I found myself quite unable to refuse the son of a duke. Before the night was through, I'd danced 16 times, 8 of them with him. We caused a sensation, and I admit to feeling satisfaction at the brazenness of it. The ladies Tufton demanded, "Have you set your cap on a Polignac, Patsy?" and "Do you aim to be a duchess?" Marie hushed the Tufton sisters with a violent whack of her lace fan. "Tais-toi!" Then she turned shrewd eyes on me. "Chère Jeffy is still in revolt against her papa. She has half the French court whispering Jefferson's daughter will convert to the true faith. Now the other half will whisper Jefferson's daughter is in love with a nobleman." Marie saw in my behavior some spark of hostility, some lack of care for Papa's reputation, and I didn't want to think it was true. In love? No, I didn't love the Duke's son. I scarcely knew him. He wasn't William Short. He was merely a pretty distraction. And didn't my father want me distracted? The start of the French Revolution was orchestrated in my father's parlor. The leading reformers consulted Papa for every scrap of news of America. Our country's independence served as proof men could throw off the chains of tyranny and rule themselves. Though Polly and I always left the table before the men turned to port and tobacco and more heated political discussions, we heard enough to know that none of them, not Papa nor any of the idealists gathered at our hearth in those early days, feared it would come to armed rebellion. The king had called for elections and summoned the Estates General for the first time in more than a century and a half. It was taken as a clarion call to make a new government that gave a voice to the people. We were all excited. When the great day came, we were all awakened before dawn by the peal of bells and booming cannons that sent people into the streets in celebration. I helped Papa brush the shoulders of his best blue coat, while Sally hastily mended the button on his red waistcoat. With white breeches and a dark blue felted hat, he was entirely bedecked in the colors of American and French patriots, red, white, and blue. I wanted nothing more than to go along with him to witness the debates from the gallery, but Papa wouldn't have approved even if he had an extra ticket. However, I was able to see the pageantry of the procession in the carriage of the elderly Madame de Tessé, the woman Lafayette called his aunt. Thousands crowded the streets, swarmed the rooftops of every building along the avenue, clapping and reciting the famous pamphlet, "What is the Third Estate? The whole people. What has it hitherto been in our form of government? Nothing. What does it want? To become something." Swept up in the excitement, I hummed along with the flutes and trumpets. Soldiers marched in blue coats with gold epaulettes, wearing their proud ranks of insignia. The king marched beneath a canopy covered in fleur-de-lis. The purple-robed bishops and red-robed cardinals chanted as they made their way to Versailles. The nobles strolled in rank, with gold sashes and feathered hats. Then came the sea of the Third Estate, representatives of the people, obliged to dress in Stygian black and slouchy hats to denote their inferior rank. That's all I saw of the opening day. It was not, however, my last visit to Versailles. So many great personages couldn't be gathered together in one place, even for such serious business, without evening entertainments. At the next ball, I danced again with the Duke's son, sending a scandalized titter through the politicized crowd and a ripple of sighs for our precise steps so elegantly made in white-heeled shoes. We stopped only for refreshments near the sideboard table, dodging dripping wax from the candelabras overhead and taking glasses of sweet wine from silver trays. My friends joined us, musing over whether or not we could sneak into the covert card game some aristocratic ladies had arranged in a private room upstairs. It was, of course, improper for women to play cards in public, or at all, but a certain duchess was an inveterate gambler. "Speaking of dazzling duchesses," murmured my chevalier, "please excuse me, ladies. The lovely Rosalie has arrived, and I must pay my respects." I turned to give my suitor a wave of farewell, but Marie grabbed my arm and pinched it so hard I yelped, "Mon Dieu, Jeffy, donne le cap!" It was too late. I'd already spotted the pretty Duchesse de la Rochefoucauld, and there, at her side, was William Short. Chapter 12. Our eyes locked across the crowded ballroom, never wavering, in spite of the servants passing with silver trays of bubbling pink champagne and crystal glasses. Without breaking my gaze, William Short whispered a quick word into his companion's bejeweled ear. I hated the sight of his cheek so near to the porcelain skin of her shoulder and plunging décolletage, then hated more when he left her side to close the distance between us, striding between plumed ladies and men swaggering about with swords on their hips. Most violently, my heart tried to take flight, leaving me suddenly breathless and light-headed. I'd yearned for our reunion, but now that it was upon me, I felt utterly unprepared. As if sensing my plight, my friends circled to form a phalanx before me in a violent swish of petticoats and lace. Marie, who had the best reason to know the pain Mr. Short's long absence had caused me, didn't bother with subtle gestures. She rudely shook her dance program at him as if shooing away a fly. "Ladies," wearing the warmest smile, Mr. Short ignored the flapping page and bowed. "Miss Jefferson." I just stared. 8 months he'd been absent. 8 months without a word. Wars had been fought and won in less time. Certainly my whole world had changed. Yet he addressed me as if a mere day had passed since our last visit. William Short ought not have presumed we were still friends. No, he ought not have presumed. I finally managed an icy, "Mr. Short, what a surprise." "May I have a quiet word, Miss Jefferson?" He scarcely waited for me to nod before herding me away from my coterie. I pulled away, not letting him touch me, not taking his arm, even as I followed him into an empty alcove where gold-tasseled curtains framed a tall, elegant window. I was so dizzied by his presence that the fleur-de-lis on the blue silk wallpaper danced before my eyes, but I refused to let him see how affected I was. I crossed my arms, seething. "I had no word you were back in Paris, Mr. Short." "I just arrived in the past hour, actually, which explains my state of dress." It was then that I realized how out of place he looked in a dark coat and breeches, an outfit more fit for travel than the ballroom. I feared I might be denied entrance, but fortunately, Rosalie vouched for me. The gall of mentioning her to me in this moment. My gaze narrowed and my tone chilled even more. Fortunate indeed. Mr. Short winced and shook his head. "I only meant to make clear that I came straight away from your father's house." Accustomed to loss and calamity, I was thrown into instant worry and dropped my arms. "Has something happened to Papa? To Polly?" He stepped closer,
No, they're both well. But I didn't want to miss seeing you tonight, so I dared not delay in coming here."
I frowned. He wanted me to believe he'd come to the ball to see me. I could scarcely credit that. "I'm very curious to know what has happened to make you so suddenly remember my existence."
His hand went to his heart. "I never forgot you, Patsy. Never."
I quite nearly snorted. Men were apt to say sweet nothings, some men more than others, and Mr. Short was a practiced diplomat. How could I trust anything he said? It sent a surge of rage through my veins, but rage was a forbidden emotion, so I forced myself to be aloof, to resist his flattery and his handsome face as I'd resisted all the other men in Parisian ballrooms. I waved my fan. "Will you be returning to my father's service at the Hôtel de Langeac?"
Eagerly.
Mon Dieu. When he lived at the embassy before, I spent most of my days and nights at the convent. Must we now live together under the same roof? I thought it such an injustice I could manage only a bland nicety. "Well, then, welcome back, Mr. Short. My father will be happy for your return."
"Patsy," he said, drawing nearer still. "Please don't retreat behind a polite facade."
An ache of desire opened up inside my chest, an ache my heart said would only be assuaged by giving in to his entreaties, but I still remembered how much worse was the pain of the heartbreak he'd caused. "I cannot imagine what you mean."
"You and your father both do it. But whereas Mr. Jefferson can't help himself, being too vulnerable otherwise, you're resilient enough to say what you think and feel."
How his words provoked me. Certain that I'd make a fool of myself, I didn't flee. I snapped, "Mr. Short, be glad I'm not ill-mannered enough to say what I think and feel. You must excuse me. They're calling the next dance."
Regret and contrition slipped into the cast of his green eyes. "You're angry."
"Ladies are never angry."
I was livid. He blocked my avenue of escape. "Ladies and angels are never angry, but Amazons—"
I didn't laugh at his little joke. Instead, I felt penned in, tormented by his use of words that had once meant something between us. My words came out as a hiss, leaking past the tight seal of my lips. "You never sent me a letter. Never in all the months you were gone."
"How could I, without offending your father? I asked after you whenever I wrote to him and sent my best wishes. You've no idea the anxiety it put in me to hear that you and your sister were so very ill this winter."
That had been months ago. Whatever anxiety he felt wasn't enough to make him return, not enough to mean anything. "You can see for yourself that I've recovered."
"Yes."
His green eyes traveled with appreciation down my face, over the pale mounds of my bosom, which heaved over the gold satin bows on my gown. Finally, his gaze moved up again, on an intake of breath.
"Beautifully."
Heat touched my cheeks. "They're calling the next dance," I reminded him, my own breath shallow. "I've promised another dance to—"
"Polignac." Mr. Short turned to see the approach of my chevalier. "Refuse him."
Outrageous. What cause do I have to be so rude to a suitor?
"Refuse him," Mr. Short repeated, more emphatically. "Tell him you're tired. Tell him you're ill. Tell him— I don't care what you tell him, but refuse him."
Gripping my closed fan, I gave an exasperated shake of my head. "Why should I? Why would you even ask such a thing of me?"
"Because I hate him," Mr. Short said with uncharacteristic malice. "He's a monarchist, an enemy of liberty. And more importantly, you just called him your suitor. You've danced with him before?"
having let loose my temper. It now slipped dangerously out of my control at this apparent show of jealousy. Why should you mind? You left me feeling quite a fool, and I will not be fooled again. Patsy. William's unsettling green eyes pleaded with me from beneath sandy lashes. He shook his head and sighed. I'm going about this all wrong. Please, I'll beg 1,000 pardons if you'll only give me the chance to explain myself. Before I could answer, I was forced to contend with the expectant gaze of the Duke's son. Extending a hand to me that displayed the most elegant lace cuff I've ever seen, the Chevalier asked, Mademoiselle, is this dance not promised to me? Yes, it is. I braved a look at William Short, whose expression barely masked his displeasure at the other man's interruption. Confusion so gripped me that the decision was more instinctual than purposeful. But I'm afraid I'm feeling dizzy. Will you forgive me for sitting out? The Chevalier narrowed his eyes in concern and glanced between us. Please, if you're unwell, mademoiselle, let me see you to... Mr. Short stepped between us. I'll tend her, Polignac. The two men must have been acquainted, because a poisonous look passed between them. In fact, the Chevalier wouldn't withdraw until I rested my fingertips upon Mr. Short's arm. As you wish, Mademoiselle Jefferson, Polignac said, as if he no longer knew quite how to pronounce my name. Another evening, perhaps? Given his high color, I doubted very much that there'd be other evenings with the Duke's son, as he'd obviously taken my refusal for a snub. I ought to have chased after him and explained myself, but all I wanted was to hear what William Short had to say. Infuriatingly, he said nothing. Instead, he guided me to the grand marble staircase, wrought in iron and tipped with gold. Arm in arm we descended, together, very slowly. Finally, he said, I never meant to leave you feeling a fool. A hollowness filled my chest. Then why did you, without a word of explanation? Please understand that a year ago, when I begged a hearing of your father on the matter of my feelings for you, he made clear that he still considered you a mere schoolgirl, too young to be wooed, much less wed. I suspected as much. Nevertheless, I swallowed on the word wed. Didn't you try to persuade him otherwise? And risk losing his esteem forever? No, Patsy. Only time would persuade him my intentions were honorable. So I gave us that time by traveling, by trying to convince your father in my letters that I want to provide for a wife and a family. I sniffed, trying to hold firm against the words I'd long yearned to hear. He said nothing to me of these letters. Your father cannot have mistaken my meaning because he wrote with advice on how I might best build a fortune with which to support a wife. Now I've returned to Paris to find everything changed. Changed how? His gaze searched mine. The moment I set foot in the Hôtel de Langeac tonight, I asked after you. Your father told me that you were no longer in the convent, and that he'd let you come out into French society. Had Papa also confided in him my desire to take my vows as a nun? While I wondered, Mr. Short stopped on the landing and put his hand on the railing. That's why I came straight away to find you. I knew, at long last, I could speak openly. I didn't want to let another hour, not another second, tick by without declaring myself. I swayed on my heeled shoes, quite fearing a swoon. What is it you wish to declare? He looked down, almost shyly. I've so often planned what I'd say in this moment that it should be ready on my tongue. But poetry has suddenly fled from me. How can I find the words? I stared expectantly, wondering if he might dare to take my hand and kiss it, if he might scandalously twine his fingers with mine, if he might lean close to whisper in my ear. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled forth the little piece of folded paper, now worn and creased with time, and unfolded it for me to see my hair still pressed within.
Patsy, this token has never left my possession. It's been a reminder every day. What I want to declare, what I want to offer, is quite beyond abiding friendship.
I gulped, then forgot to breathe. You kept my hair all this time?
Yes, near my heart. A year ago, I adored you. But now I adore you even more than before, for you've grown into a graceful and beautiful woman.
How could I believe him? Perhaps I was graceful, shapely too, with the added allure of an ample bosom and ginger hair. But even then, in the flower of my youth, I knew that I wasn't so much beautiful as appealing, my face a delicate rendering of my father's. Maybe it was the very resemblance to my father that accounted for the beauty Mr. Short saw in me, for I was a feminine reflection of a man he idolized. But still, I was wary. There are prettier ladies in Paris.
Not in my eyes,
he insisted emphatically. Now he did draw my hand up and clasp it against his chest, where I felt his heart throb beneath the buttons of his waistcoat, evidence that he did think me beautiful. That, in turn, made me feel beautiful. It was a heady, intoxicating feeling, a feeling that could rob a girl of all reason.
Patsy, will you allow me to walk you home?
In that moment, I'd have gone anywhere with him. It didn't matter that my feet ached from dancing, or that I'd left my shawl upstairs, or even that my chaperone would soon notice I was missing. That spring in Paris, defiance of rules was the norm, and a wild, defiant liberation had taken hold of me, so I didn't fight it. I simply went with him out into the night and alighted a carriage back to Paris, quite undone by this turn of fate. My thoughts were as tumultuous as the jostling ride. I'd built a fortification round my heart, and not only because I'd been hurt. Given my intention to take my vows, I was forced to wonder if Mr. Short was a temptation sent by the devil himself. If so, I was ready to fall into the devil's arms, but I wasn't so unprincipled as to deceive him. When we disembarked on the Champs-Élysées beneath lamps hung in the trees, I turned to him. "Mr. Short, I'm very much changed since you left. You don't realize the full extent of it. When you learn more, I fear you must reconsider your declaration."
That sounds ominously serious.
I'm afraid it is. I told him of my bargain with God, of my admittedly wavering belief that I'd been called to serve as a bride of Christ, rather than the bride of any man. When I was finished, he exhaled.
What a relief. I feared you'd given your heart to Polignac. I'm much happier to have God as a rival. More glory in it for me if I win your love, and less shame should I lose.
I gasped at his playful remark. "That's blasphemous."
He winked. Probably so. I'm a sinner with more faults than you imagine, Patsy. But you're the friend to which my soul is unalterably attached, so I'm prepared to make whatever alterations to my character would be conducive to your happiness. Only tell me this. Are my hopes in vain, or can you be induced to love me?
I loved him already. Had loved him, it seemed, all my life. Loved his loyalty, his ambition, his radical vision for the world. That a man like William Short wanted my love filled me with such joy that I could have thrown my arms about his neck, heedless of the eyes upon us, and confessed it on the spot. But did I not love God just as much? Even if I hadn't determined to take the veil, I'd been strictly taught that a girl's easy confession of love was indecent and would destroy that love. I couldn't answer him with true candor. Worse, in struggling to think of a reply of sufficient restraint, I uttered words he took for reproach. "Sir, your absence pained me more than I can ever express." "You cannot forgive me?" he asked, stiffening. "I could forgive you anything, but I need time to petition heaven for guidance." "You're cruel, Miss Jefferson. I've already spent a year's time waiting for you." I shook my head. "It's not cruelty, but confusion. For in that year's time, I feared you despised me. Now, in one night, everything I thought I knew is changed." "You feel hurried. Yes, I see that now. As do I. For your father tells me he expects permission for his leave of absence in the post any day now, and that you'll set sail for Virginia. I saw the trunks, already packed." The breath went out of me. I hadn't forgotten my father's congé, but I hadn't realized that the need for a decision would steal swiftly upon me. Now, here was Mr. Short, making my choice more complicated. "But I need to understand. If I loved you, what then?" His hands tightened on mine. "Then you'd make me the happiest man who ever lived." His words radiated warm joy through me, but his answer didn't tell me what I needed to know. "And what of our future?" He smiled. "If you could give up all thoughts of the convent, our future depends upon the orders your father is awaiting from America. Your father has asked that in his absence I be appointed in his place as chargé d'affaires with commensurate salary. If I receive such an appointment, then I can present myself to your father as a worthy suitor. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll consider me a wandering wastrel without employment." "He would never—" Mr. Short chuckled mirthlessly. "You think not? I have in my possession a letter from your father lecturing me on the need to build my fortune. The most memorable line reads, 'This is not a world in which heaven rains down riches into any open hand.'" How churlish of Papa! But had I not from the youngest age also received letters filled with his lectures? "You mustn't worry, Mr. Short. If my father requested your appointment, then it's sure to come. But until it does, how can I be sure of your intentions in asking for my love?" I didn't expect him to laugh. "You're Jefferson's daughter to the bone. You want evidence. Well, give me the chance, and I'll give you the proofs you require, both of my love and of the world you should love too much to abandon even for God. I wouldn't have you enter a convent, much less love in ignorance." "What do you think me ignorant of?" With mischief twinkling in his eyes, he stopped, drawing me into a grove of trees. Beyond us, in the ditch, we heard boys playing a ball game in the dim lamplight. Somehow, in the dark, Mr. Short's fingertips found my cheeks, and his mouth stole over mine. This first kiss was soft and tender, as if he feared frightening me. Nevertheless, it shocked me. It was like my heart was a loaded cannon he'd held fire to, and it threatened to shoot out of my chest. But I wasn't frightened, and I didn't pull away. Instead, it seemed quite the most natural thing to kiss him back, mimicking what he did, glorying in every soft, sweet sensation. At the feel of my lips teasing softly at his, he groaned and pulled back. Oh, my heart. The sweet taste of him still on my lips, our breaths puffing in the night air, I asked, "Have I done something wrong?" He held my cheeks in his hands. The error was all mine. I'd beg your pardon if I could bring myself to regret it. But I never want to regret anything with you, so tonight I must content myself with one kiss. Only one? I wanted to lavish 1,000 kisses on his face, his lips, his cheeks, his ears. The desire was a sudden hunger, a desperate plea inside me, echoing like the cry of peasants for bread. What if I'm not yet content? Wasn't kissing me meant to be the proof of your intentions? No, Patsy. Kissing you, then stopping before satisfaction is the proof of my intentions, which I hope you'll see are honorable and directed toward your happiness. This made no sense to me whatsoever, but I followed as he led me a little farther to a copse of trees near my father's gate. Then, taking one of the hanging lanterns down, he reached into his boot for a knife, one that I didn't know he carried there. He took it, holding the lamp with one hand and carving the tree with the other. When he finished, he showed me a heart, inside of which he'd carved his own initials. Like mine, this heart is waiting for you, Patsy. Every morning I'll come look, and when I see that you've carved your initials here with mine, I'll have my answer. I'd been kissed, and I wanted to die of the delirious pleasure of it. If only I wasn't so delighted to be alive. All night I tossed upon my pillow, touching with my fingertips the place Mr. Short's lips had been, thinking all the while of how much I wanted him to kiss me again. Though I'd been dreading the arrival of Papa's orders, I was suddenly eager for them, because they'd no doubt named Mr. Short as the chargé d'affaires. Then he'd ask me to marry him. I was sure of it. In the morning, I wanted to rush down first thing and declare myself. I wanted to go straight to the kitchen and find James's sharpest knife to carve my initials in that tree and take William Short there to see it. But such an act of imprudence was forestalled by the whole household already at an early breakfast before I could get Sally's help with my laces, and Papa called up that I must hurry because the men needed to be off to Versailles. When I rushed down, Papa snapped his fingers. Candlesticks, yes, that's it, isn't it? There were silver candlesticks on the table. They're missing. Sally, did you take them to polish? Sally had been quietly refilling the new silver urn on the sideboard with hot coffee, and at this question she overpoured with a quick shake of her head. Hissing as the coffee burned her fingertips, she made haste to clean up the spill. I wouldn't presume. Of course she wouldn't. On our plantation, counting and polishing the silver was a task for the mistress, a task my mother claimed as her own. My father frowned, but the mood was quickly dispelled when Mr. Short grinned and set down a gauzy little bag of confections with a pink bow. "Chocolate drops," Polly squealed. "For me?" My father looked up, having taken a bite of a crumpet browned to his exact specifications, the way no one but James could manage. Mr. Short gave me a private smile that made me blush from head to toe. The chocolate drops are for Patsy, actually. But by that point, my little sister had already stuffed 2 in her mouth, and for you too, Polly. For both of you, of course. I didn't mind sharing them, as his thoughtfulness was all the sweetness I needed. Even if he hadn't lain awake all night replaying the kiss and imagining our next, it was still proof that he'd thought of me and wanted me to know. He also had a gift for my father, a macaroni machine for the man who was passionate about every sort of invention. With much laughter, Mr. Short demonstrated how the thing could make the long and silly noodles of which we were becoming so fond. How glad I was for us all to be gathered together again under one roof. My sister, my father, and the man I loved. Could I ever willingly be parted from any of them, even if it was God's desire? It was a question still on my mind when I returned to the convent. I went back not to take the veil, but to attend in the company of my father a musical performance by the mixed-race prodigy George Bridgetower. Music had long been a special thing between my father and I. The notes, and especially the silences between them, were a language we shared. Our songs were duets. They left no room for other singers, and so I took great pleasure in going, just the two of us. With gallantry, Papa guided me to my seat, saying, "I'll be very interested to see if a boy of only 10 years can have such talent, as if by way of nature and not learning." Someone overheard and broke in, "I'm more interested to see if the mulatto boy's talent weighs as evidence against his race's inferiority." The whole room was alive with such talk, as the boy musician appeared in an exquisite pink suit coat, embroidered with satin threads, violin in hand. In that strange moment, it seemed as if the question of slavery rested upon this little boy's shoulders. He tossed his black curls and played to a room filled from velvet curtain to paneled wall. And what shall I say of his music? It was sublime, technically precise, with stormy flurries that left tears shining in the corners of many eyes. It left me profoundly affected, too, when through the din someone asked Papa, "Given this violinist is of mixed race, how can we know if his talent derives from his African or European ancestry?" "It doesn't matter," my father replied. "But if Africans are our natural equals," I dared to ask, "doesn't it make a stronger case for freeing slaves?" I knew my father didn't care to hear me opine on this subject. More, I feared my father might change the subject, as he did whenever I weighed in on a matter of any controversy. But instead, he replied quietly, "It does not. It's my belief that blacks are more gifted than the whites for tune and time. It's also my belief that the admixture of white blood always improves the black. Any man with eyes can observe differences." Perhaps it was the way I recoiled from my father that caused him to stop mid-sentence, for my heart had dropped to my stomach in shame at his words. And even though everyone else seemed to hang on his every utterance with fawning admiration, the bitter disappointment in my eyes seemed to have shaken him. Reaching for my hand, he hastened to add, almost apologetically, "And yet, differences shouldn't be used to legitimize the unjust practice of slavery. It makes slavery no less wrong. It's a dangerous premise upon which opponents of slavery ought not rely. Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just and that his justice cannot sleep forever." I was glad to hear my father reaffirm his opposition to slavery, in spite of our private circumstances, but I was startled, too, by the fact that he'd done it in part because I pushed him to. Until this moment, I had rarely dared to question him, but now I had done more than question him. I had challenged him, perhaps more boldly than even Mr. Short would have done, for I had challenged him in public. And he had answered that challenge by lending his voice to the cause of justice. "I'd be lost without you. Lost." That is what Papa had said when he pleaded with me not to shut myself up in this convent. Now I wondered if he had not meant that he needed more than my companionship and care. if my father needed me and William both to challenge him when no one else would, or could. Renewed purpose welled inside me until my eyes sought out the crucifix on the wall, a gilded portrait of our Christ in suffering. I stared upon it for a long moment, and the lightness of clarity stole over me. I felt no more guilt for leaving this convent. I'd bargained with God that I'd give myself over to him if he saved my sister. But my father had been sent to France to protect and secure those inalienable rights endowed by our Creator. If Papa himself could be an instrument of God's justice, was it not a moral duty for me and William Short to serve as his helpmates? Chapter 13. Paris, 9 May, 1789. From Thomas Jefferson to John Jay. The revolution of this country has advanced thus far without encountering anything which deserves to be called a difficulty. There have been riots in which there may have been 12 or 20 lives lost. A few days ago, a much more serious riot took place in this city, in which it became necessary for troops to engage with the mob. Neither this nor any other of the riots have had a professed connection with the great national reformation going on. They are such as have happened every year since I've been here. How sanguine this letter reads now, with the benefit of hindsight. But we were so hopeful, never anticipating the whirlwind. While men like Lafayette, La Rochefoucauld, Condorcet, and my father shaped the great events unfolding, the storm I faced took smaller shape within the Hôtel de Langeac. There was, after all, no time for kisses and declarations of love, especially not with Papa and William gone almost daily to Versailles, and Lafayette visiting so often for advice, now that he'd been elected to represent the nobles as a representative to the Estates General. I took it upon myself to carry the tea service on the day that Lafayette arrived unexpectedly, in a state of great agitation, rambling half in English, half in French, as he was prone to do. "They will not hear reason," Lafayette shouted as I poured tea into his cup. "My fellow nobles have only themselves to blame. They want only a sham of democracy, no true National Assembly at all." His anger stemmed from his noble constituents instructing him to vote against the common people. "My conscience will not allow me to support the disenfranchisement of 96% of the nation, yet how can I violate the instructions of those who sent me to represent them and still call myself a champion of democracy? I see no choice but to resign." "Forgive me, my dear friend, if my anxiety for you makes me talk of things I know nothing about," Papa began, using the clever but unassuming manner he often employed to soften the giving of difficult advice. "But if you resign, there will be one less voice of reason in the Estates General. There are other voices of reason at Versailles?" asked Mr. Short sardonically. "I'm told the nobles are quite out of their senses, and the Commons have amongst them some mad radical hotheads." "My cause is liberty," Lafayette snapped, with all the zeal of his ancestry, which boasted a companion of Joan of Arc. It was on Lafayette's suggestion that the king had called the Estates General in the first place. Few men were as invested in its outcome. "No matter how mad the agitators in the Commons may be, I will die with them rather than betray them." Mr. Short frowned. "I think it better to compromise and live with them rather than die with them. Why not use your voice in your Chamber of Nobles to bring about a peaceful resolution to this crisis?" Electrified by the conversation, I poured the next cup slower, not wishing to be dismissed, and wondering how serious the threat of violence truly was. Mr. Short's advice seemed good and sensible, but perhaps more than any man who ever lived, my father was acutely aware of the interplay between public reputation and political power, and the risks that must be taken to acquire both.
"This is your moment of opportunity, Lafayette," Papa said. "Your opportunity to defy the instructions of your noble constituents. Go over to the people now and win their hearts forever."
Papa's voice rang out with increasing fervor, reminding me of bygone days when I saw my father engaged in our own revolution and inspiring other men to fight for their independence.
"If you wait too long, currying favor with both sides, you will lose both. The nobles will only love you so long as you do their dirty work for them. If you do not now declare yourself a man of the people, some other prominent nobleman will do so before you, and he will then have the unprecedented power and influence that ought to be yours. Take at once the honest and manly stand your own principles dictate."
This was Papa at his finest, mixing pragmatism and principle in a way only a handful of men could. Madison, Adams, Hamilton, and my father. Lafayette studied Papa and nodded thoughtfully.
"Tell me, how did you feel on that glorious day you took your own honest and manly stand and signed your name to the Declaration of Independence?"
Papa's expression turned wry.
I felt a noose tightening around my neck.
The man barked with dark but well-needed laughter. Then, at length, the conversation turned to brokering a bargain in which taxes would be levied in exchange for a charter of citizens' rights to be signed by the king. A charter that my father said he would be happy to draft. He was no unaffected bystander in this struggle. None of us were.
"Miss Patsy,"
Sally said, motioning to me from the open door. The alarm in her voice ushered me out of the room.
"Someone's robbed us again, and they've taken some of your ribbons and rings."
How violated I felt, learning someone had stolen into my bedchamber, taking little things from me that were not nearly so precious as my peace of mind. Beside my trinkets, the thief, or thieves, made off with food from our larder, some of Papa's favorite Burgundy wines, and some silver to boot. First the candlesticks, now this. We might have taken it as a sign of the times, for starving peasants were every day streaming into the capital in desperate search of employment or charity. I'd just heard Papa discuss the growing violence, but never imagined such a thing would cross our threshold. That evening, Papa sat at the head of the long dining-room table, surrounded by botany books and specimens, and called James and Sally Hemings to account.
"James, the thief might be one known to you, perhaps an acquaintance you met at the taverns."
With his hands laced behind his back, James's stiffening spine revealed that he bristled at the implication.
"No friend breaks into my kitchens and thinks he can leave with stolen goods and an unbloodied nose. But you, sir, have guests in and out of this place day and night."
It was true, of course. We entertained all manner of Americans and Frenchmen here at the Hôtel de l'Angiac, but that didn't make James's challenge any less surprising. Seated at the table beside my father, I kept my eyes on my lap, wondering if Papa would snap in anger, but he merely cleared his throat.
"I'm not accusing you of theft, James. I'm simply prying into the truth of it. I'd never lie to you, Mr. Jefferson, nor to any man."
James straightened beneath his white chef's hat, unlacing his hands and letting them hang confidently at his sides.
"Lies are for frightened slaves cowering under the whip, and there are no slaves in France."
At this announcement, the room went quiet. I barely bit back a gasp and held my breath until I feared it would explode from my lungs. Sally wobbled as if she might fall. Papa finally broke the silence, his voice carefully even.
"Do you consider yourself a Frenchman, James?"
James eyed my father levelly.
I reckon I should start to. You won't make me go to the Admiralty Court for my freedom, will you?"
Color drained from my father's face, perhaps contemplating the censure he'd face from his revolutionary friends if that came to pass. He couldn't fight the emancipation in court without acute embarrassment. What would Lafayette say?
Papa held up a hand. "That won't be necessary."
James swallowed hard at his apparent victory, as if he'd been nervous to fight for it, or was afraid to believe it.
"I'd be happy to serve you here in Paris, Mr. Jefferson, but I want to be free. So when you go back to Virginia, I won't go back with you."
Papa steepled his fingers beneath his chin.
"I see."
Prickles ran over my skin, and a thrill warmed my blood as I sat witness to yet another extraordinary conversation, the meaning of the revolutionary fervor swirling around us coming home to me. It was right here in this man's heart, not asking for his freedom, but taking it. Not that James did so without trepidation. He swallowed again, obviously finding no pleasure in this confrontation. He had a stubborn sense of pride for a servant, but not all the pride in the world would have made him risk being put out into the streets, where thousands were starving. No, he pressed the matter because, like me, he knew his fate was to be decided by our next missive in the post. My father's request for leave had forced James's hand, and having no choice but to play on, his determined gaze flicked to Sally.
"My sister will stay with me."
At that declaration, I did indeed gasp, as my eyes cut to my lady's maid. My father had until this point remained calm, but now he scowled with displeasure. He, too, glanced at Sally, who twitched under our scrutiny like a cornered mouse. Papa looked to James.
"Surely you don't think you can provide for Sally here in Paris, with the economy of the place in a shambles, with robbers and cutthroats roaming the streets. She needs protection. I can protect her,"
James replied, taking off his hat and squeezing it in his brown hands.
"Moreover, Sally can sew and launder. She has experience as a chambermaid and a lady's maid, too. We'll do fine."
Papa didn't look convinced, and turned his next question on Sally.
"Is that what you want?"
Sally shook her head in misery, as if she didn't know where to look. Into the coaxing eyes of the master who cosseted her but held her in bondage, or into the uncompromising eyes of the brother who meant to liberate her. For a moment, I thought she might take flight. And when her eyes brimmed with tears, Papa softened his words as if to a frightened child.
"Well, then, let's not be hasty. The orders haven't come yet, so we can take time to decide what's best."
It was a dismissal. James gave a stiff bow, Sally curtsied, then both withdrew, leaving me alone with my father. In their wake, Papa rubbed his temples.
"I face threats of abandonment on all sides."
It felt like a rebuke. Was he still stung by my desire to take the veil? Oh, how in my distress I wanted to reassure him that was done now, and that all I wanted was to become the wife of Mr. Short and live with both of them forevermore. But before I could think of even a way to hint at such a thing, Papa said,
"It pains me not that he wants his freedom."
I suspected he'd be furious that James had spoken to him in a way that slaves never spoke to their masters. Perhaps he was deeply troubled by the potential loss of their services, and hard-pressed to find another chef so well trained to the peculiarities of his palate. But he didn't seem angry.
"It's that he could think to leave us and condemn his delicate sister to an uncertain and hard-scrabble life in a place so far from home."
Papa was worried, and wounded. Hurt as he'd been when on his knees, he'd begged me not to join the nunnery. A possessive man, his distraught expression told me he took the specter of freedom for James and Sally as yet another deeply personal loss. But I knew it was more than that, because I'd heard him speak many times of his honor-bound duty to protect and care for his people. I debated how to comfort him, especially since I supported James's desire for freedom. Papa and I both believed slavery to be wrong. We both ought to have applauded the man's stand. Yet, beyond the loss of talent and property that James's departure would represent, was the truth that Papa hated little more than to be left behind, as Mama had done, and Lucy, and as I had nearly done. But in this, he would simply have to accept it. It would be good for him to accept it. So I drew a deep breath and said, "In any other circumstances, I'm sure they'd never leave us. Perhaps Sally and James can remain in France in your employ a bit longer. Mr. Short can watch over them during your leave. We're very fortunate to have Mr. Short for such a constant friend, aren't we?"
"Quite."
Papa pulled his tray of leafy specimens closer and retrieved his magnifying glass. One of my father's many scientific acquaintances had requested his opinion on classifying flora he'd found on his estate, and Papa had been poring over Linnaeus's Philosophia Botanica all afternoon. After a moment, he frowned and lowered the looking-glass. It was a frown that shot an arrow of worry through me. There had been, since Mr. Short's return, a slight undercurrent of impatience between the two, as if the nature of their relationship had changed. Until this moment, I'd dismissed it as merely the tension of the political moment, but now I was forced to ask, "You are happy Mr. Short returned to us, aren't you, Papa?"
"Indeed. William has returned charged like a bee with the honey of wisdom, a blessing to his country and an honor to his friends. I think no one is happier for his return than me, save for his friends in Saint-Germain."
In the clearing of his eyes and disappearance of the furrow in his brow, it seemed the change of subject brightened Papa's disposition, if only a little. But now it was my turn to frown, for I knew of only one friend in Saint-Germain, a sweetheart I thought Mr. Short had given up long ago. "He's gone to Saint-Germain tonight." My heart threatened to creep into my throat in anticipation of the answer.
"Not tonight, no,"
Papa said casually, though I sensed some purpose behind his words.
"I'd be surprised if he went again to Saint-Germain so soon after his last visit."
My heart lodged solidly in my throat. What could he mean? Leaning over his specimens again, Papa added, almost as an aside,
"Patsy, we must be good to Mr. Short, for I fear he may soon suffer a great disappointment."
My bewilderment turned to fear. Had Papa guessed at our love? Did he plan to forbid it? Nearly breathless with anxiety, I asked, "What disappointment?" Papa glanced to his notes.
"I've pressed his appointment in my absence as chargé d'affaires with my superiors as far as is prudent, but Mr. Short isn't known to them. He may not get the appointment."
I contemplated what that might mean for Mr. Short, and for me. Will this ruin his future?
"He may believe so, but it may be his salvation. It would do him good to return to America at the soonest opportunity. Men too long in France acquire a fondness for luxury and a contempt for the simplicity of our own country."
His words left me utterly appalled. "You cannot doubt Mr. Short's patriotism."
"Of course not."
Papa drew his gaze back to me.
"I'm merely observing that in my experience, young men in France get caught up in destructive affairs of the heart. They learn to consider fidelity to the marriage bed as an ungentlemanly practice.
Mon Dieu! Did Papa think Mr. Short a lecher? I burned at the indelicate warning. Indeed, I was too mortified to speak. Did he not recognize the hypocrisy of chiding other men for destructive affairs? My gaze dropped to fists clenched upon the dining table, and Papa patted my balled-up hand.
If Short doesn't secure the position he desires, we mustn't let him take it too hard, Patsy. An American too long in Europe loses his knowledge, his morals, his health, his habits, and his happiness. I'd entertained only suspicions of this before, but what I see since coming here proves it.
Having never heard my father speak even indirectly in criticism of Mr. Short before, a hollow pain took up residence in the center of my chest. You think so ill of him?
To the contrary, William has my warmest and most fatherly affection, and I want nothing but the best for all my children.
Our evenings were filled with visitors and Papa himself drafting in frantic coded scribblings for Lafayette a charter of rights that should serve as the new constitution for France. It seemed too fraught a time for carving hearts and initials into trees, especially since I felt keenly the need to question Mr. Short. Alas, my father kept him too busy. On the day the Third Estate officially declared themselves the National Assembly, and the clergy voted by a small majority to join them, we heard cries of "Vive le roi! Vive l'Assemblée nationale!" That was the same day Marie came to call, bringing with her a little black miniature poodle with fluffy balls of fur upon its head and paws and tail. Every Parisian of standing kept at least one dog for a pet, it seemed. Seated in a circle beneath the rising golden sun painted overhead, we tried our hand at embroidering with tambour needles, working to embellish one of my new dresses with pearlescent beads. Truthfully, only Sally had any talent for it, and my mind was on Mr. Short. "He's asked for my love," I finally confessed. Polly beamed with excitement. "Have you given it?" My shoulders fell. "How can I? He's always at Versailles." Marie set down her needle. "Then we must go to him there." "You and I alone?" I asked, wary of such an adventure. "Bring your sister and Mademoiselle Sally, too. There's room in my carriage." Polly groaned. "In this rain? I'd rather drink hot chocolate." Marie huffed. "Do you think I came out in this rain just to see you and your sister, you sweet little wretch? The rain is auspicious after such drought. Besides, better for you to be out in fresh air instead of imprisoned in this house." We were not, of course, prisoners, but I hadn't attended a ball with Marie since the night of Mr. Short's return. In truth, the social scene in Paris had collapsed under the weight of its politics, and the official mourning for the poor little Dauphin, who died of consumption and left the Queen in despair. Sorely tempted, I asked, "What reason could we possibly give for going to Versailles on our own?" Marie smiled, mischief in her eyes. "We'll go on the pretense of paying a visit to Madame de Tessé at her chateau." Few women were more engaged with the happenings at